RedChip. We build investor audiences for small cap companies, retail and institutional. 33 years, thousands of clients. We are experts in messaging. National TV ad campaigns, investor webinars, digital media, reaching hundreds of thousands of investors. RedChip. We do it well, we do it right, we do it big.
Hey, we're covering the biotech resurgence and the platforms and pipelines of today's innovators. Thank you to everyone joining from the United States and around the world. We're excited to kick things off with remarks from Michael Serrano, who is Managing Director here at RedChip. Michael, please go ahead.
RedChip. We build investor audiences for small cap companies, retail and institutional. 33 years, thousands of clients. We are experts in messaging. National TV ad campaigns, investor webinars, digital media, reaching hundreds of thousands of investors. RedChip. We do it well, we do it right, we do it big. RedChip. Call us or email us today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serrano, Managing Director at RedChip Companies. For more than 33 years, RedChip has been discovering tomorrow's blue chips today, introducing investors to emerging growth companies before they became household names. Since the early 90s, RedChip has had early research on companies like Apple, Starbucks, Celsius, U.S. Steel, and Energy Fuels. Our show, Small Stocks, Big Money, airs nationwide on Bloomberg Television, reaching more than 70 million homes across America. Our mission is simple: elevating the quality of information that the market can use to evaluate the next wave of growth, connecting our investors directly to where innovation, capital, and growth are converging. Today's investor conference focuses on biotech resurgence, platforms and pipelines of tomorrow's innovators. Throughout this event, you're going to hear from executives presenting their business models, pipeline strategies, clinical and commercial milestones, and competitive positioning. And you're able to engage with them directly through live Q&A. For investors seeking exposure to emerging science, this is your most focused, efficient path to innovation driving tomorrow's care. Before we continue with today's presentations, I want to show you a tool that we've built specifically for this community, RedChat. It's our AI-driven research platform that gives you instant, citation-backed answers drawn directly from SEC filings, press releases, and official company disclosures. Every answer traces back to a primary source that you can trust.
A new era of small cap research has arrived with RedChip's RedChat, the fastest, most accurate AI assistant for small caps. The days of spending hours sifting through press releases, 10Ks, 10Qs, 8Ks, 13Fs, 13Gs, and other filings is over. Now, get answers in seconds on 4,000 small cap stocks in one portal. Simple, fast, accurate, detailed answers. Meet small caps with RedChat.
On behalf of RedChip, thank you to all of our presenters and to everyone joining us today for the Biotech Resurgence Conference. Platforms and pipelines of today's innovators will begin in just a moment, presented by RedChip Companies. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Barrett to take a deep dive on what we've seen on the market. Barrett?
Hello, everyone. I'm Barrett Boone, Vice President of Global Markets at RedChip Companies. This conference is centered on biotechnology, not as a speculative headline, not as an abstract concept, but as an asset class that is undergoing a structural reset. After nearly 4 years of persistent underperformance, the conditions that define major sector inflections are now converging in biotech, and the data is becoming difficult to ignore. Let's put this all in context. Since early 2021, the Russell 2000 Biotechnology Index declined by roughly 47%. By mid-2025, nearly half of all publicly traded U.S. biotech companies were trading below the level of cash on their balance sheets. For a sector responsible for some of the most transformative medical advances in modern history, those valuations represented a historic dislocation, not a reflection of the science, but of the capital environment at the time. So what exactly has changed recently? 3 things, I'd say, simultaneously. First, monetary policy. The Federal Reserve initiated a series of rate cuts in the second half of 2025, bringing the federal funds rate down meaningfully from its peak. For biotech, which is a sector, of course, that relies heavily on external capital to fund long-duration research and development, this was transformative. Lower rates immediately reduced financing costs for clinical stage companies and significantly improved the net present value of long-dated drug pipelines, making small and mid-cap biotech firms more attractive to institutional capital. Second, fiscal policy. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which took full effect on January of this year, restored 100% bonus depreciation and reinstated the immediate expensing of research and development costs, policies that disproportionately benefit capital-intensive, innovation-driven companies like biotechnology companies. Now, it also shifted the interest deductibility cap from 30% of EBIT to 30% of EBITDA, effectively lowering the cost of capital for the very companies that were most penalized during the high-rate environment of 2022, 2023, and 2024. Third, and perhaps most importantly, the patent cliff. Over 200 drugs are set to lose patent protection in the coming years, including at least 69 blockbuster drugs, and that's defined as any drug with sales exceeding $1 billion each. The cumulative revenue at risk is projected to exceed $300 billion. Now, this is not a theoretical concern. It is happening right now. Merck and Pfizer are both facing significant revenue gaps as blockbusters like Keytruda approach the end of their exclusivity windows. And when Big Pharma faces that sort of revenue erosion, they do what they have always done. They buy innovation. They buy pipelines. They buy small and mid-cap biotech companies that are developing the next generation of therapies. The numbers do tell this story. According to JP Morgan, biopharma mergers and acquisitions activity in 2025 totaled 129 deals worth approximately $138 billion, surpassing 2024 in total annual value, and representing the strongest deal-making year since 2019. This is where I want to take a moment to speak directly about RedChip's former clients in the space. Now, we did represent Immunome, which is IMNM on the NASDAQ, prior to its transformative merger with Morphimmune. Now, this is a deal that combined Immunome's proprietary human memory B-cell discovery platform with Morphimmune's targeted oncology pipeline. They brought in around $125 million of institutional capital with the deal, and then they installed Dr. Clay Siegel, the co-founder and former CEO of Seagen, as the chairman and CEO of the combined entity. That transaction fundamentally repositioned Immunome as a next-generation oncology platform company with plans to submit 3 INDs within 18 months of closing. Now, we also represented Cidara Therapeutics, that used to be on the NASDAQ under CDTX before Merck's acquisition of the company for $9.2 billion in all cash. That represented a premium of around 109% over the prior closing price at the time of the acquisition. Cidara's stock rose more than 720% in 2025. For context, Cidara had developed CD388, which was a first-in-class, long-acting antiviral for universal influenza prevention. They did this through their proprietary Cloudbreak platform. Merck's CEO actually came out and described CD388 as a very important driver of growth through the next decade. So where does this leave us as investors? Biotech remains cheap relative to the broader market. The MSCI Pharmaceuticals, Biotech, and Life Sciences Index trades at roughly 16 times forward earnings, compared to over 23 times for the broader MSCI USA Index. That's around a 30% discount, and the valuation gap between small cap biotech and the S&P 500 reached a 30-year extreme in late 2025. Even with the recent recovery, we are still in the early innings of a repricing that has significant room to run. We have assembled a group of small and micro-cap biotech companies that are operating across multiple therapeutic areas: oncology, infectious disease, metabolic disorders, and more. These companies are focused on execution, advancing clinical programs, generating data, and building the kind of value that attracts strategic partners and acquirers. As you listen to these presentations, I would encourage you to evaluate each opportunity through a disciplined lens. What is the unmet medical need being addressed? How differentiated is the science? What does the clinical data show? And how does the company's pipeline position it for value creation, whether that be through commercialization, partnership, or acquisition? Because ultimately, that is what drives returns in biotechnology, not sentiment, not hype, but the convergence of strong science, disciplined capital allocation, and the structural demand for innovation that is reshaping the entire industry. We are at a moment where valuation, policy, and industry fundamentals are converging in favor of small cap biotech. The pipeline of innovation has never been deeper. The demand from big pharma has never been this urgent, and the valuations, while recovering, still represent meaningful upside for investors who can identify quality early. That is what RedChip is here to provide: access, insight, and the conviction that comes from 3 decades of identifying emerging growth leaders before the rest of the market catches on. On behalf of our entire team, I want to thank all of the companies presenting today and thank all of you for joining us. The RedChip Biotech Resurgence Virtual Investor Conference will begin shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrett. Thank you, Michael. Our first presenter today is Yun Zhang. He's Wedbush's Senior Vice President of Equity Research. Dr. Zhang, can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me, please?
I see and hear you. Welcome.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Take it away.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and again, thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here to participate in the conference to talk briefly about the exciting biotech sector. I joined Wedbush about 2 years ago, and before that, spent over 10 years at different firms. And at Wedbush, we have a biotech team of 5 publishing analysts, each covering slightly different and sometimes overlapping therapeutic areas. And by the way, is anyone helping to show the slides, please? Am I able to see the slides?
Not seeing them quite yet, Dr. Zhang.
Okay, I thought the team was going to be able to help put slides on screen, and sorry for the inconvenience. And
Okay.
maybe I'll just keep talking when the slides are getting prepared. So again,
Okay.
we have 5 publishing analysts, and each covering slightly different and sometimes overlapping therapeutic areas. And mine is a little mixed with many names. Unfortunately, you can't see those names on the screen, but most of them are related to genetic medicine and rare disease, but also including some names in the popular immunological and inflammatory disease and a few other areas. Unfortunately, I have to say that I don't cover oncology, which is the largest subsector in biotech. So I won't be able to provide much insight except that there will continue to be very strong need and active innovation driving novel therapies to become available to benefit patients and to reward company and investors. But of course, that should be true for all biotech companies. Sorry, can we have the slides, or are you still working on that, please?
We are seconds away, Dr. Zhang. Please stand by. Thank you very much for your understanding here. Yes.
No problem. Yeah, thank you for the help. And again, sorry for the inconvenience. I wasn't able to do it myself. Great. This is good. And could you please go to the next slide, maybe the third one, please? This is the cover. The next slide, please. Yeah, this one. The previous one, please. Yeah, thank you. So looking at the biotech sector in general, I think I've been in this industry for long enough to be able to use this seemingly very misleading chart to make a bold claim that if we look from a longer term horizon, maybe from the beginning of 2012, and why that time point, I will come back on a later slide, biotech has actually been able to maintain outperformance versus S&P, although there were 2 major periods of weakness. From 15 to 16, the red circle, the first one, was due to concerns about drug pricing and was triggered by a single tweet by Hillary Clinton when she was running for the president. Then the weakness from 22 to 23, high interest rate was a major reason, but it was also after the red hot performance from 2020 to 2021, or we can even call it a bubble to some extent, which was driven by vaccines and, more importantly, capital infusion after COVID. Since the second half of last year, we are starting to see very nice performance of biotech again. So it raises the question on whether this outperformance can continue. And I would say that the answer is likely yes, for several reasons. Could you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. First, on M&A activities, which are one of the most important drivers for biotech performance, are picking up. The deals that we have seen so far in 2026, that's on the top half of the slide, both in terms of deal number and in terms of deal valuation, look quite promising as compared to last year. And importantly, M&A activities are occurring across a broad range of therapeutic areas, so no concentration on specific areas. Although late-stage and post-approval assets are still favored, not surprisingly, but early to mid-stage programs are getting interest as well. So it's not just biotech companies that are buying to deal with patent cliffs, but we can see that large cap biotech companies such as Gilead and Neurocrine Biosciences are also buying to diversify pipeline and portfolio. So this is very positive for the biotech sector. And next slide, please. Great. Secondly, we believe that the FDA will continue to be supportive towards new drug development. And over the years, the agency has introduced many incentives that we show on this slide, which have tremendously benefited and we believe will continue to benefit biotech companies by allowing for more flexibility and reducing time and capital that are needed. I show on the previous slide that the biotech boom started on 2012, and that's why, and because that's when the FDA introduced FDACA, and also the Jobs Act was signed into law in the same year, which made it easier for small cap companies to have access to capital. And that was precisely what many biotech companies needed. All the favorite factors remain the same today. And in fact, the FDA has introduced many new pathways and frameworks, which we believe should provide both companies and investors with comfort and confidence. But there is one exception though, and that's what I highlighted in gray on the slide, the GAIN Act that was meant to encourage new antibiotic development. Unfortunately, we don't see many biotech companies working on that anymore, but not because unmet medical need is gone. It's because of many practical issues creating really big challenges. So antibiotics, unfortunately, will likely remain a difficult area. And there was a lot of FDA personnel turnover in 2025 that caused many people to worry that there could be a negative impact on the biotech sector. But we believe that worry should be behind us now. And looking at the number of new drug approvals in 2025, it was actually largely in line with previous years, suggesting no major disruption to the FDA's function. Next slide, please. But that said, the FDA can still have a very dramatic impact, as shown by two examples on this slide. In both cases, it turned out that the FDA disagreed with the company on, for example, the study design or data interpretation or the potential pathway to approval, causing really significant volatility that we never see in any other sector. To avoid unnecessary surprises, we believe that for companies, it is probably critical to engage with the FDA early on to try to reach an alignment or at least to gain some clarity. And for example, one company that we cover is developing a gene therapy for an orphan indication, and the management is waiting to find out from the FDA whether a single-arm open-label study, that's usually what people expect for gene therapy for orphan indication, could be sufficient or whether a control study will be required. And the FDA has also expressed willingness to have frequent discussions with the companies and have a more collaborative relationship. For investors, an important step would be maybe try to make sure that the company have indeed reached an agreement with the FDA on the drug development plan, although we understand that this may not be possible all the time. Next slide, please. Yeah. Outside the regulatory uncertainty that we just talked about, clinical data are undoubtedly still the single most important factor affecting biotech stock performance, as shown on this slide. So 2 points that we wanted to highlight here is one, of course, the question would be, how can we find the next stock that could potentially double on positive data? Unfortunately, oftentimes clinical study readouts are almost impossible to predict. And in fact, the 2 crashes that we have included on the slide were both big surprises. But to increase the chance of success, we would look for spaces where there is large unmet medical need represented by large commercial potential, such as inflammatory bowel disease for ABVX or obesity for WVE. On the other hand, orphan indications are always a popular area. And then we would look at mechanism of action and looking for proof of biology in, for example, preclinical or early stage studies. all four names that we included on the slides have actually shown that. So this leads to the second point we wanted to highlight, which is that sometimes there can be overreaction to disappointing data, which then creates a good buying opportunity. Both MLTX and RZLT have shown really good recovery after the 90% drop, providing good returns for anyone willing to take a little risk after the stock crashed. Although both stocks are still trading well below previous level, but yeah, we'll find out in the coming month. Next slide, please. And we mentioned drug pricing, but we really don't see that as having a big impact on biotech anymore. The Inflation Reduction Act and also the most favored nation drug pricing policy that we have not included on the slide should be mainly related to big pharma companies. And when it comes to biotech, the pricing pressure that pharma companies are facing may actually encourage them to do more acquisitions of innovative and potentially transformational programs to justify premium pricings. And we wanted to highlight that such programs tend to originate as small biotech companies. That's why small cap biotech companies are really likely the most interesting or exciting areas. And next slide, please. And lastly, a trend that has become increasingly strong in 2025, and we believe will likely continue in the coming years, is the collaboration with Chinese biotech companies and acquisition of assets from China. One example is a planned large IPO for 2026 for over 500 million, with obesity programs that were licensed from China back in 2024. And related to this example are also signs we have not specifically included in the slide, but we believe that the much-awaited IPO window for biotech seems to be open up, which should be positive for the biotech sector in general. And next slide, please. So to wrap up, we just wanted to highlight that we do believe that the outperformance or strong performance of biotech should continue in 2026, and improvement in investor sentiment that we have seen should help most, if not all, biotech stocks, like what happened in the last year. So with that, I wanted to thank RedChip for the invitation again, and I wanted to thank everyone for listening, and I hope you all will have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Dr. Yun Zhong Wedbush. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhong. Next up, we've got Daniel Gataulen. That's Daniel Gataulen. He is the Senior Research Analyst for Chardan. Daniel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right, if we can stop sharing our screen, then Dr. Gataulen can come on in. There he is. Hi. Okay.
Good morning.
Without any further ado, please begin your presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to RedChip for the invitation. I'm Daniel Gataulen. I'm one of the biotech analysts at Chardan, where I primarily cover companies with the focus in ophthalmology. This has been a great overview by Yun Zhong, and I want to take a few minutes to dive a bit deeper into some of the points that Yun has discussed. First, I think we are finally coming out of the prolonged biotech winter with a number of sizable M&A deals in 2025, and then we're seeing additional M&A activity as well as an IPO activity to date in 2026. As you all know, an important event at the beginning of every year is the JPM Healthcare Conference, which historically has been viewed as a predictor of the upcoming year's biotech activity. Normally, a few mega deal announcements would signal a strong year, and the quiet JPM could potentially predict a slower activity. This year felt a little bit different. While the mega deal news flow was relatively light, the tone of the conference generally was quite a bit more optimistic, with the conference serving more of a stage for deeper discussions of companies' assets and data. And we could be seeing this translating into pickup in M&A and IPO activity that we're seeing recently. For example, March M&A has been quite active. In the last 12 days of March alone, we've seen a number of transactions with $1 billion or more, with a combined deal value close to $30 billion. IPOs, as I mentioned, are also on the rise in 2026. We've seen 4 companies going public in February. We've seen at least 3 more upcoming IPOs announced recently. That said, it's not surprising to see IPOs and M&A activity show a seesaw effect, where an increased activity in one is accompanied by a slowdown in another. So when we see an uptick in M&A, it's not uncommon to see a slowdown in IPO and vice versa. This is exactly what we saw in March, where we saw a lot of M&A deals, but slowdown in IPO. Overall, the activity, I believe, is encouraging for biotech, and we hope that the momentum will continue through the remainder of the year and beyond. So what is driving the recovery, and at the same time, what is continuing to keep it in check? As Yun has mentioned, regulatory environment and clinical data are perhaps the main drivers. So first, let's talk a little bit about the regulatory environment. 2025, 2026 to date have brought quite a bit of uncertainty and controversy. 25 saw a number of layoffs and personnel changes at the FDA that led to the agency decisions delays. We saw also several reversals on prior regulatory alignments. At the same time, the FDA has been active in trying to find ways to accelerate drug development, especially in rare disease space, or for diseases that have high morbidity and high unmet need. That's led to several draft guidances, including the most recent guidance for gene therapy and gene editing. All of this could translate into a potentially favorable environment going forward. We also saw the renewal of the PRV program, Priority Review Voucher, which we believe is an important development, especially for smaller biotechs working in the rare disease space. Some of those priority review vouchers have been sold in excess of $200 million. Finally, at least with CBER, there is the expectation that the new director, following the upcoming departure of Dr. Prasad at the end of April, could bring more stability to the agency or to the division, and this could translate to more confidence from both the companies as well as investors. Next, as Yun has mentioned, data is important. Data is king, and clinical data will continue to drive value. However, we continue to see examples of promising tech, even with fairly limited data, continue to get rewarded before major milestones. Yun talked about the impact of Chinese biotech drug development and partnerships, but I also want to mention that Europe doesn't want to fall behind. The EU Biotech Act draft guidance, which was released in December of last year, is aimed at transforming European Union into a global biotech powerhouse by addressing the following 3 points: regulatory fragmentation, funding gaps, and clinical development inefficiencies. Finally, I want to conclude and talk a little bit about the therapeutic investment spaces that we expect to see increased or continued investor interest. Oncology is consistently on the list. Other directions can include the consensus is for CNS, I&I, ophthalmology, as well as more broadly rare diseases, which could span all of those sectors. Finally, last but not least, AI is shifting from a buzzword to a core infrastructure for drug discovery and design, as well as informing on the design of clinical trials, and the companies that can leverage AI would have an advantage. So with all that said, I think we are, again, seeing the end of the biotech winter, and things are looking up in 2026, and we're optimistic that the momentum is going to continue through the end of this year and hopefully into 2027 and beyond. Thank you.
Dr. Gataulin, thank you very much for that. Our
Thank you.
next speaker, and now we begin with our company presentations today, ladies and gentlemen. And our first speaker today is Dr. Jeff Dow. He is the CEO of 60 Degrees Pharma. Jeff, are you there?
I am. Nice to see you again, Craig. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you, Jeff. I see you've got your deck up as well. Excellent. We are ready to go. Jeff, let me just get some preliminaries out of the way. As will be the case throughout today, we're going to be taking your questions only through the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window. Please push the button, type in your question, and then we will receive it. Then let me just do the safe harbor statement here. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical fact should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Jeff, please go right ahead.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Craig. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for dialing in to this virtual conference. Just give me a second here while I move my screen forward. So for those of you who are familiar with SXTP, we have an FDA-approved commercial product available in the US market called Aracoda, and that's the box depicted on the right-hand side of this screen. Aracoda is approved for malaria prevention, and that box collectively represents our scientific, regulatory, and commercial expertise in being one of the very few companies that's gone all the way through the FDA process on their own. On the left-hand side is what our current market cap is, and we think that reflects a symptom that many biotech companies experience or have experienced lately, which is a lot of under recognition of what they're doing by investors. On the other hand, it's also an opportunity, and I hope to explain why I believe that in the next series of slides as we walk through our plans for Aracoda. First, I just want to share what the commercial history of the product has been so far. And you can see here gross sales over time from when we put the product into the US supply chain in the third quarter of 2019. Now, of course, Aracoda is approved for malaria prevention and travel medicine, and that was unfortunate timing given that we experienced a pandemic for the next effectively 2 years, which shut down international travel. And we were not able to commercialize the product as you normally would following an FDA approval. But at the end of the pandemic, we started to get phone calls from patients with a disease called chronic babesiosis, which at the time we hadn't heard of. And these patients described a chronic illness a bit like chronic fatigue or long COVID, but represented that they had had a diagnosis of this parasitic disease called babesiosis. Sales continued to increase without much effort on our part, prompting us a couple of years ago to do a look back based on RX and physician types. And we found approximately 70% of our sales were attributable to this chronic babesiosis. Sales increased over the subsequent time period until we had a brief supply chain disruption halfway through last year. And then after that, we launched our commercial pilot program in which we hired virtual sales representatives to do outreach to physicians in the space. And we've continued that program into 2026, which I'll tell you a bit about. So our sales have continued to grow, and we've reached the point where our gross profit has stabilized at reasonable percentages, barring the stock out from last year. And our goal in the future is to increase the overall sales of Aracoda, both through direct efforts as it relates to the approved malaria indication, and then expansion of the therapeutic areas into this new disease called babesiosis, which is a parasitic disease like malaria that's transmitted by the same ticks that transmit Lyme disease. We think we can go from an annual sales now of approximately $1 million in net revenue last year to potentially orders of magnitude higher than that based on the preliminary market research we've done, assuming that we're able to secure FDA approval for babesiosis, and that as we go, the market that we think's there can be proved out from a technical point of view and also a commercial point of view. We think that chronic babesiosis could be the lion's share of that potential revenue, and that's why we're focused on it from a research perspective. So malaria, of course, shifting back to the approved indication, is a disease that's transmitted by mosquitoes in tropical countries. And so to most Americans, it seems like a problem that's very far away and not really relevant to ordinary life here in the States. Except, of course, when you hear about anecdotal cases of people who've traveled overseas and ended up contracting malaria while they were away. For example, this anecdote from a local Fox News affiliate in the Washington, D.C. area, who contracted the symptoms of malaria while he was doing a barbecue on Labor Day and was subsequently hospitalized. Unfortunately, John's experience is increasing across the United States, and that's primarily for two reasons. One, there are no FDA-approved vaccines for malaria prevention, and North Americans who've never been exposed to the illness before lack immunity. And so if you contract malaria while you're away or when you come back, it is a life-threatening situation and a medical emergency. And 95% of these cases in returning travelers occur because people don't take the chemoprophylaxis meds that the CDC and other professional societies recommend you take. And that's because, in part, picking the right medication is really complicated. There are all kinds of malaria with various differences in different parts of the world. And the drugs that you use to treat the different kinds of malaria are different. And there's also drug resistance that you have to contend with. So in the case of Plasmodium falciparum, which is the most deadly parasite, and the distribution is reflected on the right-hand side of the slide, in particular, the hotspot in sub-Saharan Africa. Well, that geographic locality has no Plasmodium vivax, illustrated on the left-hand side, which is a type of malaria that relapses weeks or months after travel, and you need different drugs to treat these two illnesses. To maximize your pre-travel and post-travel prevention of malaria, you really need a triple combination to eliminate almost all the risk according to standard of care. And that could be up to 53 pills for a 1-month trip. If you take Aracoda, which is our product, that pill burden is reduced to about 16, because while you travel, the drug is taken once a week, as opposed to daily like the existing medications. And when you come back from travel, you don't have to take it for days or weeks, you just take 1 dose. Before we started our relaunch or commercial pilot of Aracoda for malaria last year, we did some market research which showed that, not surprisingly, brand recognition was low, but patients and physicians liked the product profile. And the barriers to entry were the lower out-of-pocket costs for the generic alternatives, which I mentioned, and a requirement for safety reasons to do a blood test for G6PD deficiency prior to travel. This is a barrier in travelers with short planning horizons. But for most of us who are thinking 3 to 4 weeks ahead, this is one of the routine pre-travel consultations that you have time to do before you travel. So in 2026, we're expanding our commercial program with programs to expand awareness through a Doximity surround sound effort. We have increased the number of virtual sales representatives doing outreach to physicians. And we have new programs around access and affordability, including a partnership with GoodRx to provide a point of sales discount, and a newly announced consumer outreach program through Runway Health, which is the first telehealth platform for travel medicine. So now I'm going to switch gears to babesiosis. Babesiosis is a parasitic disease like malaria that is transmitted here in the United States by the ticks that transmit Lyme disease rather than mosquitoes like malaria is. Once you're infected by a tick, the parasites get into your red blood cells and continue to cycle through, amplifying, infecting new red blood cells and building up the parasite burden, which leads to acute disease, which overlaps with the symptoms of malaria, such as fever, anemia, headache, and muscle aches and pains. And in people with risk factors, it can lead to hospitalization. The other route of transmission in humans is through the blood donation system. And I'll share a little bit more about that on the next slide. So historically, there were a few hundred cases a year of blood-borne transmission of babesiosis, until 2020, when the FDA licensed a new molecular test specifically for blood donation screening. And that screen is 1,000 times more sensitive than the routine PCR testing that's used for patient care of babesiosis. And you can see the incidence of investigations into blood-borne transmission has declined sharply, almost to zero, since this test was introduced. And what this observation tells us is really enlightening. So if you think about a blood donation or person who's giving blood, they are asymptomatic. So they don't know they're infected with babesiosis. And yet they're screened, and now we eliminate transmission. So it tells you that there is a reservoir of asymptomatic folks with a biologically meaningful parasite burden, and they don't know it. Now, if you're symptomatic with babesiosis, the approved standard of care does result in parasite clearance after about 90 days. But the sensitivity of that test is 500 to 1,000-fold less than that blood bank test I mentioned. So it's very unlikely that these approved drugs are actually resulting in parasite eradication at 90 days in the way that the old data with the old tests suggest. And so the question is, in patients who are asymptomatic and infected, or have been treated but perhaps not adequately, what are the residual parasites doing, and do they have biological importance? The medical dogma is very clear. In an immunocompetent person who is infected and maybe has low or mild symptoms, the infection clears on its own, and the guidance is not to treat those folks with medications. It's also clear that if you're a classically immunosuppressed person, so you may have had cancer or an immunosuppressive drug, or you have no spleen, the infection becomes persistent for many months or years, and continuing treatment can lead to the generation of resistance to existing treatments. And each new relapse is the potential for rehospitalization. And the existence of these patients is not medically controversial. What we don't know is what happens if your immune system falls in between those two extremes. So you're not immunocompetent classically, you're not classically at risk. And so one of the theories about chronic disease is that in patients who have other diseases, for example, they might get COVID and then get long COVID and a dysregulated immune system. Then they're bitten by a tick and now they're infected with babesiosis. And the presence of that pre-existing disease plus a new infection complicates their recovery, leading to chronic illness. And this is what physicians who treat chronic tick-borne disease believe to be true. Our research program is designed in part to scientifically validate this patient and clinician experience and potentially open up the commercial market to treat chronic disease in a systematic way. We think tafenoquine, which is the active ingredient in Aracoda, might be useful for this purpose based on the non-clinical literature and the early clinical experience in case reports. So we know that tafenoquine kills Babesia parasites via the induction of oxidative stress. And you can see that here in the aberrant looking forms of the parasites on microscopy films. And it's similar between tafenoquine and hydrogen peroxide, which we all know induces oxidative stress. We know that acute infections are cleared in animals by tafenoquine at similar doses. And this unique mechanism of action and the similarity to malaria led a Yale team a couple of years ago to publish a short case series in 5 patients where they added tafenoquine to background standard of care being used to treat immunosuppressed patients with relapsing illness. You can see from the colored bars in the bottom of this illustrative and representative patient example that for 9 months, every known professional society recommended medication was thrown at this patient's illness alone and in combination and did not result in successful treatment. As soon as weekly tafenoquine was added to that background standard of care, we got to negative conventional PCRs, as you can see from the open boxes sequentially in the bottom right hand in the legend below the text. Whereas previously the closed boxes indicating positive PCRs had shown that this patient was infected throughout the prior course of treatment. What was true for this patient was true for 4 of 5 patients in this treatment series. So that was taken by us as being pretty convincing evidence, albeit in a small group of patients, that tafenoquine could provide a benefit over standard of care. And so we've rolled out a targeted clinical program to show that tafenoquine added to standard of care can be beneficial with no new safety signal. That program should also demonstrate that chronic babesiosis can be diagnostically confirmed. And once we've proven those 2 things, it could potentially open up a commissioner's NPRV route or simply a regulatory route through the usual SNDA process with a goal of achieving the broadest possible labeling for treatment of babesiosis. If our interim analysis in our hospital study, which should happen in late September or October of this year, goes as we hope it will, that might open up the possibility of an NDA submission in the first quarter of 2027. So very briefly, we have 3 clinical trials underway, each in different populations of babesiosis, where the unmet medical need is particularly high. So the first one is a randomized placebo-controlled study where we're adding tafenoquine to the approved professional society standard of care. And we've enrolled 19 patients in that study. We need to get to 24 before the interim analysis. And we think if patient enrollment was like it was last year, that we should get to that goal at the end of July, triggering an interim analysis on the primary endpoint in late September or early October. We also have an expanded access open label study in those immunosuppressed patients. We've enrolled 3 patients so far, all who've been cured in the same way that Yale showed for 4 out of 5 of their patients. And then a third study in chronic disease, and these are patients with medically serious chronic fatigue and evidence of laboratory evidence of Babesia infection. And that study, we think, will complete its enrollment later this year. So as we reported recently, we think we're on track. So we announced in December that a study we'd funded at North Carolina State University showed that in patients self-reporting symptoms of chronic fatigue, 24% of them had molecular evidence of Babesia infection. This study is small, it's not prospective or randomized, and it's not systematic. But it does show in principle that the medical perspective that Babesia infection plays no role in chronic fatigue might not be correct. And then subsequently in March, we reported that those 3 patients in our expanded access study were cured. Importantly, we proved that using the blood bank test. So it validates the prior clinical experience at Yale with those sequentially but less sensitive conventional PCRs, that if you get to clinical resolution following tafenoquine treatment, monitored using the commercially available diagnostics, that our product combined with existing standard of care does seem to be providing some clinical benefit. And now we need to confirm that in the remainder of our clinical program, particularly the hospital study. I just briefly want to close with a short description of the chronic babesiosis study that we have enrolling patients at Mount Sinai. These patients have severe disabling fatigue with functional impairment present for at least 6 months. And in that sense, based on clinical symptoms, represent the classic chronic fatigue kind of phenotype. But additionally, we also require that there's laboratory evidence of exposure to babesiosis in the last 12 months. And our goal is to enroll up to 100 patients until we reach an analysis population of 16 who complete the study. And those 16 are protocol defined based on a positive blood bank test at baseline. So potentially 100 people will enter the study, and then potentially 16 will have infection confirmed at baseline. And that will enable us to validate that the clinical phenomenon of chronic babesiosis can be confirmed using an FDA licensed test. And then in the course of the treatment of these patients with ARAKODA, we'll be monitoring their recovery from fatigue using a patient-reported endpoint. So as we move forward over the next 12 months, we have a number of interesting catalysts. In Q1, we already announced that the folks enrolled in our expanded access study were cured, representing, pretty compelling early clinical proof of concept. We hope in the coming months, when it's appropriate to do so without biasing the study or sharing diagnostic results inappropriately, we'll be able to announce confirmation of chronic babesiosis using an FDA licensed test. In Q3, we hope to announce that we'll be meeting the minimum enrollment in our hospital study required for the interim analysis, which will be followed by the actual interim analysis in Q4. Our initial expanded commercial access program will start to yield sales data, which we'll be able to use to guide the future of our commercial program. And then in Q4, we should have enough information to disclose our regulatory strategy for babesiosis rolling into 2027. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully I can answer any questions that may have cropped up.
Thank you, Jeff. And as Jeff said, we are moving to your questions. As we can only take your written in questions today, we ask that you use the Zoom's way of doing it, which is to click on the Q&A button. A text box will appear, and then you can type in and submit your question. Jeff, we've already received some questions for you. Arakota is already on the market, but it still feels as if many investors mainly think of 60 Degrees as an early stage story. How should investors think about the value of having an approved commercial product as the base of the company today?
So, there's kind of two barriers in biotech, two valleys of death. One of them is the end of phase one, as you're trying to get clinical proof of concept, and then the resources to go all the way to FDA. And then the other one is after you've gotten through the FDA process and now you're in early commercialization. It allows us, having a commercial product, to road test many of the commercial strategies that we'll need to really grow sales before our larger indication is ready to go. So that's the value. And then it does speak to a certain ambition as well to grow the company from the clinical phase into a truly sustainable organization.
Jeff, the recent babesiosis update looked very encouraging. Based on what you have seen so far, how much has that strengthened your confidence in tafenoquine's potential in this indication?
So, we were confident it should work based on the non-clinical literature and the case reports, but that's very different from doing your own prospective clinical study and generating your own data. And even though it's a small study, which is reflective of the rarity of these sort of patients, we think it's sort of qualitatively equivalent to a positive phase 2A outcome in a more traditional development plan. And because we already understand the drug's safety profile, we're very confident that we're going to get the confirmatory data that we need to go to the FDA.
Jeff, if tafenoquine does move forward successfully in babesiosis, how meaningful could that be relative to the malaria prevention opportunity that investors already know?
So we think the relative increase in sales could be 4 or 5 times higher than malaria. We don't know the ceilings in reality yet on both indications. We still need more epidemiological and diagnostic evidence of chronic babesiosis before we'll know that. But directionally, it's substantially larger than the malaria opportunity.
Jeff, what are the biggest milestones investors should be watching for between now and a possible babesiosis NDA filing?
So there are two main ones. The first is, can we prove diagnostically that chronic babesiosis is a real disease? And of course, patients and physicians already know it is, but that is not the same as the FDA being convinced of it using a diagnostic test that they believe is adequate. And so that's the first kind of proof of concept that we can take chronic babesiosis from a clinical phenomenon to a real regulatory pathway. And then the second important one is when we announced that we're doing the interim analysis in the hospital study, because that will tell us two things: whether we've reached statistical significance with the data we've got already, or whether we need to enroll more patients in 2027 before we go to the FDA.
And finally, Jeff, as we run out of time here, looking out over the next 12 to 24 months, what do you think has the best chance of changing investors' perceptions of your great company?
I think those two critical milestones that we talked about really changed the value story. And then, you know, our prior evidence of experience and competence kicks in because we've been to the FDA before and we already have a commercial product with commercial infrastructure set up and ready to go.
Jeff, I really appreciate that. We're right up against 10:30 a.m. U.S. Eastern. Very much appreciated. It's Jeff Dow. He's the CEO of 60 Degrees Pharma, trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker SXTP. And you can get more information about 60 Degrees Pharma by writing us at sxtp@redchip.com. Thanks again, Jeff.
Thanks very much, Craig, and to everyone who listened in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next company on today's RedChip Biotech Investor Conference is Innate Bio, ticker INAB on the NASDAQ, presenting today William Ho, CEO and co-founder. William, are you there?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Great, nice to see you, nice to see you. I see your investor presentation is already up. Let's get underway. Let me make some preliminary remarks and then you jump right in, okay?
Awesome.
As I was saying, we're going to start William Ho's presentation in just a moment. Then we're going to open the event to your questions, as we always do. We're going to keep everyone's lines muted throughout the presentation. Please submit your question by tapping the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window and writing in your question. We'll then consider it. Before we begin, please let me read the Safe Harbor Statement. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. William, please go right ahead.
Great. Thanks for having me. Great to be here again, and great to be with the RedChip team. My name is William Ho. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Innate Bio. We'll start off with our typical disclaimers, but welcome today. I want to introduce everybody to Innate Bio. We are a company developing novel therapeutics focused on gamma delta T cells. It's a specific subset of our white blood cells in which our scientific founder and chief scientific officer, Dr. Larry Lamb, is one of the world's best experts. Today, we're one of the leading companies developing gamma delta T cells for both oncology and autoimmune disease. In our oncology programs, we have patients with aggressive cancers, both acute myeloid leukemia or AML and glioblastoma, who remain more than 4 years out progression-free. And so we're excited to talk about our pipeline today. We believe that these gamma delta T cells can drive cancer remissions, consolidating the standard of care. We believe they have greater precision and safety than some of the other cellular therapies that are out there. And we have among the strongest capabilities in this field. Our expertise is driven by the first observations by our scientific founder, Dr. Lawrence Lamb. In the 1990s, he was a clinical immunologist at the University of South Carolina, where he actually made this observation. He found that patients with leukemia who had naturally high levels of these gamma delta T cells had almost 4 times higher survival outcomes. The survival curves are shown here in front of you. Almost a 71% long-term survival rate versus only about a 20%. And so he spent the better part of his life and career trying to make this observation into a therapeutic. And I think today we are progressing our pipeline and having really exciting results. This is our pipeline. INB 400 is what we call Deltex allo, or allogeneic or donor-derived gamma delta T cells being infused with leukemia patients undergoing transplantation. Very similar to the results that I showed you just previously, we're trying to give patients who are undergoing transplantation with aggressive leukemias higher levels of gamma delta T cells by transferring them into those patients. We are continuing to enroll and treat patients in our expansion cohort, and we expect to have a clinical update towards year end, likely at the American Society of Hematology meeting that occurs in early December. So keep your eyes out for that, and we expect to have updates later this year. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about our INB-619 program. That's our T-cell engager. It's a more novel approach to T-cell engagers, which is an exciting area that can target both autoimmune disease and oncology. And then finally, I'm going to kick off today talking about our solid tumor program, INB-200 and 400. Those two programs are actually quite similar. They're in frontline glioblastoma, or GBM. And the difference between these two programs is 200 was an IIT, or investigator-initiated trial, and INB 400 was our own corporate-sponsored IND that was in phase 2. But to kick it off, we're going to talk about INB 200 and 400. Glioblastoma is a devastating brain tumor. It impacts about 14,000 newly diagnosed patients in the United States every single year, and another 14,000 in Europe every single year. Unfortunately, there's been no change in the standard of care since 2005. More than 20 years with no significant improvements. What you see in front of you is actually a glioblastoma. This is a glioma. The purple represent the cancer cells, and it's a large mass that is often growing in these patients' brains. And the question is, how do we improve survival? The truth is, the bulk of this tumor, this dark purple area that you see on the right-hand side, is not what often kills the patient. On the left-hand side, what you see is the bright pink healthy tissue. If you look carefully, scattered throughout that bright pink tissue are individual little dots. And those dots are the tumors that are often found inside the margin of the surgical resection, what ultimately grows back and results in the patient's death. Our goal is, how do we use the standard of care to eliminate as much of the tumor as possible and then attack what's left behind? Because if we can eliminate the residual tumors or reduce their numbers, then we can allow the patients to live longer. And so we took a very different approach to the standard of care, or approaches to cellular therapy. We start off with newly diagnosed tumors. What you see here is a highly heterogeneous tumor in this cartoon. We treat with this conventional standard of care, radiation and chemotherapy. We drive towards what's known as MRD, or minimal residual disease. Conventional dogma would have you continue to treat with the standard of care until you grow a large, resistant, bulky tumor like you see on the bottom right. Our particular approach, we focus on the gamma delta T cell. We genetically engineered the gamma delta T cell to survive combined dosing. One of the big challenges of standard of care is it kills our white blood cells. It kills your own soldiers. And so what we did is we hijacked the tumor's own resistance mechanism to the chemo, genetically engineered it into our gamma delta T cells so that they can survive. The chemo kills much of the tumor, but it also drives synergies. It upregulates a signal on the surface of the residual tumor cells, here marked by the red triangles. That allows our gamma delta T cells, because they can survive, to identify any residual tumors and attack them, and we get to lower and lower amounts of any residual tumor. This concept of going into newly diagnosed cancers in combination with chemotherapy was actually demonstrated just this past week from Allogene. In their large B-cell lymphoma trials, they combined in the frontline setting with R-CHOP and showed a significant difference in the percentage of patients who had minimal residual disease. And so that's a proof of concept, and we think proof of our particular approach. And so our particular trial, again, we're going with standard of care. Here in this picture, everything above the blue line is the standard of care, what patients normally go under across the world. So patients are surgically resected. After about 4 weeks, they undergo daily radiation and chemotherapy. That radiation and chemotherapy can kill white blood cells. And then there's a maintenance phase. It's 6 monthly cycles, 5 days of chemo followed by a 23-day break. Everything that we've added to these patients is below. When they undergo surgical resection, we inserted a catheter into that resection cavity. That way we can access the tumor directly. After about 3 to 4 weeks, we take blood from the patients in a process called an apheresis. We manufacture a product. We genetically engineer the cells so that they can survive combined dosing with chemo, and we cryopreserve it. And in the maintenance phase, we had 3 cycles. Patients in cohort 1 received a single dose. Patients in cohort 2 received 3 doses. And in cohort 3, they received up to 6 doses, once with every single month of the maintenance cycle. The hypothesis or the concept is as what you can see before. With every subsequent dose, if we can just keep the number of residual tumor cells constant, then the patient should have a longer time to progression and overall survival. If with every dose we can reduce the numbers of residual cancer cells, then perhaps we may be able to outrun the tumor's growth and eliminate it. And so we ran this first trial. We actually have data here combined. The phase 1 was run at the O'Neill Comprehensive Cancer Center at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. The phase 2, we ran across additional centers. Our patient data is across 4 sites, so it's not just a single site of data. We ran enrolled patients at also Cleveland Clinic, Moffitt in Tampa, and the Ohio State University. We treated a total of 17 patients. Last year, when we dug into our data, we found 10 patients who were enrolled in a contemporaneous control arm. These patients were enrolled across the same centers. The profile of these patients don't look any different. We'll show you that momentarily. But we've seen no major toxicities events or adverse events across the treatment arms. And we believe the outcomes of the treatment remains consistent across the centers. The summarized data, when we look across all of our patients that we treated and the control arms, there are not really any significant imbalances. If there are any differences, it's usually off by an N of 1. The methylation status, unmethylated patients generally do not respond to chemo, and so they progress very rapidly. The median age, older patients tend to progress more rapidly. The ages are very similar, 67 in the control. Across all our repeated dose patients, 64. The genders are very similar, off by an N of 1. The only difference across the patients that we were able to identify is the resection type. A greater number of patients, 80% in our control cohort, had a total resection versus only 43% in our repeat dose patients. Generally, patients who have a total gross resection, resected so that you cannot see any residual tumors, tend to do better. You would expect the total resections to actually to live longer and have a longer time to progression. And yet, when we look at our data across the cohorts, in the control cohort, we had a median progression-free survival of 6.6 months and a median overall survival of 13.2 months. When we look at all the patients who received more than 1 dose, 1 dose, our first cohort, was the safety dose. We didn't expect it to be efficacious. But when we looked across all the patients who received either 3 to 6 doses, the median time to progression was now almost equivalent to the overall survival in the control cohort. As of our last readout at the end of December, the median overall survival was not reached, but we're currently sitting at 17.2 months. And we expect to have an update, likely at a medical meeting mid-year. Historically, we have presented at the American Society of Clinical Oncology, or ASCO, which is the largest oncology meeting every single year. On the right-hand side, we decided to take a differentiated look at it. How many of our patients are remaining progression-free longer than they were expected to survive based on their age and the response rates to chemotherapy? And so here, Time 0 is the time in which we expected them to survive. If they remain progression-free longer than that expected survival outcome, these bars are to the right. Typically, patients have to progress before they die of their disease. You would expect the curves to be to the left. And as you can see here, more than half of our patients remain treated with 3 to 6 doses, remain progression-free longer than they were expected to survive. This is meaningful outcomes. These are outcomes, in many cases, more than a year, that gives time with their families, time to take vacations, time to see kids graduate, time to see kids grow. And as you can see here, we have a number of patients who are out fairly long-term, beyond 18 months, progression-free. The Kaplan-Meier curve, the traditional analysis, here you can clearly see the separation of the curves between the patients that received 3 to 6 doses versus the standard of care. Despite the small numbers of 10 and 14 patients, we reached statistical significance on the progression, and in overall survival, we have not yet attained median, but this continues to grow, and we'll provide an update later this year. Moving on, we're going to talk about our T-cell engagers. This is a unique program that we developed in-house. In 2022, in the New England Journal of Medicine, a clinician by the name of George Shett published some remarkable data of autoimmune patients who were treated with CD19 CAR T that he could generate cures. In 2023, almost all of our CAR T competitors in the cell therapy space became autoimmune companies. Just recently, in the last week in Nature Medicine, there was a publication of one patient who had 3 significant autoimmune diseases who were cured of all 3 of them. But the challenge is that CAR T results in a lot of toxicities. It puts patients to the brink, often to the brink of death. And so we wanted to see if we can create a T-cell engager. T-cell engagers are an exciting space. In the autoimmune landscape, autoimmune disease will impact 1 in 6 women. Millions of patients will have autoimmune disease. However, with the T-cell engagers, today, they are plagued by potential toxicities. The vast majority of T-cell engager companies do the same thing. They target CD3. Just recently, there was 2 transactions in the last 3 weeks. One company called Aura was acquired by Gilead for almost $1.7 billion. There was another company called Cura who had a deal transaction, $180 million upfront in that transaction. And last year, a competitor in the space called DrenBio had their phase 1 asset acquired by Sanofi for $600 million upfront. And so we think we can do better. The challenge with all of the T-cell engagers is that the vast majority of them target CD3. When I target CD3, I not only target the alpha beta T cells, but I target NK T cells, gamma delta T cells, Tregs. They secrete this cytokine soup that results in a lot of toxicity or T-cell exhaustion. 60 to 80% of patients will have cytokine release syndrome. About 10% of them grade 3 or greater, meaning they are inside the ICU. Last year, a company called Janux reported data with their prostate cancer drug. In there, they showed 96% all grades of CRS, 8% grade 3. So no different, despite engineering to try to reduce the CRS. And so we believe the challenge in the T-cell engager space is that many people broadly target CD3. It overactivates the immune system. It creates toxicities, and it causes T-cell exhaustion. T-cell exhaustion means that your T-cells are no longer fit enough to kill. And so we at IN8Bio have created a unique platform, one targeting CD19, so it has broad coverage across all the B cells. We're trying to generate what today is called immune reset. And then we cover both the V delta 1 and the V delta 2 compartments of the gamma delta T cells. Importantly, we overcome the limitations of the first generation of gamma delta T cell engagers, such as LAVA, where there were not enough gamma delta T cells to kill the targets. We drive expansion of the gamma delta T cells. I'm going to show you some of our preclinical data. Here we show in healthy donors, one of the challenges historically is that gamma delta T cells have highly variable numbers. Here we take 3 healthy donors, starting from 0.3 to 4.4% of gamma delta T cells, and we have across all 3 a very tight, what we call EC50 or kill curve. 50% of the targeted B cells can be killed at 36 picomolars, a very low concentration of our engager. Here, I'll just show you pictorially. On the left-hand side, this is an experiment. These are B cells, a cell line called NOM6 that expresses CD19 with our gamma delta T cells, 1-to-1 ratio over 24 hours. Quite clearly on the left-hand side, you can see this plate is full of cells. On the right-hand side, all we did is we added our T cell engager, and you can see that plate is being cleared. Within hours, there would be no more B cells in that assay. What's important is that our gamma delta T cells do not secrete cytokines that drive cytokine release syndrome. When we tested it across 3 different donors, I'll just highlight IL-6 because that's the validated biomarker for CRS or cytokine release syndrome. To save people from CRS, we treat with an anti-IL-6 antibody. You can see this blue line is flat. There is no dose response. Our gamma delta T cells do not secrete any IL-6. And so what we did last year is we ran head-to-head against 2 commercially available B cell depleters. Amgen's blinatumomab here on the left-hand side, Roche's mosunetuzumab targeting CD19 and CD20. Both of these are commercially available, and we ran them in assays head-to-head. Here we started at their FDA-approved concentrations. We did 5 times dilutions. We started at a very high concentration of our own engager because we want to see the cytokine secretion that I'll show you next. And here you see at every concentration, we are at least equivalent in the green line, if not greater B cell depletion than the commercially available. Importantly, if you look at the high and the mid, when we looked at the cytokines, you can see the various CRS-associated cytokines. In green, our compound is markedly reduced. In fact, IL-6, as I mentioned, the validated biomarker, the high dose at 5 nanomolars or 5,000 picomolars is equivalent to the production of mosunetuzumab at 28 picomolar, 178 times difference. And so we believe we can widen the therapeutic window, increase the dose to generate complete B cell depletion and potentially B cell or immune reset to help treat autoimmune disease. It's a significant opportunity. We're making advances here. We expect to provide our first animal data later this year, likely in the 3rd or early 4th quarter. That is related to some corporate work that we did. We raised the financing in December. Coastlands Capital led that financing. We raised an initial $20.1 million in the first tranche. The mouse data from the T cell engager will trigger a second tranche. That second tranche would get us runway into through 2027 into early 2028. We have a lot of milestones coming across our pipeline. INB 100, as I said, the leukemia program, will have an update towards the end of this year at the ASH conference. INB 200 and 400, we expect to have additional clinical data at the ASCO conference mid-year, and then we will present additional data from our T-cell engager later this year, which, as I said, can trigger a second tranche of additional financing. Importantly, we recently announced that we're going to have an R&D day. It'll be in New York City on May 21st. We have an esteemed neuro-oncologist, Dr. David Reardon, Chief of Neuro-Oncology at Dana-Farber in Boston, who will be speaking on our behalf about his experience treating GBM patients. And we will update across our pipeline our clinical data to date, as well as the progress on our T-cell engager. And so I want to thank you today for attending this webinar. We are focused on gamma delta T cells. These are powerful immune cells that can be used in both oncology and autoimmune disease. We believe we have a safer safety profile. Across our clinical trials to date, we've seen no CRS, we've seen no neurotoxicity or any severe adverse events. We are targeting large markets with very little competition, and we have demonstrated that we have proven execution, being able to consistently deliver on our milestones, delivering clinical data, and advancement of our clinical pipeline. Thank you. I'll pass it back to Greg.
Thank you, William. Thank you. William, we already have several questions submitted.
Awesome.
For investors hearing about Innate Bio for the first time, how would you describe at a high level what makes gamma delta T cells special and why your approach could be meaningfully different from other companies?
Right. Look, the vast majority of cell therapy companies focused on the alpha beta T cell. The reality is there are multiple cells involved in the immune system. And when I think about the immune response, it's not just a single instrument. It's not just a bass. It's not just a trumpet, but it's the music that comes from the symphony. And so the advantage is the gamma delta T cell is like the conductor. It can communicate with all the different instruments inside our immune system and tell each of them which one should go and which one should stop, and to pace and time them. On the battlefield, as we try to target oncology, if you think about it, the advantage of the gamma delta T cell on the battlefield is it's the guy or it's the person with the radio that can call in all parts of our immune system.
Thanks for that, William. Now, you may have covered this, but I feel it's worth asking again, and these people are wondering too. Among your pipeline programs today, William, which one is it again that you believe is the most important driver of value for the company, and tell us why?
So look, near-term value or value is driven by different milestones historically in biotech. I think with respect to near-term value, I think our recent financing kind of says where many of the investors are focused, and that's on the T-cell engager. As I said, very recently there have been deals, 1.7 billion for Oro, a licensing deal with 180 million upfront, all targeting these T-cell engagers in autoimmune disease. We will have additional proof of concept and initial animal data later this year, and I think that is the largest near-term driver of value.
You talked about a cash runway into 2027, William. Key milestones. What key milestones should investors be focusing on in the next year and a half? And how are you thinking about balancing pipeline progress with protecting shareholder value?
Look, it has been a challenging 4 years. We continue to advance our pipeline. Here, going back to these milestones, we've outlined some of our milestones. We have indicated we expect to have additional clinical updates. There's a lot of interest on our leukemia program. We will update those patients by the end of this year at a medical meeting. We continue to believe, as we've enrolled our expansion cohort, that we are having an impact in these severe leukemia patients and we can make a difference. We will provide updated clinical data of our GBM program mid-year. We are also working on publication, peer-reviewed publication of that data, so you should expect to see that sometime in the near term. And we are continuing to execute on our operations to advance the T-cell engager. It's an exciting opportunity, potentially worth billions, and we will demonstrate our first animal models and the ability of this T-cell engager to deplete B cells mid-year, probably in the third quarter. So there are a couple of milestones coming up between now and the end of the year. Some of those milestones will trigger additional capital coming in. With the cash that we had on hand ending 2025 with just over 27 million in cash, it gets us into the first half of 2027. The second milestone will get us through 2027 through IND for the T-cell engager and into early 2028.
30 seconds left for you, William. As Innate Bio expands beyond cell therapies into gamma delta T-cell engagers and autoimmune diseases, how should investors think about your long-term vision Are you building a multi-product company or a broader platform? Sorry, we only got 30 seconds for you to answer.
I think it's important to build a platform with technology that drives value for patients and pharma companies, right? I think there's been a tremendous string of acquisitions. If we can build something of value, potentially there will be deals and acquisitions sometime in the future. But near term, we are focused on developing our gamma delta T cell platform, using our know-how to create long-term value for both investors and potentially pharma.
Well done. Thank you, William. Thank you very much. We're right up against the 11 o'clock hour. William Ho, Innate Bio, INAB on the NASDAQ. For more information, call us 1-800-RED-CHIP or write us at inab@redchip.com. Thanks a lot, William.
Thank you, guys.
Our next company on today's Red Chip Biotech Investor Conference is Diamedica Therapeutics, ticker DMAC on the NASDAQ. Presenting today, Rick Pauls, CEO and President. Rick, are you there?
I am. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity.
Good morning, Rick.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you going to be displaying your presentation today?
I sure will be. Hopefully you can see my screen here.
There you go. All right, as you're doing that, looks like you've already done it. Let me go over the safe harbor statement very quickly. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements. And, of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Let me just add also that if you have any questions, please, audience, click the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window. A text box will appear, then you can type in your question. We will consider it for today's show. All right, please go right ahead.
Great. Well, appreciate the opportunity. And we'll start off with the cautionary notes. So great. So Diamedica, so what we're developing is a synthetic or recombinant form of a critical protein called KLK1 tissue kallikrein. KLK1 is in all of us. It turns out that patients have are at risk of preeclampsia, stroke, hypertension, kidney disease, have low levels. So sometimes in simple terms, we say we're doing is really protein replacement therapy. But I would say it's very unique about our protein is that there have been forms of this protein that have been treating patients for decades and literally millions of patients over the years. So going back to the 1940s, Bayer, the German company, started isolating the KLK1 protein from pig pancreas in Japan for hypertension. And even today, there are several 100,000 patients that are being treated with the porcine form in Japan. Similar number also being treated in China for hypertension. And then more recently, in the last 15 years, a company in China, Shanghai Pharma, started isolating the same protein from human urine for the treatment of acute ischemic stroke. That form of the protein today is treating almost 1 million patients a year. So sometimes I say the problem we've solved is that we figured out how to manufacture the recombinant or synthetic form of this naturally occurring protein, as there's been numerous attempts over the years unsuccessful to make a form that could actually bring it into the clinic. And so what we're focusing today is our primary focus is on the treatment of preeclampsia. Last year, we had some very encouraging proof of concept data to showing that our drug could very clearly lower blood pressure and increase blood flow to the placenta, potentially targeting the root cause of the disease. While we're also in a pivotal trial for acute ischemic stroke. And importantly here for the stroke program, what we believe our drug does is increasing blood flow to the ischemic area, that area at risk of dying following a stroke. And we should have some meaningful data updates later this year. Importantly, we've got a very strong capital structure. We've got about $60 million in cash that give us a runway through the end of 2027 and clean cap structure. There's no warrants and there's no debt. So in terms of our pipeline, we'll start off with a preeclampsia program. So we're just launching a phase 2 trial in the coming months. That'll be starting off in North America with initially in Canada. And then this will be early onset preeclampsia. And then meanwhile, we've got an investigator-sponsored trial that's ongoing in Cape Town, South Africa. And throughout later this year and into next year, we should have an additional 4 clinical trial readouts. While that's all happening, we're also in a pivotal trial for acute ischemic stroke. We anticipate having our interim analysis before the end of this year. The interim analysis will be on the first 200 patients, in which case we'll either stop for futility or resample size. If we see a resample size that's a drug effect that's comparable to our phase 2 data, and for all the clinical use of this protein in Asia, we would look at completing the trial the following quarter. So starting off with preeclampsia, it's a disease many people have heard of but don't really understand well. But preeclampsia, in simple terms, is a hypertensive disease of pregnancy. And specifically, this typically happens sometimes after the 20th week, when the demands of the blood flow, nutrients, oxygen outstrip the source that's getting to the baby. We're most interested in the early onset before 34 weeks. That's really where the greatest clinical need is. And the rationale there is that if a mother develops preeclampsia week 35, 36, typically just deliver the baby and the baby and mother do well. However, if the baby is delivered at 28 weeks, that baby could be in the NICU for 6 months. Before 28 weeks, there's about 40% of these babies will have long-term disability. So there's just a huge unmet medical need. In the US, there are about 200,000 patients a year that develop preeclampsia. But again, where the greatest need is the early onset. And there's about 30,000 of these patients in the US. And there's also a related disease called fetal growth restriction, where the baby is not getting enough blood flow nutrients. And we think that our drug can also treat that patient population. And so there's another 20,000 patients there. So what we look at is the really targeted patient population are about the 50,000 patients in the US that have early onset preeclampsia and or fetal growth restriction. And the main reasons why these mothers have to deliver early is blood pressure. And so we'll talk about here in a few minutes why that's important and how our drug can address. This is just showing that every day that you can keep that baby and mother can have a significant effect in terms of reducing these very serious neonatal events, starting off with death and then looking at major morbidity. So just taking a little bit of a step back and just high level how this disease develops just for context. So under a normal pregnancy, sometime after the 20th week, in the first trimester, we've got these spiral arteries that open up. And so what happens is we've got trophoblast cells come in and strip the smooth muscle cells, strip the endothelial cells, and create basically this 10-lane highway. And that's really where everything gets, all the nutrients, blood flow, goes from the mom to the baby. For reasons we don't fully understand, that this process does not develop well for preeclampsia patients, and these spiral arteries do not open up. And when that occurs, sometime after the 20th week, the demands of the baby in terms of oxygen nutrients outstrip the supply. That then creates what we call as a hypoxic placenta, and that then releases oxidative stress, which ultimately releases what we call these noxious factors. Things like SFLT, SCND, IL-6, they come in and damage the endothelium, and this ultimately is the first telltale signs is high blood pressure. And so typically after systolic blood pressure gets over 160, that's really when the OB/GYN doc's starting to prepare for delivery. They'll also look at other factors like eclampsia in the brain, hemorrhagic stroke, seizures, lungs. But then proteinuria is really the other key factor that often occurs in these patients. And what's important with what our treatment pathway here is that we're targeting this, I mentioned this recombinant synthetic protein that produces nitric oxide, prostacyclin, endothelial-derived hyperpolarizing factors that are all depressed in these patients. And the difficulty with this disease is that we don't have a lot of treatment options today. And importantly, we can't use some of the best treatment options like ACE inhibitors, ARBs, because they're small molecules and they've been shown to cause harm to baby. And because of that, they're contraindicated. And so all we really have today is to help to control the blood pressure for literally a few extra days. Using labetalol and nifedipine, they can help to acutely lower blood pressure for a few days, but they don't address the underlying cause of the disease. And so a very important factor about our treatment is that we are developing a large molecule of protein that should not pass the placental barrier, and we've shown that. So from a safety perspective, if our drug is not getting to the baby, it's a very critical safety profile while showing we can control blood pressure and get more blood flow to the placenta. So talking about our mechanism of action, first I'll just point out that the levels of our protein, the KLK1, are depressed in patients in both preeclampsia and also depressed in patients with preeclampsia with severe features where the levels are lower. So again, we see this sometimes as simply protein replacement therapy, restoring something that's in deficit. So again, recombinant human KLK1 protein is what we're developing. And so through the production of bradykinin, activating the bradykinin 2 receptors, releases really 3 very critical vasodilatory factors, and those being nitric oxide, prostacyclin, and endothelial-derived hyperpolarizing factors that all work together to be increasing blood flow. So important to recognize that these 3 factors really target different arteries and conduits. And so if we look at nitric oxide, it's really the most relevant on the larger conduit arteries, where the EDHFs are really in the smaller arterioles. And so really working together to, again, increase the blood flow and also lowering blood pressure. So I showed you earlier a similar slide here. So the premise is that if we can increase this whole pathway, so increasing levels of our protein, which then increases the nitric oxide, prostacyclin, EDHF, and VEGF, we think we can potentially be targeting the root cause of the disease. So if we're getting more blood flow to the placenta, there should be less oxidative stress, there should be less of these noxious factors that are being released, and less damage happening to the endothelial. And usually the first telltale signs if our drug is active and is on target is that there's a reduction or control of blood pressure, while also improving and repairing the endothelium, improving maternal organ function and angiogenesis. I would also just like to mention is that I talked about earlier about these crude forms of this protein that are being used in Asia. We've been able to track down a number of publications showing the porcine form of our protein to really show very significant improvements in the outcomes for both the mothers and the babies. So again, all we're doing is manufacturing the synthetic form. And sometimes I say the analogy that I like is a bit like insulin. So insulin was initially marketed, commercialized by Eli Lilly. Genentech came along. They were able to figure out how to manufacture the synthetic recombinant form of insulin, partnered up with Lilly, and then today all the insulin, in particular in the US, is all recombinant synthetic. So a very good analogy of what we're trying to do here at Biomedica. Turning to the results of our interim analysis data that we had, some proof of concept data that we shared last year. So these are patients that mothers that the plan is that they need to be delivered within 72 hours and often within 24 hours. And really what we wanted to determine, first and foremost, does our drug cross the placental barrier? And the only way to really know that is to deliver the baby, deliver the placenta, look at the cord blood, and seeing if there's any of our drug DM199 in the cord blood. We would not expect it to cross, but really the only way to do it is to test it in patients. So these mothers came in, they were all on maximum treatment options for preeclampsia, typically on maximum labetalol and nifedipine. They'd come in, they'd get first dose IV, and then 2 hours later, they'd get a subcutaneous dose. And we had 3 patients per cohort. And we really wanted to also see at what stage can we see a significant drop in blood pressure to tell us that our drug's on target. The other aspect we also want to looking at is that can our drug increase the blood flow to the placenta? And so that's basically using a Doppler ultrasound, and they actually can look before and after and seeing if there's a reduction in what we call the resistant index, and a reduction in the resistant index directly correlates to more blood flow to the placenta. So first, of course, from drug development, and particularly when you're dealing with pregnant mothers and their babies, is safety. And so importantly, we had no serious treatment emergent events. What we did see for adverse events were really very consistent with this patient population. Potentially a little bit of some facial flushings that we did see with our drug, in which that all self-resolved. And then there were a number of expected events of preeclampsia, things like postpartum hemorrhage, eclampsia, HELLP syndrome, and pulmonary edema, but all within line with what you typically see in this very serious patient population. Importantly, from a safety perspective, we had no signs of hypotension. And so the main adverse event we have seen with our drug is that during that first IV infusion, if it's too rapid, we can cause a hypotensive event, so a large drop in blood pressure. When that has occurred, stop the infusion, and blood pressure goes back to baseline within a few minutes. So again, the very important aspect of this is a naturally occurring protein that we just simply made the synthetic form. Turning to some signs of efficacy, the placental crossing. So what we can see here is that at each of the cohorts, you could see increased levels of our drug measured in the mother, but none detected in the cord blood. So just confirming that our drug doesn't get to the placenta and getting to the baby. So we really don't have to worry about what that drug could be doing, causing some off-target effects. Turning to signs of efficacy, looking at blood pressure. So after the IV infusion, that was approximately over 2 hours. 5 minutes later, one of the key endpoints we had is that blood pressure measurements. And as you can see here, is a very clear dose response curve, and in particular, getting into cohort 6 and cohort 9, you see very significant drops. Keep in mind, these mothers are on this trajectory of blood pressure increasing very rapidly, and within minutes of receiving the IV infusion, we see very significant drops. When we combine cohort 6 to 9 is really where we're going to be targeting for our next ongoing trial. We see a 25 millimeters drop in systolic, 13 in diastolic, and as you can see here, there's an immediate drop. You can see a very clear drop and very small p-values, indicating pretty much every patient responded. Just for a little bit of additional context, so if we take a step back and looking at all the time points that we had measured within 24 hours, we had kept the systolic blood pressure below 160. As soon as systolic gets over 160, the OB, GYN docs starting to prepare for delivery. And so you can see here very clearly we kept them below at each time point for both the systolic and the diastolic. And then the other part that we were also very excited about is that I talked about earlier about using Doppler ultrasound to measure the resistant index in the intrauterine arteries. And as you can see here, there was, just after 2 hours, there was a statistical significant drop, 13%. Again, low p-value, indicating most of these patients are all moving in the right direction. So importantly, when we go into the larger clinical trials where we'll be dosing for a longer period of time, if we could be dilating these intrauterine arteries for a few weeks, ideally, we think we could see a profound impact in terms of having larger, healthier babies that stay in mom for a longer period of time. And really, as I mentioned earlier, every day you can delay delivery can have a very large impact in terms of how that baby turns out. So just to summarize, we think we have really the ideal drug profile for preeclampsia. We believe that we can improve blood flow to the placenta, we can control blood pressure. The last clinical trial for preeclampsia, the study failed, but the main reasons mothers had to deliver, over half, because that systolic blood pressure gets over 160. And importantly, it's how we do it. But we do it by improving endothelial health. And then most importantly, the safety profile is absolutely critical here when you're dealing with mother and her pregnant and her little baby. And so again, very excellent safety profile. It's a naturally occurring protein, and very, very importantly, our drug does not cross the placental barrier. So what's coming next here? So we've got a phase 2 trial that's being initiated here right now over the coming months. This will be starting off in Canada, and then plan to move it into the UK and to the US. Well, we've got an ongoing study that is going on in Cape Town, South Africa. And so really, between now and through the end of the year and into next year, we're anticipating to have 5 separate clinical readouts that will all help together to help us select which dose will go into the phase 3. And at phase 3 right now, we plan anticipating around 250 patients will likely be the base case. So while that's all happening, we're also in a pivotal trial for acute ischemic stroke. Stroke has been a very difficult indication. There's been a lot of drugs that have failed over the years. And what we've learned is that things like oxidative stress, neuroprotectants, they haven't worked. And so what we do know that works for stroke is blood flow. So if you're starting off with TPA, the clot buster is involved in dissolving the clot, blood flow gets reestablished, patients improve. TPA is used in about 10% of patients today, and the reason is you only have that 4.5-hour treatment window. Whereas mechanical thrombectomy is the other treatment. We're coming with a clot retriever, pull out the clot, blood flow gets reestablished, and patients often improve immediately. That's only eligible for patients who have what's called a large vessel occlusion, and about 10% of patients there are also being treated. So in total, for acute ischemic stroke, only about 20% of patients are being treated. So with our therapy, by having a 24-hour treatment window, we think we can capture 500,000 patients that are not being treated today with our path here in terms of increasing blood flow. So without getting too much into the weeds in terms of the science, just at a very high level, what happens in the brain You got these endothelial cells, and under normal conditions, on those endothelial cells, you've got what's called bradykinin 2 receptors. What happens is that typically then native bradykinin comes in, attaches, and it vasodilates. What's very exciting, what happens following a stroke, is that these bradykinin 2 receptors on endothelium are upregulated 35-fold. But what the body is missing is the ligand bradykinin. So we come in, we give DM199 systemically, it releases bradykinin, bradykinin attaches to those where receptors are. And because those receptors are all upregulated on that side of the brain where there's a lack of blood flow, it focally vasodilates and pulls in blood flow from other parts of the body. If we zoom out from the cell level, we can see what happens here under early stroke. You've got the ischemic, the penumbra area that's at risk of dying if you don't get blood flow reestablished. And if you don't have a treatment like ours, if you don't get TPA, if you don't get mechanical thrombectomy, you're going to get a large infarct and permanent damage. So all around here, if you can see where that clot is on the DM199 treatment here, you can see all in that little gray area here, those receptors are upregulated. Our drug releases bradykinin, focally vasodilates, and actually pulls in blood flow from the other parts of the body. And that's why we believe patients improve and why we also think we can reduce the risk of having a recurrent stroke. So what's unique about this whole program is that in China, there's a human urine form of the KLK1 protein currently being marketed today by Shanghai Pharma. Last year, almost 1 million patients were treated, and there's been a few hundred clinical studies showing the beneficial effects. So we really took all of this data coming from China with the urine form, talking to experts there, talking to the neurologists, and we really call this our playbook in terms of which patients should we target, how long should we treat them for, and a lot of those factors that you could actually get caught up doing multiple phase 2 trials, we think we can be very targeted, so we think we can maximize the efficacy in our clinical trials. So turning to our phase 2 trial, so what we saw is one of the learnings is that if a patient does receive mechanical thrombectomy, which is maybe 10% of patients today, giving our drug on top of that did not show a beneficial effect. Excluding those patients, what we saw was a 15% absolute improvement in what we call full recoveries. So a modified Rankin score of 0 to 1 represents a full recovery. As we looked at our data a little closer, looked a little bit more at the data with the human urinary form, what we discovered is that patients coming in with a severe stroke don't do as well in terms of getting to that full recovery. So for our pivotal trial, we've excluded those patients, and looking at our phase 2, we see a drug effect about 19%, which is very consistent with what we see with the human urinary form. Just to put this all into context, so TPA, the only drug approved for stroke today, initially got approved on a 13% absolute improvement versus placebo. Later, extension studies went out to 4.5 hours, where they see a drug effect of only 7%. We see that as really the clinical bar, because today, stroke neurologists will try to give TPA to pretty much every patient they can that can get to the hospital within 4.5 hours, because even a 7% improvement versus no treatment, can have a profound outcome in terms of these patients. It could impact their ability to speak, to walk, to even to feed themselves. And so what we see from a clinical bar here is just 7. We think with our therapy here, ideally high teens, maybe getting up closer to 20%. But most importantly, having a treatment option that can start within 24 hours, so we can capture, at least 90% of patients today who have a stroke. So this is our pivotal trial design. This is again targeting moderate stroke severity patients. These are the ones we see the greatest effect with our drug, and we've seen with the human urinary form of the protein. Patients come in, they get first dose IV within 24 hours, and then they'll get a subcutaneous dose twice a week for a total of a 3-week treatment regimen, with the primary endpoint at day 90, where we'll have the modified Rankin score of 0 to 1. We're planning to do what we call an interim analysis after the first 200 patients, and how that interim analysis will work. If we're not seeing a drug effect, we'll terminate the study. Otherwise, we'll be doing a resample size. And we believe if we see a resample size that's comparable to the phase 2 data I shared with you, which is very comparable to the data coming out of the human urinary form, we should be looking at close to 300 patients. And so we're planning to have that interim analysis by the end of the year. And if it is 300 patients, we would then looking at completing the study in the following, completing the enrollment in the following quarter. So just to summarize here, in terms of our IP protection here, so again, by being the first company to figure out how to manufacture the synthetic recombinant form, we did this discovery. It was a non-obvious discovery that really allowed us to have issued composition of matter patents. We also got a series of formulation with the subcutaneous, some dosing, And also we have some newer patents here that are pending in terms of using, treating diseases like preeclampsia, like pregnancy disorders, like preeclampsia, fetal growth restriction. While also knowing as a biologic, there's also 12 years of exclusivity with the FDA. So here's just pointing out to our team that's currently executing our trials. I'll mention that Julie Kropp, our Chief Medical Officer in particular, has been involved in bringing several drugs through approval, including those in the women's health space. And you can see the rest of here of our directors. Last year, Dan O'Connor joined our board. He was at Ambrx and really did a nice job in terms of, within 14 months, their company had a, $2 billion acquisition. So just to summarize, I'll start off in terms of our capital structure. So 16 million cash. Again, so we've got a nice cash runway through 2027. Clean cap structure, there's no warrants, there's no debt. And we're really targeting two very large unmet medical needs. And I'd say, unlike a lot of biotech companies that are developing drugs, we basically have a playbook coming from Asia with these two crude forms of the protein to really help us to guide us in terms of which patients to target. And we think for either preeclampsia or stroke, I think both of these have a total addressable market of between $7 and $15 billion, and both indications where that if the drug gets approved, we think that physicians, hospitals will need to treat their patients because the alternative is very severe. So with that, I'll maybe open it up to any questions.
Thanks a lot, Rick. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. We already have several questions for you. First one is, which analysts cover you currently?
Yeah, so currently we've got 5 analysts. So we have Josh Schimmer at Cantor. We have Stacy Koo at TD Cowen. And then we also have H.C. Wainwright. We have Lake Street. And then we also have Craig Hallam.
I understand that the mechanism for your drug is unique. Can you please describe how it works and why you believe it will be effective in preeclampsia and stroke?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in very simple terms, our drug safely increases blood flow. So if you're starting off with preeclampsia, these patients have a hypoxic placenta, so they're not getting enough blood flow. That causes severe damage and requires these mothers to be delivered early. So if we can simply increase the blood flow to the placenta while also lowering blood pressure, we think we can, ideally, we could extend gestational days by weeks, when clinically all we need is maybe 6 days, maybe even 4 days to seeing a very clinical, meaningful outcome. And then for stroke, what's very unique about our protein is blood flow again, but more so it is increasing collateral circulation in that ischemic area, that risk of dying by those receptors, the receptor activation that I mentioned earlier. And again, for both of these programs, there's all this data with the crude forms of the porcine form, the human urinary form, that really helps us to identify which patients we think ultimately will be the best responders.
Rick, how do doctors react to DM199?
Yeah, so I've been doing this business for a while. Before this, I was running a venture capital fund, so I spent many years talking to different physicians over different diseases. And I think starting off with preeclampsia, I had never seen the level of interest, in particular in preeclampsia, in terms of physicians' questions. And the challenge there is that these doctors are basically every day they're seeing the challenges of these mothers having to deliver early. And they don't have any treatment options. They can give them, labetalol and nifedipine to control blood pressures for 5 days, maybe. And they see these just horrendous outcomes. And their big questions always is from a safety perspective. And so when they see that our drug does not cross the placental barrier, and then they seeing that some dilation of the uterine arteries, they get very excited. I'd also mention a few years ago, just as context here, Viagra, so PDE5 inhibitors, did show some very encouraging improvements in these patients with preeclampsia, but as a small molecule later showed some very toxic effects, so won't be used. So the level of interest has just been fantastic. And then same thing for stroke. Maybe not quite as the level of enthusiasm because they have been targeting a number of drugs over the years. But when they better understand our mechanism of getting that collateral circulation, we share with them the data also, not just our data, but the data coming out of Asia with the human urinary form, and even some of the more recent publications. We actually can see MRI scans. We actually can see before and after that these patients, you can see the brain basically being lit up, which is showing there's getting more blood flow to the placenta. And again, for both of these indications, we're targeting patients. There's not a treatment option today, and the outcomes if for these mothers and for these stroke patients is huge, and it's just a very sad situation.
We'll wrap it up there as we rapidly approach the 30-minute, the bottom of the hour. Rick Pauls, thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to share our story with you all today.
Glad you could make it today.
Yep.
Again, it's DiaMedica Therapeutics, ticker DMAC on the NASDAQ. And if you'd like more information, call us at 1-800-REDCHIP or email us at dmac@redchip.com. Our next company today in the RedChip Biotech Investor Conference is BioVie, ticker BIVI on the NASDAQ. Presenting today will be Kong Do, CEO and President. Kong, are you there?
I'm here, Greg. Thank you so much for having me here.
Great to see you again. We're so happy that you have been able to make it today. Will you be showing your presentation today?
I will.
Okay, bring it on up. Make sure that's okay. Meanwhile, I will read the safe harbor statement. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements, and of course, forward-looking statements can involve risks and uncertainties. As is the case throughout our webinar today, if you have a question and you're on Zoom, click the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window. A text box will appear, and you can then submit your question. Thank you very much. Kong, I'm done. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you, Craig. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. Just very quickly, my name is Kong Do. I'm the President and CEO of BioVie. I'm a biochemist by training. I spent 17 years at McKinsey, where I helped build the healthcare practice there. Since then, I've been serial chief strategy officer for companies including Merck and for all of Samsung. I've also started 3 biotech companies myself, actively invest in biotech startups, serve on their boards. That's how I got to BioVie. I put in some early money into the company, was on the board to shepherd through the program in liver disease. Then a few years back, I came across a molecule that was convinced would become the first truly effective drug for Alzheimer's and the first new treatment for Parkinson's in decades. So from my board seat, I orchestrated the acquisition of that asset. And at that time, the board asked me to step in to lead the company. At BioVie, we have 2 assets. Our lead asset is a drug called bezisterim. This is the drug that we acquired, which is a novel modulator of TNF-alpha production. So in various clinical trials, it has shown that it can reduce inflammation and reverse insulin resistance. Parkinson's patients have seen improved muscle control. Alzheimer's patients have seen a 68% slowing of cognitive decline, with everyone experienced lower levels of DNA inflammation. So essentially, this is a modulation of the DNA of the biological aging process. So I'm on my laptop, so sorry, things are moving around unexpectedly. Our second drug is F2, which is the legacy of startup the company. It has the potential to be the first therapy for ascites, which is a condition, an end-stage liver disease condition that has greater than 50% mortality. We have 2 imminent near-term catalysts. This to be in June this year, so just a few months away. And our top line from our long COVID trial is expected to be out before the end of the summer. As I mentioned, we're all about insulin resistance. And our drug candidate is bezisterim, which is a orally bioavailable, so patients take a capsule in the morning and 1 at night. It freely crosses the blood-brain barrier, and it works through something called ERK and NF-kappa B. Essentially, it blocks the activation of ERK and NF-kappa B to prevent the production of TNF-alpha. And if you don't have TNF-alpha, you prevent more inflammation. You also prevent activation of IKK and JNK, and therefore that reverses insulin resistance. And insulin resistance, we believe, is actually the key to many neurodegenerative disorder. It starts with inflammation. Your inflammation then triggers and drives insulin resistance, and insulin resistance starts to do a lot of bad things. Now, it's been known in Parkinson's disease that two things has to be present at the same time in order for um, Parkinson's symptoms to be present. The first is you actually need low dopamine in the brain, but the second is you actually need inflammation and insulin resistance. Most people think of Parkinson's simply as a muscle disease that's associated with an absence or a lack of dopamine, insufficient dopamine. That's part of the story, but it's not the whole story. Now, since it's been known that you need insulin resistance, people have tried for decades to essentially reverse insulin resistance in the brain, but no one's ever been able to do so. Right? And that's why the drug levodopa remains the standard of care 5 decades after it was first introduced. Levodopa is a great drug. It helps restore muscle control by enhancing the level of dopamine in the brain. It is a really, really good drug, but it does have several problems. One is that it actually has a short half-life. That means patients have to take it 3, 4, 5 times a day, which could be problematic overnight when you sleep, because when you wake up in the morning, you have no control of your muscles. The drug is worn off overnight. You can't get out of bed. Right? So that's one problem. The second, and perhaps the bigger problem, is that Parkinson's itself is a neurodegenerative disorder. So as the disease progresses, as more and more dopaminergic neurons die, you actually need to take higher and higher doses of levodopa in this effect. But therein lies the problem. As you get to higher doses, it causes something called levodopa-induced dyskinesia, which is the uncontrollable tremors that you see Parkinson's patients have. And when you have a dyskinesia, all you need to do is go back to the dose and wait for it to pass. And as you get back on the dose, so it's a terrible situation that Parkinson's patients have. And it's a condition that we believe bezisterim can address. Because in our preclinical trials, in rodents and in marmosets or non-human primates, we found that bezisterim alone is equally effective as levodopa in restoring muscle control. Now, that's a huge statement in and of itself. That means no drug has been able to match levodopa. But what we found using combinations, using bezisterim in combination with levodopa, you saw a synergistic effect. So you saw maximum. But what got us involved is that at the end of the study, we sacrificed the monkeys with the brains. We found that those that were treated with bezisterim contained twice as many neurons as those treated with just levodopa alone, suggesting that there is a neuroprotective property to the drug, which to us is not at all surprising, because we know that bezisterim bursts insulin resistance. That means there's greater glucose that's available to neurons. We also know that bezisterim enhances blood flow to the brain, so that just means greater oxygen availability. So when you have more glucose and oxygen available, that also bodes well for better neuronal health. So based on that, it enrolled 40 moderate Parkinson's patients. We essentially replicated in humans the same study that we did in monkeys. And we essentially found exactly the same thing. We found that those that were treated with the combination, as shown in, saw better muscle control than those treated with just levodopa alone, shown in red. We also found that about a third treated with the combination, control of their muscles first thing in the morning. Their muscles were considered to be in on state first thing in the morning. So this phase 2A trial establishes human proof of concept that you can use bezisterim in combination with levodopa to restore muscle control, to enhance muscle control for moderate to severe Parkinson's patients. And it essentially gives us the first half of what we want to do in Parkinson's. And we are now conducting a phase 2B trial that aims to establish the second half, namely use bezisterim alone with Parkinson's patients at a much earlier stage in their disease. So we have enrolled 60 Parkinson's patients early in their disease. All 60 of these patients need to go into therapy for the first time to address their symptoms. We have randomized half to just bezisterim and then the other half to a placebo. And what we're trying to show in this trial is that those treated with bezisterim, essentially bezisterim can help those patients address both their muscle control as well as their non-motor symptoms. Non-motor being things such as anxiety, mood, depression, sleep. This trial is fully enrolled. Last
Hey, hey, Kong, this
Yes.
is Craig. Sorry to interrupt. We did cut your video, hoping that that would help. You're very hard to understand, and we're thinking maybe you could hold the microphone closer to your mouth.
Okay,
That may help.
let me give this a shot. Hopefully this is better.
That's much better. I can hear it
Okay.
already.
All
Continue
right.
that way, please. Thank you very
Perfect.
much. Thank you.
So the last patient is coming in for his or her last visit on May 1st, which means that we should be in a position to have top-line data readout by the end of June. And when fully developed, we believe this could become the first new therapy for Parkinson's in over 5 decades. We believe this could become the first treatment to potentially delay the progression of the disease, namely delay the neurodegeneration. And we believe this could become a $3 to $5 billion annual sales opportunity in the US alone. With that, let me move on to our trial in long COVID. You may be asking yourself, what does long COVID have to do with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's? And to be honest, we had no idea when we started this journey. Our experts clued us in on it. I've had COVID 3 times now, as I'm sure many people on this call. And I and many on this call are among the lucky majority, because when we got the infection, our immune systems kicked in and fought off the virus, and afterwards, our immune system got back to normal, our body got back to normal, and life moved on. And this is the reason why the world essentially has just forgotten about COVID, right? Because life moved on. But unfortunately, for 17 million Americans, that is not the case, because they continue to suffer from the lingering after effect of the infection that shows up as brain fog, fatigue, and malaise. 3 million Americans have it so badly that they have had to quit or change their jobs simply because they cannot keep up with the physical demands of the job. Many of them are just on disability. And within the last couple of years, researchers have tied those long COVID symptoms to inflammation that works through exactly the same mechanisms that bezisterim affects. So essentially, for these 17 million people, after the virus has been fought off, has been killed off, they still have small fragments of what's called the envelope proteins and the spike protein continuing to linger and circulate in their body. So while there's no active infection, their immune system is tricked into thinking there is one. So it's constantly mounting an immune response. And as the immune system is active, it is producing a lot of TNF-alpha, right? And that's the belief in what's really triggering a lot of the long COVID symptoms. We did not know any of this. It was our experts who put this in. They also told us about a grant program that we applied to, and we've received a $13 million grant to support a exploratory trial. In fact, we are the only organization, company, nonprofit, only organization of any kind that has received a grant to explore whether a therapeutic can help address these CNS symptoms of long COVID. With the grant, we are enrolling 100 patients into a trial where half will be given bezisterim, and then the other half will be given placebo. And we're exploring a number of different cognitive and physical attributes as well as biomarkers as well. Okay. This trial is rapidly enrolling right now because most of the long COVID centers associated with academic medical centers in the country are working with us. Places like Yale, Mount Sinai, Mayo Clinic, Stanford, UCSF, they're all working with us because frankly, we're the only game in town. We have the only therapeutic that's being tested for long COVID. So this trial should be fully enrolled by the end of this month, which then puts us in a position to have top-line data readout by the end of this year. And I must tell you, we get to see the blinded data as they come in. So we don't know who's on drug or who's on placebo, right? But we are seeing an encouraging pattern of some people getting better, like some are telling us they're back to normal. Their thinking is clear, their activity levels back to normal. And frankly, there are a bunch of people who are just not getting better or slightly getting worse. And so if that unblinds the appropriate way, if those are getting better are on drug, when we unblind the study, the community will be in for a great day because this could become the first therapy for long COVID. And if we see that at the end of the summer, we'll go to the FDA in the fall to have a conversation with them about accelerated approval or perhaps an emergency use authorization as well. And if that happens, we believe we would be in a strong position for partnering opportunity or frankly a takeout by larger companies because we know companies are eyeing the study looking at this. And we believe this could become a $10 billion annual sales opportunity in the US alone, right? And 10 years annual sales. So we are the rare biotech microcap company that has plenty of cash to last towards the end of the year. We have 2 imminent data readout, right? And unfortunately, we are lumped in with all of the other companies where no one understands our story or current market cap. It's only 10 million trading half our cash. Any way you want to discount these 2 drugs will lead you to a valuation that's substantially higher than our current market cap. And that's the reason why I believe we are woefully undervalued. I believe we represent a terrific buying opportunity for investors who have 6 to 12 month investment horizon. And I say this not because only I'm the CEO of the company. I'm also one of the largest shareholders in the company. I just recently crossed the 5% threshold between my direct holdings, my options, and my warrants. All right, so with that, let me stop it here to see if you have any questions. All right, I'll stop the share, and maybe I can go back on camera, and then I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kong. We already have several questions in. How should investors think about bezisterim? As a pipeline of indications or as a platform drug with broad applicability across inflammatory and neurodegenerative conditions?
That's a great question. And the way that I think about bezisterim itself as a single molecule is that it's a starting point for a bunch of CNS-related conditions. Because think of it this way. Neural inflammation and insulin resistance affect all parts of the brain. And for one patient, the affected lesion could be in one part of the brain that leads to Parkinson's. For other patients, it could be in part of the brain that could lead to Alzheimer's. And for some, it could be both, or it could be traumatic brain injury, ALS. So everything in the brain is affected by neuroinflammation and insulin resistance. So over time, we'll explore additional CNS indications. But we also have sister molecules to bezisterim that do not cross the blood-brain barrier. And we look forward to the opportunity to develop some of those molecules for other indications. So this together as a family of molecules is a broad platform, but in bezisterim alone is a single molecule that has applicability across different CNS indications. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Kong. From your perspective, what is the most compelling piece of data that gives you confidence heading into the next phase of development?
Well, I guess a few things. One is in multiple clinical trials so far, we have seen bezisterim essentially demonstrate efficacy signals. We've seen reduction of inflammation. We've seen an impact in insulin resistance. We've seen improvement in muscle control. We've seen improvement in cognition, right? So there are multiple signs that gives us confidence that there's an efficacy signal is point one. Point number two is that we do look at the blinded data across the Parkinson's and the long COVID trial. And we're seeing an encouraging pattern of some people getting better and some people getting worse or not improving at all. And the pattern we see would be suggestive that this is something going on with this drug. And lastly, in all of the clinical trials so far, the drug has shown to have a quite safe profile. The number one reported side effect has been a mild headache that disappears after a day, reported by about 8% of patients. So we have signals of efficacy, we have signs of safety, and you want those two things when we unblind, and we are quite optimistic that that as we unblind, we'll see the results that we're seeking.
Kong, at what inflection point do you see BioV becoming attractive to larger pharmaceutical partnerships?
Well, we've had a number of conversations with larger pharma companies over the years, and the feedback from them has been consistent. They like the molecule, they like the mechanism. They just want us to go and do the trials and come back and talk to them when we have the data. And I get it. I've been on their side of the table, right? The world out there is littered with promising molecules that fail in phase 3. And in big pharma, no one has ever been fired by playing it safe. And so I get it. So we'll go and do the hard work to demonstrate that it works. At that point in time, we'll re-engage with the companies that we've spoken to over the years and essentially get them re-engaged and looking at the data. And I think there is a good chance, that we'll be able to create a feeding frenzy, positive data coming out of the Parkinson's trial. Namely, this could be the first new therapy in Parkinson's in over 5 decades. It could be the first therapy that could demonstrate disease modification, right? And likewise with long COVID, this could be the first therapy for long COVID, period.
Beyond clinical readouts, Kong, what other milestones should investors be tracking as indicators of progress?
Well, unfortunately, we are now in an industry of show me, right? So show me the data. So we've been working for a lot of years now to conduct these 2 clinical trials, and we are very much looking forward to and reliant on these 2 clinical readouts. But we do have another molecule in BIV201 to treat ascites. Ascites is end-stage liver disease. And when the body gets to this point, the liver is so scarred that it's no longer able to process fluid the way that it normally does. So that fluid accumulates in the abdomen, right? And there's no therapy for it. So the only thing that you could do right now is stick a large bore needle into the abdomen and physically remove all that fluid. But since nothing has been done to address why the fluid accumulates in the first place, those patients are back in the hospitals every week or 2 to get another 5 to 10 liters removed. Right? And frankly, the only objective to treating these patients is to try to keep them alive for as long as possible so they may qualify for a liver transplant. And since there are not enough livers to go around, it's a condition that has over 50% mortality rate within a year. Our drug candidate, BIV201, is essentially a solution for that. In a phase 2A trial, we demonstrated it's safe. There was no drug-related SAEs. We were then in the midst of a phase 2B trial to demonstrate efficacy. But halfway through the trial, we decided to terminate the trial, because by then we already had enough data to show that those on treatment had greater than 50% reduction of ascites fluid buildup. And due to the high mortality, we thought that the only ethical thing to do is to stop the trial and engage the FDA in a conversation about what it would take to register the drug. And since we already have fast track and orphan designation, we only need 1 phase 3 trial to get the drug registered. So at this point, we have received all the feedback that we need from the FDA to proceed. We just need to raise $25 million. So that's why, for those that are observant and following us, you may have seen that we have filed an S1 with the SEC to essentially take a new company public, a company called Option Therapeutics. Our intention is to drop BIV201 into Option Therapeutics, essentially spin off a portion of the company to raise $25 million to initiate that clinical trial. So we're just waiting for market conditions to improve or to get to a point where it will allow us to go and raise $25 million. So that's another thing to be looking out for in terms of how we're making progress.
Kong, what probability of success do you assign to your long COVID program, and how should investors think about it within your overall valuation?
Um, right now, I don't believe anybody gives us any credit for long COVID. So right now, I don't think we're being valued um, for long COVID. But this, frankly, is the program that I'm most bullish on, right? Um, in our current trial, as I look at the blinded data, I see a pattern of separation to indicate that there is activity going on. I hope that holds up as we unblind the trial. We also see lots of other encouraging signs around long COVID. And we believe that even if we focus on the 3 million Americans who have a very severe form of long COVID, whereby they're on disability or no longer able to work, this could become a $10 billion annual sales drug in the US alone. So this could be our biggest selling drug in the near term. This is 3 million Americans with severe long COVID compared to 1 million Americans with Parkinson's. So I think this is actually the company's most exciting indication.
Kong, as you just pointed out again, Parkinson's, currently your most advanced near-term catalyst. Now, what should investors understand about the significance of that upcoming phase 2B top-line data expected in the second quarter?
Yep. The key point to a phase 2 trial is for us to really just get two numbers. One is called the magnitude of therapeutic impact. So how much better are treated patients on various endpoints compared to those that are on placebo, right? So how well does the drug work? And then the second thing that we're looking for is the standard deviation. So essentially the variation around that impact number. We need those two numbers to power the phase 3 trial that we then would need to conduct to register the drug. So that's really the importance of this trial. When we report top-line data readout, we will discuss the various motor and non-motor endpoints, and we will give everyone a sense of how well does the drug work compared on those endpoints for those that are treated compared to those on placebo. The magnitude of the impact is important. The variation is also important because that allows us to power the phase 3 trial. And soon thereafter, we will give some guidance on how large the phase 3 trial will need to be. We estimate, based upon what we know now, that trial could be 300 to 400 patients large. We think it could be on the smaller end, right? But time will tell as we get the data.
Thank you, Kong. How important are correlations between clinical outcomes and biomarkers like TN-alpha and Rho-tau for de-risking future trials?
Well, at the end of the day, the FDA likes biomarkers, right? So if there's a biomarker that we can point to that is highly correlated to the progression of the disease that's recognized by the FDA, that's great. But unfortunately, there are few of those biomarkers that's recognized by the FDA. But thanks to the work by the Michael J. Fox Foundation, who also supported our work, by the way, um, they have shown that the alpha-synuclein represents a biomarker that could be used as a marker of the progression of Parkinson's disease. So they are doing a lot of the hard work to validate that biomarker, and we wish them the best of luck, and we are absolutely behind them on that. We are also advocating 3 different biomarkers. One is DNA methylation. So we believe that is actually perhaps the leading biomarker for age-related neurodegeneration. So all of our trials, we're looking at DNA methylation, and over time, we're hoping to get the FDA to recognize the importance of that as well.
We have a minute and a half left. Kong, would you like to close with some final thoughts, maybe the value proposition? Once again, tell us in a minute, why should anyone be interested in BioV?
Well, BioV is a rare pharma, small biotech company that has multiple shots on goal. Right? In bezisterim, we have a novel modulator of TNF-alpha. It is currently in the clinic for two indications. One is for Parkinson's. Our Parkinson's trial is going to be reading out before the end of June. This could become the first new therapy in Parkinson's since levodopa was introduced over 5 decades ago, and it could become the first therapy that could modify the progression of the disease. And this represents a $3 to $5 billion annual sales drug in the U.S. Bezisterim is also in the clinic for long COVID, an indication that currently has no therapy. And that the long COVID trial is expected to read out before the end of the summer, and this could become a greater than $10 billion annual sales product in the US alone. I believe that we are woefully undervalued, and any way you want to look at these two indications, you will get to a valuation that's substantially higher than our current $10 billion market cap. We're trading at half our cash, and we have two imminent near-term catalysts. I believe we represent a terrific investment opportunity for those who have a 6 to 12-month planning horizon. So with that, I thank you so much for your time today, and please do your research on our company.
Thank you very much, Kong. And if you would like more information about BioV, write us at bivi@redchip.com. And of course, you can always call us at 1-800-RED-CHIP. Thank you, Kong Do, BioV. Next up, we've got Vin Singh, the chairman of the board and CEO of Bullfrog AI, BFRG, on the NASDAQ. Vin, are you there?
I'm here, Craig. Great to see you.
Great to see you again, as always, Vin. Vin, I think you're going to be presenting your presentation today, so let's bring it up onto the screen, if you would. Meanwhile, let me get the safe harbor out of the way. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, or plans or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements, and of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Viewers, if at any time throughout this presentation you wish to ask a question of Vin, then please click the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window. A text box will appear. You can then type in your question and submit it to us. Vin, we're ready. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you are. It's great to be with you today. To start off, what is Bullfrog AI? We use AI to basically address the challenges in the drug development world, biotech or pharma. So let's just jump right into it. The problems that we are trying to tackle, you're all familiar with. You're all investors in this space. A lot of money gets spent in R&D. The success rates are unacceptably low. And shockingly, big pharma still fails about 50% of the time in phase 3. And as we know, it takes 10 to 15 years and $1 to $2 billion to develop a drug. So those are very expensive failures. Biotechs don't really have the right tools to address their challenges. And there's really a need for AI tools that are designed for biomedical data and the challenges that exist in the broader life sciences. So why do you want to invest in Bullfrog? This is a really exciting time to invest in Bullfrog, and I'm going to talk more about it. But some of these things you're probably familiar with, and some are relatively new. We do have a proprietary AI platform. Okay, we don't use open source tools and put wrappers around them. That's not us. We have proprietary tech from Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. We have some really exciting partnerships that give us a very powerful competitive advantage and have allowed us to unlock some amazing discoveries. We've been engaging big pharma, and we continue to do that. We continue to build our pipeline. And as most of you may know, a couple of weeks ago, we announced our first commercial agreement with a top 5 pharma. This is a huge, huge milestone and validation for Bullfrog. This gets us on the radar. Finally, our financial position has dramatically improved. We now have cash into late 2027. So we are, all the pieces are in place. We're very well positioned going forward. So as I said, we're using AI really to solve the challenges, to decode the complexity that exists in biological systems. And as I mentioned, our AI, the core of it comes from Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, which is a multi-billion-dollar subsidiary of Johns Hopkins. This is an award-winning technology. And from that core technology, we've continued to innovate and added our own truly advanced and proprietary capabilities. To our knowledge, nobody can do the things that we can do, and we monitor this on a continuous basis. And we've been told that by Big Pharma, multiple Big Pharmas. So really exciting opportunity, exciting future ahead of us. When it comes to the AI world, the other piece of that equation is data. And the good thing is the real, truly valuable, rich data sets that you need to make discoveries that are going to eventually eradicate disease, we hope. That market is growing, and it's growing very quickly, and the data is becoming more affordable. It was cost prohibitive maybe 10 years ago, the types of data that you need, but that's really changing. And that's great news for us, and it's great news for our pharma partners, and it's great news for the patients. So as I said, we're not a biotech company, okay? We are an innovator in the AI world. Through our experience and helping companies solve problems, we've developed AI solutions, and now we have a end-to-end capability that does not exist to our knowledge in the industry. I'll walk through these very quickly, but this has come, like I said, through the challenges we faced in preparing and analyzing data. The first tool that we have is an AI tool to clean and structure data. It's called BF Prep. So we can do what a team of data scientists would need months to do. We can do it in hours or days. And this can be with the most complex data you can imagine, massive data sets with handwritten notes. So this is called BF Prep. And it's a great door opener for conversations and start building relationships with companies. More than 60% of the companies across all industries do not have AI-ready data. And that's a big problem because everybody wants to use AI and integrate it into their IT systems and their entire operation. The next thing we have is BF Leap, and that's really our analytics engine. That's what's given us, made the discoveries that we've made and really put us on the map. And then the final is something called BF Arenas. So this is a really powerful tool and an important one, because what it allows you to do is take all the outputs you get from AI. Let's say you get a series of options to pick from. How do you know which one to go with? And this uses some really cutting edge algorithms and methodologies and AI agents to help arrive at the right answer. Okay, and it could be anything. It could be, what CRO should I work with? It could be which drug target should we advance, or which biomarker. And the great thing about all three of these solutions is we can go horizontal. We're not going to do that now, but these can be applied really to any industry. And as you probably know, biomedical data is far more complex than data from any other industry, so it would actually be easier applications for us. But that's, for another day. The other thing I want to point out is our AI platform is not a black box. It's explainable. It's transparent. We can show exactly how it arrives at the predictions and recommendations that it makes. So the big news came out about 10 days ago. we secured our first commercial agreement with a top 5 global pharma. This is huge because this came out of the having really powerful technology and also a phenomenal data set that we worked on with the Lieber Institute for Brain Development. And through this partnership, we've discovered the genes that drive major depressive disorder, schizophrenia, and bipolar. And this top tier pharma wanted to work with us on major depressive disorder. So this is we've already kicked off the project, and this is just the start, okay? This is the first step. When you do these are more like a pilot project, 6 to 12 months, but you got to do that. They want to kick the tires. We are super confident that we're going to deliver, okay? And that's something about us that I think is different than a lot of other companies. We're not in the over-promising, under-delivering business. We do the opposite. For this project, we are very, very confident. And our partner is going to come away with a target for major depressive disorder that they can then bring into their R&D programs. So, the other thing is we think once we get in the door, we can expand inside that pharma, and they've told us this. They've said, look, there's other things we'd like you to do. So I think we can build a substantial business inside this particular partner. And once we get through this first project, we move to, the much bigger opportunities, the biobucks deals that we hear about. And those are obviously transformative for a company our size. I have a couple of case studies that really demonstrate our capabilities. One is we worked with a private biotech called Alazon Pharmaceuticals. They had this legacy data and more recent data on a phase 3 pancreatic cancer study. And to their shock, we were able to clean and structure this massive, messy data set. And I'm talking tens of thousands of pages of PDFs with handwritten notes. And then analyze that data, and we identified biomarkers and a subgroup of patients that had a 3x improvement in survival. That's a big deal. And it was such a big deal that they said, we got to submit an abstract to ASCO GI. We did it. It was accepted and presented a few months ago. So just another example of when we get our hands on data, what we can do with it and the incredible discoveries we can make. This is a great example of our capabilities. We are attending AACR, I think we'll go out there in a couple of days. So this is a great case study for us. As you know, AACR is focused on cancer research. So we'll be working hard to attract more customers while we're there. We are exhibiting at that conference. I also mentioned the Lieber Institute. So we had exclusive access to the world's largest brain repository of neuropsychiatric patients. And that's how we made those discoveries. So you have very powerful proprietary AI with a one-of-a-kind data set. Nothing like this exists in the world. And that's how you make powerful discoveries. Why are these powerful? Because if you know anything about CNS drug development, especially neuropsych, historically it's been about behavior and symptoms. We now layered on the biology. We've discovered what we believe are the genes that drive those diseases. Now you have a true precision medicine approach to neuropsychiatrics. And this could be expanded out to neurodegenerative diseases as well. But right now we're focused on neuropsych. And, why is this such a big deal? Just if you think about it, unlike any other part of the body, you can't punch biopsy somebody's brain, right? And study their brain tissue. You can't do that. Animal brains are not a good model for human brains. So through this partnership, we've, overcome those challenges and made these phenomenal discoveries, and we're incredibly excited. And our partners at Lieber Institute are also very, very happy. We have a very scalable business model. Our platform is scalable. We don't need to write new code if we're dealing with a massive, data set or a relatively small one. It doesn't matter. And we can operate with shallow and wide data, which is important because a lot of times when it's like you're thinking about clinical trials, you might have 50 patients or something like that. That's really important. So that when you think about our business, so we're really looking at strategic partnerships. We're going to continue that, whether it's with our AI, with our discoveries. We're getting broad interest, whether it's the solutions that we offer. And those are, like I said, door openers. We're going to be looking for, continue looking for more channel partners to help us ramp this. But we're also going to start building our own commercial team because we think these are unique, solutions that are, the value proposition is crystal clear. So we should be successful with these. So as far as milestones looking forward, Q1, we nailed a couple big ones. We launched BF Arenas. We got the deal done with the top 5 pharma. We want to continue getting more of these deals. Like I said, we have a pipeline. That pipeline is going to grow much faster now, okay? We were not on anybody's radar before, and now we are. So that's a game changer. I expect the sales cycles to shrink from over a year to maybe 6 months or less, depending on what we're doing. I expect deal sizes to go up because you got to, those first deals, you got to do like a pilot type deal, a short-term pilot type deal. But those all, then you're validated and it leads to the much bigger deals. And that's where we're headed. And we have a very experienced leadership team. I'm just showing a couple members of the team. We are a lean organization, though. We have 8, 9 employees. Obviously, me and my background. Josh Blatchers, our CFO, is a lot of experience as a public company CFO in the biotech world. So he's been a fantastic part of the team. And we're just focused on executing. We're going to continue to stay lean, not burn a lot of cash. We don't need to because we have really good technology. And it's funny, I've been saying this for years. It's finally come full circle, right? Now you're hearing that in the broader AI world that, hey, you can have this small organization that does big things if you have the right technology. The other thing is things are changing where for the past 10 years, pharma's just doing these more traditional AI partnerships. Well, now they're starting to make acquisitions. They're doing, big tech partnerships. I don't know if you saw Anthropic acquired a very tiny 8-month-old AI drug discovery company. And I believe that company raised, very little money, maybe a couple million. Somebody can confirm that, but they acquired them for $400 million. And I like that. I think that's a great benchmark for us because, head to head, I don't think there's really a comparison because we have these solutions, we have great technology, we have drug targets for all these neuropsych disorders. So anyway, I was excited to see that news, and I think, as an investor, you should be too. So just to reinforce why Bullfrog is a great investment, again, proprietary AI platform, okay? We're not using open source with a wrapper. We got some phenomenal partnerships, Libra Institute, as an example. We have a growing pipeline. We have this deal that we've done with the top 5 pharma, which is just phenomenal, for a company like ours. And we are a very lean organization, and we're going to stay that way. I can tell you that even if we got a multi-million-dollar contract, we may need to hire 1 data scientist. So the economics are great for what we're doing. And that's the story.
Thank you very much, Vin Singh from Bullfrog AI. Great presentation as always. Vin, we've already got a ton of questions in here for you. Now that you've secured a major biopharma customer, do you foresee the potential to secure other major pharma company contracts?
Yes. I mean, I've been saying this for a couple of years now. the first deal is always the hardest, right? Until you get that first deal, nobody believes you, nobody trusts you, nobody even knows who you are. Well, that's changed now. We're on another level. So I expect more, like I said, faster and bigger. That's my expectation. I think, for the rest of this year, don't be surprised if we do a few more of these.
As always, people were asking, what about cash? What's your approximate cash runway right now?
So, as I mentioned, we are in great shape until late 2027. Okay, so we shouldn't have that overhang at all. It's not a concern. And also, when you don't burn a lot of cash, it's very easy to, fill the coffers, right? We're not burning hundreds of millions of dollars. So, I think we are in fantastic shape. The past few weeks, we've accomplished a lot, right, to position the company for the future, and we're super excited.
Okay, you said you had cash that'll last you at least until the end of 2027, was it?
Correct.
Fits perfectly with the next question here. What catalysts and milestones are you going to be reaching until that time?
Yeah. So the big one is execute on this top 5 pharma contract, right? And very confident that we're going to blow it out of the park on that one. And then in the middle, while we're working on this, let's talk about how we can expand inside their organization, help them with other things, maybe clinical trials and other projects, and then also start positioning for that, that next step, right? The next step is these bigger biobucks deals where there's, tens of millions of dollars up front. So that's the biggest one and the one that we have the most control over. Beyond that, like I said, I expect us to get at least a few more of these deals done. And I would say, maybe another pharma might want to do a pilot first, but beyond that, I think we're going to go to, very substantial contracts.
In that recent shareholder letter, Vin, you mentioned Anthropic's $400 million acquisition of a pre-commercial stage AI drug discovery startup.
Yeah.
With your market cap being around $20 million now, it seems that Bullfrog could be a very attractive acquisition target. Would that be a path that you would be open to considering?
I'm not focused on that. I think that'll take care of itself. We are focused on executing. I believe we are extremely undervalued. I mean, just look at the story I just told. And if you look at the broader AI sector, you can look at the valuations of these companies. So, as I mentioned in my presentation, if I were to do a head-to-head comparison with that particular company that was acquired, I think we have a lot more value. So, let's see what happens. We're going to execute. The rest will take care of itself. But, the exciting thing is people coming in now, you're getting in at the ground level of a phenomenal story that's developing very nicely.
We keep getting questions about cash, Vin. This one is, again, just reiterate for the viewers, how you make money right now. Is it mainly through partnerships, licensing, or services? Mm-hmm. And what does adoption from customers look like? Just reiterate some of the things you've been mentioning, please.
Yeah, so obviously the deal that we just did is a good example of a first step, revenue generating contract with pharma. And our goal is to do much bigger versions of those, right? That include more drug targets and kind of, we'll say, more, traditional deals. That's one thing. The other thing is I talked about our 3 solutions, okay? BF Prep, BF Leap, BF Arenas. So we can also look at those kind of as products, right? And so we are now pushing very hard to market, those solutions sort of as individual, we'll call them products. And so that we expect to get more and more traction with those because the value, like I said, the value is crystal clear. These are problems that exist in the industry and across all industries, and this is a unique solution. We look at who's out there, who can do this. We're really not finding anybody that does it the way we do it. So, and those, I will say this, BF Prep and BF Arenas, deals, that involve those solutions, you're probably looking at in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. But remember what the goal is. Get in the door, impress your customer, gain their trust, and then you do the bigger strategic partnerships that are in the many millions.
BF Arenas, what is it that makes it such an ideal fit for enterprise customers again, Vin?
Well, look, it doesn't even matter what you're doing. We all have these situations, and I'll just give you an example. Let's say you're doing a risk analysis, right? The traditional way of doing a risk analysis is what? You identify risks. You just, it's too subjective. You assign weights, to those risks and severity and so forth. With BF Arenas, it takes something like that to a whole nother level, okay? It uses AI agents and proprietary algorithms. It draws on all of the information available worldwide, as well as the proprietary information that the customer has. So it just takes your decision-making to a whole nother level. It's actually, it's a phenomenal tool. And I expect broad, application and interest in this one.
With all the AI tools emerging in drug development these days, Vin, what makes yours so much better than anybody else's?
It starts with the technology. I always, when I'm telling our story, I say, look, we are an AI innovator, okay? And we're applying it to the challenges that exist in biotech and pharma. But we do have unique technology. The Johns Hopkins APL tech is the core, and then we've continued to innovate around that. We're not using, the tools that everybody else is using. That's the first big difference. And I can tell you, we monitor this on a weekly basis. Where does Bullfrog stand relative to even the giants, right? Everybody else out there. Can anybody still do what we can do? No, wonderful. But we can't sit still though. I just want to stress that. The world is, advancing so fast. So we're constantly innovating. And we'll continue developing and improving and have new tools that come out.
Vin, we've got a lot of people here today who are brand new to Bullfrog. That's exactly what we want. And they're asking questions like, what is it that you're really doing in the drug development process? How do you actually help? Is it saving time? Is it reducing costs? Is it improving trial success? Or is it maybe all of those?
Well, it's all of those things. I mean, the goal is to shrink timelines and investment and improve the odds of success. I'll tell you very quickly. So one thing that we have that is really exceptional is something called causal AI, okay? So typically with AI, you can find patterns and relationships that exist in data. And that's what AI is, and that's enables it to make predictions like what's next, right? Or what you should do or make recommendations. With causal AI, you can identify the magnitude and direction of that relationship. So when you apply that to biological systems, that allows you to identify the root causes and drivers of disease, okay? So that's key here. So when you can do that, then you understand how you can maybe shrink timelines, investment, have more success, get where you need to go quicker. For example, when you're focused on drug targets, significant numbers of drugs fail because they picked the wrong target. And unfortunately, they find out 5-10 years down the road and hundreds of millions of dollars. Get the right target, the root cause of that disease, the driver of that disease, improve your odds of success, and you can transform the whole industry. And that's going to lead to more affordable drugs for all of us, right? At the end of the day, that's what's going to happen.
Got 1 minute left. If you could get a quick answer out for this one. Data harmonization, often the biggest bottleneck in AI. How does BF Prep handle those messy multimodal data, like combining legacy paper records with modern genomic sequencing, for example, while maintaining that data integrity necessary for regulatory, i.e. FDA submission?
Yeah.
45 seconds. Thank you.
Well, first of all, everything we do is explainable and transparent, which I think is extremely important. The other thing is we have proprietary algorithms and methodologies. Okay, that's the key here. That's what has enabled us to develop this BF Prep solution. And that's actually what helped, allowed us to help Liaison Pharmaceuticals with their phase 3 pancreatic data. And we plan on helping many other companies with this because, as you know, that's a pivotal point. For biotechs, you get one shot. Pharma can absorb those failures, but it's a critical point, incredible value proposition.
Vin, really appreciate it. You fit it right in perfectly. Vin Singh, CEO of Bullfrog AI, trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker BFRG. If you want any more information about Bullfrog, write us at bfrg@redchip.com or call us at 1-800-RED-CHIP. Vin, thank you very much. Hope to see you again very soon.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Great to be with you. Have a great day. Bye.
Take care. Next up in today's RedChip Biotech Investor Conference is Nasus Pharma, ticker NSRX on the New York Stock Exchange American. Presenting today will be Dan Telemann, the CEO and a board member, and Eyal Rubin, who is the CFO. Gentlemen, are you there?
Yes, we are, and good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you too. And I see you've already got your presentation up. That is perfect. Let me get the formalities out of the way, and then you can launch. As is always the case, viewers, you can ask a question of the CEO and CFO here by clicking the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window and typing your question into the text box. You can then submit it from there. And let me read the safe harbor statement. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical fact should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Dan and Eyal, please go right ahead.
So thanks again for having us, and we look forward to sharing the Nasus story with everyone. So who we are and what we do. So Nasus has a proprietary and very unique delivery technology based on a powder that we have developed. And we're leveraging this powder technology to develop multiple intranasally administered products that we think have significant clinical value. Our lead product is our powder intranasal epinephrine for the treatment of anaphylaxis, where we most recently announced data from our phase 2 study. The phase 2 study was extremely successful and demonstrated that we have superior absorption properties compared to EpiPen, which is the standard of care right now for anaphylaxis. We are well funded through multiple significant milestones, as we'll talk through the presentation. You see here our pipeline. As I mentioned, we're leveraging this very unique powder technology to develop multiple clinically differentiated therapies. Epinephrine is our lead product. This is going into phase 3 very soon. We plan to initiate the pivotal phase 3 study in Q4 of this year, with readout of the phase 3 already happening in Q1 of 27, followed by a potential NDA submission by mid-27. We are also developing other differentiated products using the same powder technology. The next product that is moving into the clinic is our intranasal powder formulation of ondansetron. This is the most commonly prescribed medication for chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting, where the current standard of care is oral tablets. And as you can see, that program is also moving into the clinic this year. And we have some additional programs that are also moving into the clinic this year where we have not yet disclosed the molecule. So if you look at Nasus from a value perspective, we have multiple products. All of them are moving in clinical development, and we expect some very significant milestones over the next 6 to 12 months for all those programs. What makes our platform or technology unique? So we are able to control the particle size of this powder as well as the shape of the particles. We create very small particles. They're 5 to 35 microns, and they're spherical in nature, as you can see in the picture. This combination of both small size particles and spherical particles creates a powder formulation that penetrates deeply into the nose, getting into the parts of the nose, the inner parts of the nose, where there is a large surface area of absorption, significant vasculature beds, which enhance the absorption. And when you compare that to what we all know, the traditional liquid intranasal formulations, those are heavy, the particles are heavier, and therefore the liquid intranasal formulations concentrate in the lower part of the nose where there's less area of absorption and therefore lower absorption compared to our powder formulation. So this unique and very important difference between our powder formulation and the traditional liquid formulation really then drives the clinical performance of all the products that we develop. Our lead product, as I mentioned, is an anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis are severe allergic reactions. They could be fatal in about 1% of cases. The most important thing to realize and recognize about anaphylaxis or severe allergic reactions is they progress very, very quickly. Patients can get into respiratory arrest or shock within 15 minutes, and about 30% or a third of the patients can actually have a severe anaphylactic reactions within 5 minutes. So speed of treatment, getting epinephrine to patients as quickly as possible is paramount, and this is the most important factor in treating an anaphylactic reaction. Getting patients epinephrine as quickly as possible and building epinephrine levels in the blood as quickly as possible. The standard of care right now, as I mentioned, is EpiPen. So EpiPen, as you can see here, is a fairly large, bulky device. It's not very easy to use. It's certainly not very easy to carry around given its size. Probably the biggest limitation with EpiPen is that it's a needle-based product. So patients or caregivers or families need to inject the EpiPen, the epinephrine in the muscle. And many patients are really scared about needles. This concept of needle phobia is very present, is very pronounced, is very well documented. Many patients, because of this needle phobia, this fear of needles, are delaying the administration of epinephrine, and that really could lead to worse outcomes. Last but not least, the EpiPen contains epinephrine, the active molecule, in a liquid solution. Therefore, it has a very limited shelf life. This product needs to be replaced every 12 months or so. Here comes our solution, our product called NS002. Obviously, it's a needle-free product, so we already avoid the biggest limitation, which is the needle-free. As you can see, it's also very small, it's very compact, very easy to use, and very convenient to carry, so making it easier for many patients to keep that with them at all times. And very importantly, because we're using a powder formulation, which is very stable, it has no contact with moisture, it has a very long shelf life and a very long stability profile. So we are really making the product much more comfortable and usable for patients. Anaphylaxis is a very large market opportunity. Right now, estimated at about $2.5 billion, growing at double digits because of the rising incidence of allergies. As we know, more people are allergic to a lot of things, and we can see that in the growth rate. If we look at the US specifically, about 20 million patients annually are at risk of anaphylactic reaction. Yet surprisingly, only 7 million of them actually have a prescription for EpiPen, this life-saving product. The other 2/3, the other 13, 14 million patients do not even carry or have a prescription for EpiPen, which could be life-saving. And out of the 7 million that have a prescription for EpiPen, many of them do not carry the EpiPen with them at all times, as we talked, or do not refill the product on a regular basis. So really creating a significant opportunity for what we call needle-free epinephrine products. If we look at our product and where we are right now and where we're going with this, we completed several clinical studies. As I mentioned, the most recent clinical study, we announced data several weeks ago, very strong, very compelling data, which I will share with everyone momentarily. This really paves the way for our phase 3, our pivotal study, to be initiated in Q4. Because we're dealing with an acute situation, a single administration condition, our clinical studies are very short, are very cost effective, and therefore we start the phase 3, the pivotal study, in Q4, and we will already report data in Q1. So as you can see, meaningful milestones related to this program over the next 6 to 9 months, followed by an NDA submission later in 2027. If we look at the competitive environment, there are two public comparables that are competitors of ours. The first one is a company called ARS Pharma. They have developed an intranasal liquid formulation of epinephrine. And as you recall, I really talked about the differences between powder and liquid and why powder is superior to liquid. And you'll see that as we look through the data. Nonetheless, their product called Neffy was approved about a year ago and was launched, is in the market. The ARS market cap is about $1 billion right now. Aquestive is another company. They have developed a sublingual formulation, a thin film of epinephrine, which recently received the CRL, and their market cap is about $500 million. And then you have Nasus Pharma with a market cap right now of about $30 million. So a big discrepancy, a big gap between our market cap and our other competitors, yet we think we have the potential to be the best in class in this category. And if you look at the data from our clinical studies compared to EpiPen, the standard of care, or our competitors, I think that becomes very, very clear. So I will call everyone's attention to probably two very important parameters. One is T100. This is the time to reach 100 picograms of epinephrine in plasma. 100 picograms is considered the threshold of efficacy of epinephrine. So there needs to be at least 100 picograms in the plasma for epinephrine to be efficacious, to increase blood pressure and heart rate, which is what epinephrine does. So look at the data. EpiPen, the standard of care, is about 3.5 minutes. We are at 1.7 minutes. So half the time of the standard of care to get to the therapeutic threshold. This difference is not just clinically meaningful. Again, we're dealing with a clinical situation with a disease that progresses very quickly, and every minute counts. So this 2-minute difference is very, very meaningful, and that difference is also statistically significant. If you look at our competitors, you can see the numbers, they're much higher than EpiPen. So we have the product with the fastest onset of action compared to everyone in a condition, in a situation where onset of action is probably the most important parameter that physicians look at, and this was confirmed by our market research. Also, if you look at the percent of patients who reach that threshold, so not just what the average or median time is, but how many patients actually get to that level at different time points. And as you can see, with our product, already 88% of subjects already reached that therapeutic threshold at 5 minutes, compared to EpiPen, the standard of care, with 64%. So 20% more patients, and this is very meaningful and also statistically significant. And again, you can see the results for our competitors. So we have a product that really has the potential to be the best in class, has the features of a product that physicians care about the most, yet there is a big discrepancy in the valuation, which we think makes the company very, very interesting and attractive. I mentioned the most recent clinical study that we just completed and announced results a few weeks ago. It was a very robust phase 2 study. It included 50 subjects with allergic rhinitis. This is seasonal allergy. And those subjects received a nasal allergic challenge, meaning they got a small amount of allergen in the nose, which creates significant nasal congestion. And what we wanted to demonstrate in the study is the performance of the product administered either as a single dose, which is what happens most of the time, as a repeat dose, with and without the nasal challenge, and obviously always comparing to the standard of care, which is either a single or a repeat dose of EpiPen. Broadly speaking, the study really confirmed the findings from our prior clinical studies, really demonstrating that the powder platform has superior absorption compared to EpiPen. Specifically, we demonstrated a shorter Tmax, so this is the time to reach the maximum concentration, and a shorter time to reach the therapeutic threshold. We had many more subjects reaching the therapeutic threshold at very early time points. And we were also able to demonstrate that we delivered total amount of epinephrine that is higher compared to EpiPen in that first 5 to 10 minutes, which are the most critical time window for patients in an anaphylactic reaction. The pharmacodynamic effect, again, this is the effect on blood pressure and heart rate, was very similar to that of EpiPen and always within normal limits. And the product was really well tolerated. There were no SAEs, no cardiovascular events, only mild local adverse events that resolved spontaneously and quickly. If we look at the actual PK curve, so this is the level of epinephrine in the plasma at different time points. The red line is EpiPen. The blue line is our product. Very easy to see that we have faster absorption in the first 10 minutes, which is the important time period. And that level is being sustained over a long period of time. Even with nasal congestion, again, the significant amount of nasal congestion that is being caused, this is the results with the green line. We have absorption that is sustainable and is always above the therapeutic threshold. So the product works, our product works very well in normal conditions as well as under nasal congestion. And this is very unique to our product. These are the pharmacokinetic properties of the product. I call your attention to what I said before, the T100. As you can see, it is half the time of EpiPen, and this was statistically significant and obviously very clinically relevant. The Cmax is very comparable to that of EpiPen. Very importantly, and I think this is something that people really need to get their handle on. So this looks at the percent of patients who reach that therapeutic threshold at different time points. And again, the focus is on the early time points, which matter the most for patients in an anaphylactic reaction. So look at what happens at 2.5 minutes. With our product, close to 70% of patients already reached the therapeutic threshold versus only 27% with EpiPen. So this is a huge difference, and that difference was also very statistically significant. You can see the p-value. That continues at 5 minutes. You can still see the significant difference and the statistical power. Obviously, with time, EpiPen catches up, but we are really focused on those first 5-10 minutes, which are the most critical for patients in an anaphylactic reaction. When we look at the pharmacodynamic response, so this is the effect on the systolic blood pressure, we see a transient increase, and this is what we expect from any epinephrine product, and we see it's always within the normal limits. Same with heart rate, we see a transient increase in heart rate, which is within normal limits. So as you can see, about 8 to 10 beats per minute for a few minutes, which is what we want from a product in an anaphylactic reaction to occur. We then looked at a repeat administration. In certain cases with EpiPen, about 10 to 15% of patients may require a second dose because the first dose was not sufficient to resolve the anaphylactic symptoms. Therefore, we need to see what happens when a second dose is administered. And here you see the same results in normal conditions and under nasal challenge. In all situations, our product performed better than EpiPen. So 2 doses of our product were superior to 2 doses of EpiPen with and without nasal challenge. And this is very important, and I think another key differentiator between the Nasus epinephrine product and other products in development or other needle-free epinephrine products. Same with the other pharmacokinetic properties, demonstrating a much shorter Tmax, statistically significant, and a much shorter time to reach therapeutic threshold, significantly shorter than EpiPen in a statistically significant manner. The product, as I mentioned, was very well tolerated after single and repeat administration. No SAEs, and this is critical. No cardiovascular AEs. Most AEs, as I mentioned, were local in nature. Almost all AEs, local AEs, were self-resolving and did not require any treatment. On the local side, we saw primarily runny nose. But again, keep in mind, those were subject with allergic rhinitis, seasonal allergy. So runny nose is an expected adverse event or outcome in the subject. Other than that, really some nasal itching and some nasal congestion. On the systemic side, nothing out of the ordinary. It was all what one would expect from any epinephrine product. So this is similar between EpiPen and our product. So we have a very broad IP for our company. The IP covers both the technology itself, this unique powder technology that I keep referring to, and we also have IP on the individual products that we develop. And the IP has been granted, goes to 2038 without any patent term extensions that we would expect to have. So we have a very long patent life for our products. So just as a quick summary, and then happy to take questions. Nasus is really leveraging its proprietary powder technology to develop a pipeline of clinically differentiated and clinically meaningful products addressing acute and emergency medicine situations. Our lead product, our powder intranasal epinephrine for anaphylaxis, has demonstrated superior performance and absorption compared to EpiPen, the standard of care, in multiple clinical studies. We are now getting ready for our pivotal study, which will start in Q4 and will read out. We are advancing our additional pipeline products, again, all addressing significant market opportunities, and those will be in clinical studies in Q3 and Q4 of this year. So we have multiple milestones, multiple value-creating events over the next 6 to 12 months. And we think this makes Nasus a very unique company with multiple catalysts and attractive valuation. Thank you for your time and attention, and happy to take any questions at this point.
Yes, and we already have many for you. Walk us through the T100 data in more detail. At 2.5 minutes, 67% of NS002 subjects were at therapeutic levels versus 27% for EpiPen. How should investors think about the clinical significance of that gap in a real anaphylaxis scenario?
So thank you for that. So it's a great question. So I want to paint the picture here for everyone just to think about. So imagine you're with your kid at a birthday party and your kid is allergic to peanuts. And accidentally they get exposed to peanuts, and all of a sudden you're in this party and your kid starts having difficulties breathing and is falling. You're stressed, you're panicked, and you need to give them their EpiPen. The EpiPen, as I mentioned, is not an easy product to use. You need the parent in this case needs to pull it out. They needs to take it out of the case. They need to stick the needle in the thigh. They need to wait a few seconds. So all of that is happening while everyone is panicked. The kid is panicked. The kid may not be breathing. The parent is panicked. So time is of the essence in this life-threatening clinical emergency. And when you keep that in mind, that anaphylaxis is a very time-sensitive clinical situation, this data becomes very, very important. Because what we show is that already after 2.5 minutes, our product had reach the therapeutic level in close to 70% of the patients compared to 27 with EpiPen. And again, that if you go look at 5 minutes, that number goes even higher. And the T100 is really the driving force behind this. We have the shortest time compared to EpiPen, half the time to reach the therapeutic threshold, which, as we said, in a clinical emergency where every minute counts, that difference is very meaningful.
The NAC, or Nasal Allergic Challenge data, showed NS002 maintained its PK profile under congested nasal conditions. How does this compare to what we know about neffy's performance under similar conditions, and why does powder versus liquid matter here?
Definitely another important question. So let's look at our data, and I think this is case. So the nasal allergic challenge again is that small amount of allergen that is placed in the subject's nose and creates significant nasal congestion, and that mimics what happens in the initial stages of an anaphylactic reaction in certain patients. And as you can see here in the green line, we always maintain a therapeutic level of epinephrine despite the nasal congestion. We are always above that 100 picogram threshold that I keep referring to. And this is unique to Nasus. Other products in developed were not able to show or demonstrate this sustained absorption of epinephrine despite nasal congestion. So, and this difference is driven by the proprietary powder, because the powder, as I said, gets distributed throughout the nose, gets into deeper parts of the nose where a liquid formulation cannot get to, and that explains really the difference in the absorption properties, the fastest onset of absorption, the higher total absorption, which allows us to maintain those levels even in nasal congestion.
neffy is already on the market with $72 million in fiscal year 2025 revenue and global approvals and filings. And Anafilm got a CRL but plans to resubmit in the third quarter of 2026. How do you position NS002 as best in class when you are the latest entrant and are years behind on your regulatory timeline?
Yeah. So it's a great question, and I think this comes down to where I think investors should really appreciate the opportunity in Nasus. So first off, neffy's approval is a great step for this therapeutic area, for patients, for families, for physicians. It really provided them the first needle-free option after many years, and this is something that patients have been longing for many years. And so neffy, or ARS, the company behind neffy, is really the trailblazer, so to speak, in this space. They spend, they make significant investment in medical education, in marketing, in patient education, and reimbursement, working with payers. And so this is really paving the way for us that when we enter the market, and again, the gap is not that big. It's not years. We're going to be probably 3 years behind neffy, give or take, by the time we get approval. But the fact that neffy has made all those investments and really increased the awareness within the medical community, within patients, I think really paves the way for us. And then when we enter the market, I think the data would speak for itself, because when we speak with physicians, they say clearly that what they're interested in is a product with a faster or the fastest onset of action possible. And when you look at our data, this is precisely what we provide. We have the product with the fastest onset of action. And so when physicians will need to make the choice in the future, I think they will choose our product at that point.
Excuse me, I was on mute. Sorry about that.
No problem.
What are allergists and emergency physicians telling you about when they prioritize when choosing between needle-free epinephrine options? Is onset of action actually the primary decision driver, or are formulary access, cost, and device familiarity more important?
So all the other factors that you mentioned are clearly important. And we are certainly doing a lot of work in those other areas. But by far, when we speak to physicians, when we do market research, the one thing that comes consistently is what physicians care most about is onset of action, a product that works fast and is reliable. So assuming in a few years that playing field, right, of reimbursement and everything else is the same, then based on what we hear from clinicians, from physicians, from key opinion leaders, they would make their decision based on speed of onset, which is where we excel.
And we have time for one more question, 30 seconds. Gentlemen, can you answer this one? What are the one or two things that the market is most underappreciating about your company right now? 30 seconds.
For sure. So one is the fact that we have the best data out there for any epinephrine product, whether it's injectable or non-injectable. The phase 2 was superb, was excellent, and I think the market is not yet appreciating the strong performance of this product and the significant discrepancy between the valuations with our competitors. The other is the fact that we are a platform technology. We're developing multiple products, multiple unique, clinically meaningful, clinically differentiated products for different therapeutic areas, all having significant value, and all of them are also moving very quickly to the clinic. So we're not a one-trick company or not one product company. We're really a company with a very robust pipeline, very valuable pipeline.
Thank you very much. It's Nasus Pharma, ticker NSRX on the New York Stock Exchange American. For more information, use the ticker NSRX at redchip.com. Call us, 1-800-REDCHIP. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
And thank you for having us.
It's been a great pleasure. Next up, Kalidi Bio, ticker CLDI on the New York Stock Exchange American, presenting today Eric Poma, the CEO. Eric, are you there?
I'm there. Thanks for having me.
We're happy to have you. Are you going to be showing your presentation today?
Yep, I'm sharing it as we speak.
Good. Go ahead, bring that up. Let me run through the safe harbor. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Viewers, if you have any questions for Kalidi Bio, please click the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window and type in your question. Eric, please go right ahead.
Great. Thank you. And thank you to Redchip for having us be part of this really exciting conference. I think it's showcasing how important biotech is and the kind of innovations we're seeing in biotech. Here at Kalidi, we're really excited to be engineering what we think is the future of genetic medicine. I'm going to start by showing you our data in oncology and in cancer, but I think it can go beyond that. We've built with the RedTail platform what I think is a really exciting approach to delivering genetic medicine directly to sites of disease through systemic therapy. So I'm going to take you through all that. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to do that. So again, the highlight here is that with our RedTail platform, we think we can deliver genetic medicines precisely to the site of disease through systemic administration. And I'll walk you through why that's so important. We think this is really the future of genetic medicine here, both for cancer, and then you'll see towards the end how we're starting to look at other diseases here. We've built over a decade plus of work. We've built a viral platform here that allows for systemic administration, allows for avoiding the immune system, allows for getting to sites of disease and then expressing high levels of the payload. This is our proprietary RedTail platform. We think that this is something brand new here. We have a lot of intellectual property coverage here. All of this is off the shelf. All of this is cost of goods that are similar to what you would see with something like a monoclonal antibody. So this is what I want to spend time talking about today. And again, let's just kind of level set here. We think of oncology, we think of cancer as an umbrella term for hundreds of different diseases that share these features of unchecked proliferation and metastases, and then also a potential for developing resistance mechanisms through mutations. Cancer is genetically unstable, and you're constantly developing mutations. So what we've seen in the 70-year history of treating cancer is that you always have to be coming up with new mechanisms of action, new modalities to overcome the potential for resistance here. We think that oncolytic viruses really present that potential for overcoming resistance, right? What we've seen here is that when you have a new modality, it can overcome mechanisms of resistance. And what we're seeing with oncolytic viruses is that we're seeing early signs that this represents a new modality. So we've seen multiple examples with Amgen's T-VEC, which is approved with CG Oncology's compound for bladder cancer, which is in phase 3 with Candel's phase 3 data coming out of prostate, and even with Replimune's early data, even though it didn't hit the regulatory hurdle, we're seeing really good signs of efficacy with that compound. We're seeing that oncolytic viruses can represent this new approach for cancer that can overcome different mechanisms of resistance. This has all, though, been in the context of local administration. And again, local administration, where you're directly injecting virus into tumor, is not ideal because the majority of patients have metastatic disease that's throughout their body that's not amenable to injection. So again, in oncology, you're always looking for a new modality. Oncolytic viruses have shown that if they can get to the tumor, you can really drive efficacy in a way that current treatments don't. But the big limitation here has been there's only a small subset of patients who are amenable because they have localized disease that you can directly inject into. Khalid has been working on this idea of how do you deliver oncolytic viruses systemically for 10 plus years now, and it's culminated in the Redtail platform. Again, people have tried this for a while. What they've really tried to do is just dose really high. If you can dose really high, when you inject a virus into the bloodstream, the immune system sees it as foreign, doesn't recognize it as therapeutic, so it clears it immediately. That's been the challenge. Your immune system just clearing virus when you inject it into the bloodstream. People have tried to overcome this by just dosing really, really high, hoping they can swamp out the immune system. But that's had very limited success, and there's a huge potential for toxicity there. Khalid's taken a very different approach here. We've basically said, can we engineer a virus that doesn't trigger an immune response, that is invisible to the immune system? Is invisible to the immune system is kind of a Trojan horse here. Like I said, this has been 10 years in development, but using some very well-grounded techniques from nature, using what I'll show you in a minute, the envelope, using CD55 expression, we've been able to create a proprietary form of vaccinia that can avoid immune clearance, that only replicates in tumor cells, that expresses high levels of payload when it's at the tumor. And again, all of this on a COGS that's really amenable to the industry. This is what we think is really exciting. This is what I'm going to take you through today in terms of Redtail. So again, how did we do this? So we very carefully over the last decade have been building this Redtail platform. We started first with vaccinia virus here. Vaccinia, I'll show you for several reasons, is an ideal virus to kind of start with. It has an inherent tropism for tumor cells, so vaccinia doesn't follow a specific receptor. It's instead attracted to rapidly proliferating cells, so it has this natural tropism for tumor cells. But we kind of wanted to go a step further and make sure if you're going to give a virus systemically, if it's going to avoid the immune system, it can only replicate in tumor cells. We wanted to make sure that was the case. So here we've engineered 3 knockouts to inhibit metabolic, growth factor driven, and immune recognition mechanisms of replication. So we knocked out thymidine kinase, we knocked out VEGF, and we knocked out a toll-like receptor gene in terms of A46R. That really means the virus can only replicate in tumor cells, where the tumor cells bring in compensatory activity for those mutations. So we've made a virus here that can only replicate in tumor cells. That's the first building block for creating a virus that can avoid immunity and go everywhere in the body. You want it to only replicate in tumor cells. The next step here is we think the oncolytic effect of viruses, this ability to replicate inside a tumor cell and lyse it, is hugely important, but we wanted to go beyond that and have the virus also deliver another mechanism of cell kill. And I'll show you that in a few minutes, but really we wanted to be able to bring these genetic medicines along that could synergize with the virus's immune priming. Again, vaccinia virus is great for this. Huge genome, over 200 open reading frames, highly regulated gene expression, and again, highly evolved virus that drives expression of viral protein here over host. So very, very good model for this. We've identified some proprietary sites for putting in payload in and making sure it gets highly expressed. But this was another reason we chose vaccinia, right? So we've created this form of vaccinia that only replicates in tumor cells, only expresses the genetic medicine when it's in a tumor cell, but expresses that genetic medicine at a really high level. So that was kind of the second step. But the big piece here, the piece that took us 10 years to kind of get to, was how do you avoid immune clearance, right? How do you, when you inject virus into the bloodstream, avoid immune clearance so that it can go and find these metastatic tumor sites everywhere in the body? And we did that through two things. The first, again, kind of tapping into nature's answers here, was using the envelope form of vaccinia virus. So in a typical infection with vaccinia virus, greater than 99% of the virus is what we call the intracellular mature virus, the IMV form. This lacks a second envelope. It's very, very amenable to immune recognition and immune clearance. This is 99% of what you get in a normal infection. Less than 1% of what you get in a normal infection is what we call the extracellular enveloped virus. This is a virus that, as it's leaving a cell, takes on the cell membrane that it grew in, takes on the cell membrane of the host. And this form is essentially the Trojan horse form of the virus. This form is very hard for the immune system to recognize because it's ensconced in a normal cell's membrane. It makes it very hard for the immune system to see. This is the form that allows for dissemination in a normal infection. So this is the form that allows for getting in the bloodstream, avoiding clearance, and getting to distal sites in a person. So this was, we did a bunch of genetic engineering here, a bunch of strain selection. We developed the manufacturing process where we only have the EEV form. Instead of it just being 1% here, we're just selecting for the EEV form. So this was the first step. Again, it's built on nature here. We're looking at what nature does to have vaccinia forms that avoid immune clearance, and we appropriated that with the EEV form. But then we went one step forward, one step more than that. We thought about the fact that, again, even the EEV form, highly resistant to clearance, but even the EEV form can be cleared by complement, by the immune system's complement. So we looked at this and said, okay, let's make an EEV form where the virus also expresses high levels of CD55 through the envelope. And again, CD55 is a normal human protein that blocks complement. So this was, again, us tapping into natural pathways here to engineer a virus that was going to be highly resistant to immune clearance. First, we used the EEV form. Then we had it express CD55 through the envelope. No one's done this before. But if you're interested, I encourage you to go to literature around how the EV form avoids immunity, how CD55 avoids immune clearance. This is what we've kind of tapped into to build the Redtail platform. So the first lead that comes from the Redtail platform we call CLD401. It has the EEV, the extra envelope. It has CD55 expression. So that means it's amenable to systemic administration. You're just infusing this into a patient. The virus is naturally tropic for tumor cells, so it goes to distal sites. Anywhere there's a metastatic site, it can go and get into the tumor cells there. Again, it's replication deficient outside of tumor cells, so even though it's going everywhere, it can only replicate inside the tumor. As it's replicating, it's lysing the tumor, but with our lead compound, the first payload we're using here is IL-15 superagonist. So it's expressing huge levels of IL-15 superagonist in the tumor as well. Why did we choose that protein? Because that protein activates an innate immune response and an adaptive immune response to the tumor. So I'll show you the data in a minute, but this is the basis for our lead compound, CLD-401. We expect to file an IND by the end of the year and go into the clinic soon after. We're parallel tracking an approach to get into first in human quicker in Australia, but we expect to have clinical data early next year here. This is the lead compound. Again, IL-15 superagonist expression is crucial here. If you follow the Immunity Bio story, that's a $7 billion company that delivers IL-15 superagonist for bladder cancer. Bladder cancer is a great place for IL-15 superagonist because you can directly inject it into the bladder at really high concentrations. It doesn't leave the bladder, and you get fantastic efficacy. The reason Immunity Bio started with bladder cancer is because you can contain IL-15 in the bladder at really high concentrations. But if you try to give IL-15 systemically at really high concentrations, you activate the immune system everywhere and you get severe tox. So IL-15 superagonist is great if you can get it expressed only at the tumor, which they're doing in bladder cancer because it remains in the bladder. Very difficult if you're trying to do high levels of IL-15 superagonist expression systemically because you drive immunity. We looked at that and thought that our platform would be perfect for delivering IL-15 superagonist because, again, we only express IL-15 superagonist in tumor cells because that's the only cells we replicate in. So here's some data in mouse model. These are normal mice with a normal murine cancer. They have a normal immune system, so this is a really good proving ground for us. We're injecting our drug systemically here into the vein of the mice. The drug, the virus goes everywhere, but it only replicates in tumor cells. And here, in this data, you're looking at where does IL-15 superagonist get expressed. At the tumor, it's expressed at huge concentrations, 60,000 picomolar, very, very similar to the concentrations you see for IL-15 superagonist in bladder cancer with Immunity Bio's compound. But everywhere else, it's single or double digits. It's 1,000-fold lower. So it doesn't get highly expressed in the liver or the ovaries or the lung or the plasma. If you inject this into a mouse that doesn't have tumor, you really see no expression of IL-15 superagonist. So again, this is what's so unique about this platform. You can give it systemically. It avoids immune clearance. It gets to the tumor cells. That's the only place it replicates. That's the only place it delivers payload. You're seeing sky high levels of IL-15 superagonist in the tumor, nowhere else. What does it mean for these mice? This is a highly aggressive tumor model. If you give the tumor to mice and you don't treat the mice, they die within a couple weeks. If you give the tumor to mice and you just give them our red tail virus that doesn't express IL-15, so just the base form of the red tail virus, you can cure some of the animals, you can slow down the tumor growth. But when you give them our lead compound, which is the red tail virus that also expresses IL-15 superagonist at the tumor, you're curing 80% of the animals. We have some nice data coming out at ACR next week that you're seeing these huge changes in the tumor microenvironment where IL-15 is recruiting NK cells, NKT cells, gamma delta T cells to have this huge immune reaction to the tumor. So you're seeing that the virus alone can have some effects. This is the effects we're seeing with TVEC or with CG Oncology or with Candel, but again, in a systemic way here. But the fact that we're using IL-15 superagonist as payload just drives efficacy through the roof here. So again, we're super excited about 401. We expect it to be in the clinic early next year. We continue to push what the scaffold can do, though. We want to push what the payloads are here. We can look at multiple payloads in the same virus here. So we've kind of been building out viruses that can bring even more things into the tumor microenvironment. We've been doing some really interesting work with in situ T-cell engagers. If you know the space, T-cell engagers have worked extraordinarily well in hematologic malignancies, but they really struggle in the tumor microenvironment. So what we've been doing here is creating a red tail virus that expresses a T-cell engager. Our lead compound expresses TROP2 only in the tumor microenvironment, but with it, it's expressing IL-15 superagonist as well, which is activating T cells in the tumor microenvironment. So we think this ability to do multiple payloads is going to be really a big advantage here. We think we may have solved the problem that TCEs are facing in solid tumor by using what we call our in situ TCEs here. We express high levels of the TCE, high levels of a T cell activating agent. So we keep kind of building in cancer. We're also starting to look at the fact that we can infect and replicate in activated B cells and T cells, and we're targeting viruses to specifically to activated B and T cells. There you can get viral lysis, eliminating the B and T cells that are driving autoimmune disease. but you can also drive high levels of expression of an immunosuppressive payload at sites of disease. So we think there's huge potential here to go outside of oncology as well. And kind of working on that, and you'll see additional data coming through on that this year. What I mentioned about the T-cell engagers, we find really interesting. Again, there's huge limitations with T-cell engagers right now, and the fact that you can get on-target but off-target toxicity. We've seen this with TROP2, where TROP2 is expressed outside of the tumor as well, and T-cell engagers have trouble destroying tumor cells, but are very good at destroying TROP2 expressing cells in the periphery, causing a lot of toxicity. Hard to get the TCEs into the tumor microenvironment because of the reverse pressure in the tumor microenvironment. And again, even if you can get them there, there's very little in the way of activated T cells. With our approach, virus gets into the tumor, only replicates in tumor, so there's no peripheral TCE, there's no on-target off-tumor activity here. You get really high levels of the TCE in the tumor microenvironment. You get very high levels of IL-15, and that's resulting in a very active tumor microenvironment where you can induce cell kill. So again, a lot of stuff that we're really excited about. These data will be presented at AACR next week. A lot more data coming. And I should say that all of the data I'm showing you is from November of last year. This is a brand new story that's emerging here. Most people don't know that this is what we're working on, but we think this is really exciting. And we think as we're knocking on the door of the clinic, more and more people are starting to pay attention to what we're doing here. So again, I think there's lots of opportunity here for collaboration. We've been talking to pharma. We think there's a lot of opportunity here for driving BD here as well. And again, I'll just kind of end with this idea that we think this is a brand new platform that solves a lot of the problems that exist with oncolytic viruses being systemically delivered. We've gone a step further by adding these payloads, which we think are extraordinarily potent. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Eric. We already have several questions for you. In simple terms, what problem is Khalidi trying to solve, and why is your Redtail platform a potential breakthrough compared to existing treatments?
Yeah, so again, I mean, we have 70 plus years of developing therapeutics in oncology now, and what we see is when you have a new class of agent, you can drive activity in patients who have progressed on previously available therapies, right, that they've developed resistance to. Oncolytic viruses represent a new class of agents, but so far they've been niched to patients who have tumors that are directly injectable. That's a very small percentage of cancer patients. What we've done is create a systemic platform so that the oncolytic virus can avoid immunity, go directly to where tumor is, and then replicate there and have that lytic effect. And then we've gone one step beyond that to allow for these genetic medicines to be co-expressed with the virus and have these synergistic effects. So it's really this idea that you've created a systemically available oncolytic virus as a new modality in oncology.
You emphasized the ability to deliver your therapy systemically rather than directly into tumors. Why is that capability so important for patients, and how does it expand Khalidi's potential market?
Yeah, so again, if you're talking about patients with stage 4 cancer, metastatic disease, the majority of those patients they have metastases throughout their body, deep in the liver, in the lung, in the bone. They're not amenable to direct injection. So most of the patients walking into a doctor's office are not amenable to intratumoral administration of a medicine. They have to have systemic administration. To date, there's not been a virus platform, an oncolytic viral platform that can do that. That is what we think we've solved for here. And again, it's coming through some very careful genetic engineering that takes advantage of well-known biology, using the envelope form of vaccinia, using CD55 overexpression. But what that means is we think that this becomes eligible for just about any metastatic non-small cell lung or triple negative breast or melanoma or renal patient that walks in the door. So it dramatically expands the potential market here available to Khalidi.
CLD-401, described as the first lead program from the Redtail platform. What would success in the upcoming phase 1 trial look like? And how would positive results validate the broader platform?
Yeah, excellent question. I think what we've been very careful to do here is, if you're developing an incremental therapy, if you're developing something that's slightly better than what's out there, you're usually dependent on phase 3 data to prove out your compound. Here, because we have something completely novel, we've carefully designed the phase 1 to have early data validating the platform. So we are going to be dosing patients who have progressed on all available therapy. We're going to be giving them just CLD-401 alone. So this is a monotherapy study where any benefit is wholly attributable to CLD-401. And if we see activity, if we see virus getting to tumor, then we're certain that we've been able to create a viral platform that avoids immune clearance. So we think very early in clinical development here, very early in the phase 1, we're talking about the first handful of patients, we should be able to ascertain whether we're correct in terms of creating a virus that avoids systemic clearance. We think we're absolutely correct about this. We think that all the preclinical data and all the ex vivo modeling we've done support this. But the proof will be in the pudding, but that pudding comes very, very quickly in clinical development. So this is a rapid yes, no on the scaffold early in the phase 1 study.
Regarding the TROP2 candidate, CLD-501, since traditional TROP2 TCEs are limited by severe off-tumor toxicity, what specific data will your AACR posters show to prove the red tail virus can safely express these engagers specifically in situ without leaking into healthy tissue?
Yeah, so what we've seen with the platform, so you're absolutely right. If you give a TROP2 TCE, there's lots of TROP2 in the periphery, very good activity against those in a target-mediated fashion, but it's much harder to get the TCE into the tumor. So you have this problem where you're getting more activity outside of the tumor in a TROP2 fashion than you are inside of the tumor, and it's leading to a lot of tox. As I've shown you with our animal models, our virus only replicates in tumor cells, and the only expression of compound is in the tumor microenvironment. We're using a TCE here that doesn't have an FC region, so it gets rapidly cleared. So there's not a potential for systemic concentrations of the TCE in the periphery. It's high concentrations in the tumor microenvironment. Whatever leaks out gets cleared very quickly because there's no FC region. And so you have very high density of concentration in the tumor microenvironment, not in the periphery. That eliminates the potential for on-target, off-tumor toxicity, and we'll be showing those data at AACR.
Now, if the AACR embargo prevents specific data disclosure today, can you instead address the strategic implications of the new findings that you've mentioned? Specifically, how do these updated TROP2 potency signals influence your dosing selection for the upcoming Australia trial? And do they provide enough full force evidence to potentially seek an expedited orphan drug designation after the US IND?
So yeah, it's a very good question. And again, let's tease out a couple of things. We're moving towards phase 1 with our CLD-401 program. That's separate than the 501 program that has TROP2. We expect to see systemic delivery early in the phase 1, and that would validate the platform. And we think validation of the platform carries an enormous increase in valuation, right? We've created a brand new modality for oncology. If you think about other companies that created brand new modalities for oncology, you think about Genentech with antibodies, you think about Celgene with IMiDs, you think about Kite with CAR Ts. Those are multi-billion-dollar valuations. So we think very early in the phase 1, we can demonstrate systemic delivery of an oncolytic virus. We think that valuation increase would be huge. I'd be lying if I told you you can file on phase 1 data and get approval. That is just not a possibility. We're doing a basket study here looking at lung, breast, melanoma. If we saw good signals of activity there, again, we've proven out the scaffold, and then we would move towards phase 2 studies with registrational intent very quickly there. But again, this is about proving out the systemic nature of the scaffold very, very early, and then we expect that to be a huge increase in valuation.
We've got 2 minutes left. So Eric, we're going to try to get to as many of these questions as possible. Here's a
Sure.
possibly simple one for you. Tell us more about your partnership with Australia.
Well, Australia has become a way to open phase 1 studies more rapidly than the FDA. That's just been an interesting route to go. So we are parallel tracking both Australia and the US to get to first patient in as quickly as possible. Australia, as an aside, has put, the Australia rapid first patient in strategy has put some pressure on the FDA, and the FDA is now talking about streamlining starting phase 1s as well. But it's just a multi-track we're taking to make sure we get the first patient in as quickly as possible.
You, of course, have your strong emphasis on R&D. You've got a streamlined cost structure as well. How are you thinking about capital needs going forward, and what are your priorities to balance the science and shareholder value on the other hand?
Yeah, look, we spend 70% of every dollar on R&D here. We're very capital efficient. The majority of that is around 401, getting it into the clinic, because again, clinical validation we think is going to drive valuations on the platform itself. So we're trying to husband our capital and be as R&D efficient as possible. To date, we've continued to have good access to capital in the markets, which is rare for a microcap company. But we see that we have a path to clinic here and a path to rapid validation of the platform.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Eric. We're right at 30 minutes, the bottom of the hour. Thank you very much. Kalidi Bio, CLDI on the New York Stock Exchange American, CEO Eric Poma. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks to RedChip.
You got it. For more information on Kalidi, CLDI at redchip.com, or call us 1-800-RED-CHIP. Next up, we've got Nexalin Technology. That's NASDAQ NXL, a longtime RedChip client. CEO Mark White is currently on an airplane flying back to the United States from China. He is unable to be with us live, but he and I made a recording just yesterday, not even 24 hours ago, and we're going to play that for you right after I get these formalities out of the way. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical fact should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. You may still submit your question to us. We will forward it along to Mark. We still want to hear from you, although we won't be able to address your specific question right now. Write us at nxl@redchip.com, or of course you can use the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window. Type in your question, submit it to us, and that's it. For now, we're going to jump to the video, and it's going to start momentarily.
Every day, millions live with life-changing conditions. Alzheimer's disease, traumatic brain injury, depression, insomnia, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Yet for many, existing treatments fall short. A Nature study found antidepressants are effective in only 42 to 53% of cases. Even then, side effects like weight gain, mood swings, digestive problems, and increased suicide risk can make long-term use difficult. And for Alzheimer's disease and traumatic brain injury, there are still no effective solutions. Nexalin Technology, traded on NASDAQ under the ticker NXL, is taking a different path. Deep intracranial frequency stimulation, a non-invasive, drug-free technology designed to stimulate the brain's own healing rhythms. Its first-generation device was previously approved in the US to treat anxiety, depression, and insomnia. Today, the company's advanced Gen 2 device is approved in a growing number of countries around the world, including some of the largest healthcare markets such as Brazil and China, with compelling published results. In one study, chronic insomnia patients experienced significant improvements in sleep quality without adverse effects. In treatment-resistant depression, studies showed strong clinical response, with most patients achieving at least a 50% reduction in symptoms after 4 weeks of twice-daily treatment. For Alzheimer's disease, research has demonstrated improved memory scores, better cognitive performance, and increased hippocampal activity, a brain region critical for memory after treatment. And in traumatic brain injury, prior trials with U.S. veterans showed enhanced brain activity and reduced pain symptoms compared to sham treatment. And now, the next leap forward, the Gen 3 Halo Clarity headset. Engineered for comfortable, at-home treatment, monitored remotely by physicians via secure cloud-based telemedicine. The FDA has agreed on pivotal trial designs for anxiety and insomnia, with large-scale U.S. studies planned to begin this year. Gen 3 is also the focus of virtual clinic trials at UC San Diego and the San Diego VA for mild traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. The opportunity for impact is immense. The global mental health therapeutics market is projected to surpass $500 billion by 2030, and Alzheimer's disease alone costs the U.S. over $300 billion annually, a figure expected to nearly double in the next 25 years. From chronic insomnia to neurodegenerative disease and brain injury, Nexalin is advancing a single platform with the potential to change lives across multiple conditions without the compromises of traditional drug therapy. Nexalin technology, pioneering a new era in brain health. For more information and investment opportunities, feel free to contact Investor Relations.
And we're now here with Mark from Beijing, China. Mark, hello.
Craig, how are you? And hello to the Red Chip community. I've been looking forward to this call. There's a lot happening at Nexalin Technology, so much so that I wasn't able to record this from my home office in Houston like I normally do when I meet with all of you. So today I am doing a pre-recorded webinar with you from Beijing, China. A lot to report here, but let's first of all just make sure for the new viewers on this call that have never heard of Nexalin, even though you've just watched a 3-minute video, let me quickly tell you who Nexalin is and what we are. So we are called a cranial electrical stimulation. More specifically, we're a deep intracranial frequency stimulation. Fancy words, what that means is we non-invasively stimulate the brain with an undetectable frequency-based treatment. Now, what is this really all about? All of you know someone struggling with some type of quality of life issue related to mental health. You also know that the only treatment option available to you or to your loved ones is called medication. And unfortunately, medication is not for everybody. There's side effect profiles, there's risk of addiction, there's weight gain issues, there's suicidal thoughts, there's a number of different issues. Unfortunately, as I said, medication is not the answer for everyone. In addition to that, most patients don't want to go to the psychiatrist or go to the psychiatric clinic. So let's think about it differently. Let's reframe this entire conversation. Imagine let's talk about your computer. So you come into your office where your computer is, and you notice that for some reason your computer's running slow. It's not connecting to the printer. It's not working with the Wi-Fi. Let's just say that it has been traumatized. Let's just say your computer had a bad day. What do? We reboot and we reset. We know that when we reboot and reset our computer, that we clear the memory called the RAM, we reset all the networks, and now the entire computer system is up and running, the trauma's over. Okay, now imagine that your brain is a supercomputer. It processes information every day, every minute, every second, whether it's breathing, whether it's digestion, whether it's what you see, what you hear, it's processing information, and the way that it processes information will establish your quality of life. Now imagine you've had a bad day, a bad week, a bad month. You don't want to go to the psychiatrist. You don't want to take medication. What do? You want a drug-free, safe, and effective treatment that won't create any type of side effect profile and doesn't have any risk. And what Nexalin technology is the answer. Imagine that your brain as a supercomputer that's been through some trauma, what if I told you that you could organically reset that brain, that you could reboot it and reset it, that you could reestablish the networks in the brain like they were before you were traumatized. In other words, you can enhance life on life's terms by simply treating your brain for 40 minutes a day, 20 to 30 treatments over a 4 to 6 week period. How do we do this? Imagine that rather instead of going to the doctor, you go into a digital health clinic on your phone. And from there, you contact one of our doctors. He prescribes a Halo headset. The headset, which is in front of the FDA, going through clinical trials for clearance, is shipped to you at your front door. You put on the headset, you put on your phone, you attach it to your phone, and you then sync the phone to the cloud. And the protocol that your doctor wrote for you is now downloaded into the headset. And this now becomes your treatment in the privacy of your home, managed and supervised by a doctor through a portal. You'll receive, as I mentioned, 20 to 30 treatments over a 4 to 6 week period and have somewhere between 75 and 90% reduction of all the symptoms of anxiety or depression, insomnia. Imagine also if somebody in your family was struggling with some type of mild cognitive impairment, possibly dementia, possibly Alzheimer's. What if I told you we were in the process of validating and clinically researching the opportunity to slow, if not pause, cognitive decline related to Alzheimer's and dementia? Stay tuned on that. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But this is the future of mental health treatment. We have the ability to naturally, without any type of risk, go in and reset the chemical and electrical balance of your brain safely and effectively with medical supervision. So that's essentially what Nexalin technology is.
Mark, thank you for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, as we said, this is a pre-recorded video. Nexalin, however, has been a RedChip client for many years already. And we regularly get questions from people interested in Nexalin. We've collected some of the more common ones for you here, Mark. And let's just go to them right now. Based on updates and recent filings, it appears Nexalin is possibly going to make a significant shift this year. Please elaborate.
Okay, you said it. We've been with RedChip for several years. I've been telling the Nexalin story to your investors, a lot of my older investors, for several years with RedChip. We've been telling what I call the story of Nexalin. We've been describing what would become the future of mental health treatment with this in-home device that was administered in this digital health clinic. I've been telling the story now, as I mentioned, several times for several years. We've been through a lot of challenges to create the technology, to put it into a wearable headset, and to actually then take the wearable headset and build the entire digital ecosystem, basically building out the entire treatment protocol opportunity that is digital in nature in the privacy of your home for several years. And what I'm happy to tell all of you is this shift in strategy that some of you are sensing, and that as you read our filings with the government, what you're probably becoming aware of is that we're about to start shifting now from a research and development story into a manufacturing, clinical trial, and distribution story. A very major shift is about to take place. Milestones related to manufacturing designs, building the Halo headset, developing relationships with research partners, that's all taken place. That's all still in place. However, at this point now, 2026 promises to be a very, very productive year. We actually have very specific milestones that we can now start sharing and making plans around to start opening and finalizing the development of these distribution channels. I'll remind everyone that this is a global distribution model. We have clearance and the ability to distribute in the Asia markets for depression and insomnia. We have the ability and clearance to treat and distribute in the Middle East for anxiety, depression, and insomnia. We have the ability and treatment clearance in South America for anxiety, depression, and insomnia. All three of those hubs. The Middle East is a little on hold right now, unfortunately, because of the new war. So I'm not going to really have much to update in the Middle East. However, in Brazil, we're about to sign some significant contracts with some significant opportunities to distribute. I think that all of you will be very pleased with the finalization of these contracts and these distribution relationships, which brings revenue to the company. We have also just cleared another major hurdle in China. In addition to the previous device, what we called our Gen 2, what we've been working on in China was building a brand new device called the Sync, that's SYNC, with a brand new enclosure that needed to go through a new entire regulatory and treatment plan with the China government. That has now been completed, and we will start in probably August, September, distributing that new technology in China. That in itself is pretty significant, but let's come back now to the USA. I've been telling all of you for several months, actually several years, that eventually we would take all of what we had learned offshore outside the United States, we would come back into the United States and start working with the FDA. What I've told a lot of you when you were getting impatient is to remember that Nexalin is playing the long game here. This is not a short game. This is not a toy that you have battery operated that you can wear on your head and watch TV and cure major depressive disorder. This is a medical device, and we are now bringing all of our data that we've learned offshore into collaborations and conversations with academics and the FDA. And what I can tell you is this year on the Halo, we will start releasing data from our clinical trials on the Halo for 2026. Q3 2026. With all of that data, we will then finalize and submit the application for insomnia to the FDA in probably Q1, Q2 27. We expect clearance from the FDA within 45 to 90 days of that. Very significant improvements in the United States on top of everything I mentioned outside. We will start releasing data, follow-up data with American researchers and academics. We'll probably have that data to review by Q3 of 2026 and release data in Q4 of 2026. Many of you have heard me talk about Europe. We are in the final stages of audits for our CE mark in Europe. We will submit the final auditing results in probably July of 2026, expecting regulatory clearance in Europe, which will then allow distribution late Q3, early Q4 2026. We also are going to announce that we are going to begin to start preparing for health and wellness devices. What health and wellness devices is we're going to open a subsidiary and we're going to design and manufacture a device that can be sold without FDA clearance that's not a medical device for health and wellness issues. What does that really accomplish? This would be a different brand name, probably the Nexalin Clear for memory enhancement, unrelated to dementia, just memory enhancement. Think of children focusing on studies. We also are working with a possible name called the Nexalin Bloom. The Bloom would be for a change of life, quality of life enhancement for women going through midlife changes related to menopause. These devices will not make any medical claims, which will allow us to now offer the device direct to consumer with an app that won't rely on the virtual clinic. So what have I just basically outlined is a complete shift in strategy to where we're now coming into our 12 to 18 month distribution revenue creating window, not only in the United States, but also in the Asia markets, also in the South American markets. And those of you that have been listening to me for the last few months know that this is a significant shift in strategy and execution on the business model.
Mark, you are in Beijing right now. That's not the first trip you've made to China. What's going on in China? We often get asked that. Tell us about the strategy for China.
So everyone will remember that we started selling product. We sold $1.5 million worth of product in late COVID. And this was actually the catalyst for when we took the company public in September of 22. Unfortunately, COVID was very hard on China, shut down all distribution channels we've created. So after COVID, post-COVID, after 2 shutdowns in China, they were finally able to reopen. And then basically we had to start over to reestablish all of our distribution networks, all of our manufacturing of our China devices. Basically, we had to start over. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, and when I was talking about some of the shift and milestones that we've reached. We've just cleared now the NMPA in China with a brand new updated device that's made, manufactured, designed in China. However, we control all the electronics, all the PCB boards, and load all of that with this what we call fused encrypted software to protect the technology. So we still actually manufacture the boards in America and sell them into China. We expect to start distributing this new device sometime in August, September. I hope to see my first order, and that's why I'm here in China right now in Beijing is twofold. I'm working specifically on helping support the team to understand the sales and marketing background that I have with Nexalin technology. I met with 29, the team in Beijing. They've hired 29 in one area, another 20 in another. So there's already 49 sales and marketing and clinical professionals hired here in China. Everyone's been asking, when are we going to see income from China? What's going on with China? I want to tell you that, as I said a few minutes ago, Q3, Q4 2026, we should see revenue and stabilization of the China business model.
Another question we always get asked, Mark, is we're having a technical issue. We'll be right back. We're going to get that video playing again. We appreciate your patience, everyone. Always get asked, Mark, is Alzheimer's. Good thing you haven't mentioned it yet. This is a good time to talk about Alzheimer's and dementia. How is Nexalin attacking it?
So that I caught myself because I figured we were going to go there. So what am I also doing in China? As I mentioned, working also with the clinical teams, working specifically on a group that has now designed and executed a large 160 to 200 patients for a follow-up study to the previous Alzheimer's dementia study. So the previous study, you'll remember that we published 3 articles in international peer-reviewed publications on the safety and efficacy of treating the Alzheimer's patients. We took what we learned about that, designed new clinical trials here in China, and have executed on another large clinical trial that's built off what we've already learned. Now, let's also talk about Alzheimer's dementia in the United States, because I started talking about that on some of the milestones. So you'll remember when I introduced the Alzheimer's opportunity that I stated to all of you that we were going to be very strategic on how we implemented the Alzheimer's strategy. Specifically, we understood that Alzheimer's is a very volatile disease. Understanding how to treat it and understanding how to measure the clinical response became the top priority of my clinical team in the United States. And that information has also been shared from the clinical team in China. And what we have made decisions and have now started executing on are 2 additional clinical trials. The first one will be using various types of EEG, blood markers for the tau protein and the beta amyloid plaques. We're going to start studying very carefully, probably 60 to 90 patients on this initial pilot study using biomarkers and functional assessments that have been carefully researched that will be able to have enough sensitivity to track treatment in Alzheimer's patients in a 12 to 24 treatment week protocol. So that's a lot of information, but basically what it tells you is we are now taking what we learned over the last 2 years in the Alzheimer's dementia model. All of it was very positive. We've now implemented, designed, and executed a new clinical trial in China with 160 plus patients. And we've now started designing and should start recruiting patients for a new clinical trial in the United States with American researchers. Hello, everybody. I know that a lot of you will be excited about that because I've always said eventually we would come home to start research here. We should start that trial design next week based on what I've learned here on this trip. We should start recruiting patients with IRB approval sometime in the early summer of 2026. We also are reaching out to an academic here in the United States because we believe that it's time to now fund and execute PET scan research on Nexalin technology. So the summary of all of that, stay tuned. We believe that Nexalin technology could be, for the short term, the most significant opportunity and achievement in the clinical treatment and measurement of clinical response in Alzheimer's dementia.
And finally, Mark, we've got another minute or 2 left in this segment. Could you give us, again, encapsulate for us the essential value proposition? Why should anyone be looking at Nexalin right now?
I basically just went through it. This was a great short presentation. Look, we have a problem. We know it. It's not an American problem. It's a global problem. It's called a mental health epidemic. That means more people are getting sick than are getting in recovery. Number 2, as I said, it's a global problem. You've heard me for years. We have a global strategy. We did not rely on American FDA and American executives to focus in the American markets. Many of you thought that that might not be a good decision. I can tell you it's working exactly as we had planned. We've published 14 papers validating the safety and efficacy of Nexalin technology. We have a new halo that is in front of the FDA. Clinical trials have been designed. It's having clinical trials designed overseas. This is the future of digital medicine, a safe and effective, non-invasive drug treatment that can be offered in the privacy of your home or in outlying areas like China and Europe, can be offered in a clinic. We'll make the halo available for there as well. So the short answer to what is the value proposition, this is the future of mental health treatment with the safe and effective type of treatment protocol. And for the health and wellness model, we have equipment and technology that's ready to distribute there as well. It's been great to visit with all of you. I'm excited about where we are with Nexalin. We have significant milestones. Please continue to follow Nexalin, and we welcome you into the Nexalin family.
Again, it's Mark White, the CEO of Nexalin Technology, coming to us from Beijing, China. Thank you, Mark. And we're back live. As your screen is showing, up next is GT Biopharma. That'll be coming at the top of the hour, which is less than 3 minutes away. So we'll see you in less than 3 minutes at the top of the hour with GT Biopharma. Thank you.
Cancer is a 400
And this is the RedChip Biotech Investor Conference. We'll be starting up again at the top of the hour in less than 1 minute at 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern with GT Biopharma.
Go to webinar.
I'm doing it right now.
And we're back. The next company on today's RedChip Biotech Investor Conference is GT Biopharma, ticker GTBP on the NASDAQ. Presenting today will be Michael Breen, the chairman and CEO. Michael, are you there?
I'm here, Craig. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. I see you have your presentation already up. That is just what we wanted. Thank you very much. Let me get some formalities out of the way. First, I'll read the Safe Harbor Statement. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical fact should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. To our viewers, you can ask a question at any time by pressing the Q&A button at the bottom middle of your Zoom window. Then there will be a text box. You can type your question in and send it on to us. Michael, if you're ready, please go right ahead.
I'm ready, Craig. So thank you very much for that introduction. And let me just announce to all of my viewers. So our company is GT Biopharma Inc. We're listed on NASDAQ under the ticker GTBP, as you can see there on our first page of our presentation. So we are an oncology research company. We use NK or natural killer cell therapies to treat cancer and autoimmune disease, amongst other different ailments. And if we just move on to our next page of the presentation, you see there, obviously, that's the disclaimer, which Craig has already kindly covered off for me, so I won't bother with that too much. So let's get just straight into it. So as I said, our company is a natural killer or NK cell engager company. That's the main thrust of our research and the science that we have harnessed. So the body has its own natural killer cells, and when it comes to cancer and autoimmune disease, something has basically gone wrong in the body's natural immune system, that it no longer operates as it should and fails to either identify and or kill either the cancer cells or the autoimmune disease. So what our technology does is it essentially engages the body's natural killer cells to give it greater activation, proliferation, but also persistence. So in so doing, it effectively, what we colloquially call, it turbocharges the body's natural immune system to overcome various different cancers and also, as I explained, autoimmune disease. So it's a protein therapy, and as I said, it harnesses the body's natural killing power of the NK cells. Please understand it's not an NK cell therapy. That's a very different thing, even though the names sound very similar. Ours is an engager, and it engages the natural killer cells to, as I say, help it activate, proliferate, and give it persistence. So it's our technology is what we call a platform technology. Our molecule or drug has 3 functional parts to it. It has a CD16 part. It has something called interleukin 15, which is the what we call the payload that actually uses the helps to provide various different ways of killing the cancer cells. And then we have what's called a binder. So as I say, it's got three functional parts. And when I say it's a platform technology, that means that essentially the molecule stays fundamentally the same, apart from we swap out the binder element of the molecule depending on which type of cancer or autoimmune disease we're trying to target. So for example, in our original proof of concept phase 1 first in human trial for blood cancer patients for acute myeloid leukemia, the target was CD33. And I'll come on to explain what we did in 2021 with our first blood cancer trial. And then I'll also talk a little bit about our second generation blood cancer trial that we're currently halfway through. And I'll also talk about our solid tumor trial, which we're about to commence. So as I say, we had a blood cancer trial in 2021 for AML, and I'll run you through the different results in relation to that. And then I'll explain how it differs and how the second generation molecule has significantly improved upon the first generation molecule. So we have a number of different candidates, as I've explained. So we've got a blood cancer ongoing trial. We've got a solid tumor trial coming up. And then we also have an autoimmune disease candidate for the treatment of lupus and other autoimmune disorders. And you can see there at the bottom, we talk about the management team and our depth of expertise in all stages of oncology drug development, and the fact that we, as of January 2026, we had approximately $9 million cash at bank, which is sufficient to take us through to Q4 of this year. And then if we move on to the next slide. So as I said, I'm going to talk a little bit about our phase 1 trial for blood cancer for AML and MDS, which we conducted in 2021. And this has subsequently been supplanted, but just to give you a little bit more detail, we had 6 different dose levels or 6 different cohorts, ranging from 5 micrograms per kilogram per day at dose level 1, all the way up to 150 micrograms per kilogram per day, which is dose level 6 or cohort 6. And you can see here that there was 3 blocks of 96 hours worth of infusions. So with a 3-day rest in between each of the blocks. So 6 dose levels and an escalation based all the way through up to day 28. So if we move on to the next slide. And here, this is a really, really good slide to demonstrate to you. The panel A on the left shows you the NK cell activation. And you can see the peaks on day 3, day 10, and day 17, which clearly demonstrates, and the different colors you can see there. So blue represents the 5 micrograms per kilogram, red is 10 micrograms, 25 is in yellow, and 50 is in green, 100's in black, and 150 is in gray. So you can clearly see that as the infusion is ongoing, sort of halfway through that, you get the significant peaks, which demonstrates that the drug is doing exactly what it's supposed to do, which is it activates the natural killer cells in the body. And then panel B on the right, again, the same principle, but it's a different thing. It's measuring the increase in absolute number of NK cells during treatment. And again, you can see that on day 8, day 15, and day 22, you've got those peaks in terms of proliferation, the increase in absolute number of NK cells. So clearly demonstrates that our drug, at least in our first generation molecule, demonstrated that it did exactly what we were hoping it would do, which is it gave it activation and also increased in terms of the proliferation. So if we then move on, and that's obviously the endogenous NK cells. Now, here are the results, which are very, very interesting indeed, in terms of the different patients treated. And you can see that throughout the various different cohorts, we got significant reduction in blast count levels in the bone marrow. So you can see there patient number 5, who was treated with 25 micrograms per kilogram per day, achieved a 33% reduction in bone marrow blast count. Patient 7, who was treated with 50 micrograms per kilogram per day, got a reduction of 61.7% in bone marrow blast count. Patient 9, who was treated with 100 micrograms per kilogram per day, was a reduction of 63.6% in bone marrow blast count levels. And then patient number 11, who was treated with 150 micrograms per kilogram per day, reduction in bone marrow blast count levels at 50%. So it clearly demonstrated that for these 12 patients treated, as we got to the higher activation levels for the sufficient amount of drug, so from 25 up all the way up to 150 micrograms, we clearly demonstrated very significant reductions in bone marrow blast count, which is a very positive signal and exactly what we were hoping for. And this, as I said, relates to what we now refer to as our first generation molecule, which was GTB-3550 for phase 1 trial in 2021. We move on to the next slide. So as I said before, it's a platform technology, which means that we just swap out the binder depending on what kind of cancer or autoimmune disease or other disease we're trying to target. And you can see here that we have a rich and deep pipeline. So we're now, as I said, in our second generation molecule, halfway through phase 1 trial for blood cancer. We've already treated 7 patients, and you can see there that the target is CD33. And then that's GTB-3650. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the solid tumor phase 1 trial will be commencing very shortly, and the target for that is B7H3. I would also highlight that pretty much 90% of all solid tumors highly express B7H3. We know that a lot of other oncology research companies have gone after B7H3 as a target, so it's a well-regarded, good target that will ought to produce good results for solid tumors. So we're very, very excited about that. And then you can see some of the other things that we have in our pipeline. We've got GTB-6550, where the target is HER2. Again, that's for solid tumors. And then finally, I'll just highlight GTB-7550, where the target is CD19, and that's for autoimmune disease. And again, CD19 is a very well-regarded go-to target for autoimmune disease. So as I say, we've got a rich and deep pipeline because we have a platform technology where we simply swap out the binder and to a different binder depending on what kind of cancer or other autoimmune disease we're targeting. So we move on to the next slide. So this is just again to try and highlight exactly in a cartoon style that we call our molecule a trike. So it's a tri-specific natural killer engager nanobody platform. So as I said earlier, it's designed to activate the endogenous NK cells to target specific cancer cells. And it's well regarded that it's got great potential for less toxicity than other cellular therapies such as CAR T therapy, and also less cytokine release syndrome also. And if we move on to the next slide. So this again is a cartoon style just to try and blow up, if you like, the structure of the three parts of the molecule. So that's why it's called a tri-specific. So you can see here you've got an anti-CD16 nanobody. So that binds a CD16 receptor onto the natural killer cells or the NK cells. Then you've got, as I said before, you've got the interleukin-15 or IL-15, which acts as a cross-linker that binds the IL-15 receptor onto the NK cells also. And then the final part, depending on what type of tumor cell you're attacking, you've got the tumor-associated antigen, which binds onto the actual cancer cell or autoimmune cell itself. As I say, but it's a tripartite molecule, and you can see there very clearly the function of each part of the three-part structured molecule. So we move on to the next slide, please. And this is just, again, to further emphasize the modular platform and just to highlight the different types of targets or binders that you would utilize depending on autoimmune disease or breast or different solid tumors and blood cancers. But just again to re-emphasize, B7H3 is for solid tumors, HER2 is for breast and gastric solid tumors, PDL1 is a pan tumor target, and we've even got a HIV target also. And I said earlier, there's a CD33 for blood cancer, so that, and also CD19 for autoimmune. Next slide. So this here you've got, this is actually a microwell, and the green is the blood cancer, and the sort of blue is the trike itself. That's the killer. And you'll see that it will target each of the green blood cancers. They will turn red once they've been killed by our molecule in blue. There's the first one killed, then you can see the second one. And it's a serial killer, so it keeps targeting, seeking out the blood cancer until they've all been killed. So you'll see that in a moment it will attack the final green blood cancer. And as I said, our molecule is blue, and there you can see finally it's killed the third bit of blood cancer. So as I said earlier, the whole idea is that our molecule drives activation of the body's natural killer cells. So it's the immune system which we're trying to turbocharge, and it helps with activation, proliferation, and natural killer cell persistence. And each of those are obviously very, very important to ensure that you produce enough of the natural killer cells, having activated them to overwhelm the cancer and kill it, and give it sufficient persistence to keep killing the cancer until it is all eradicated, as you just saw in that video. And I think the video, as always, is much better at clearly explaining so that folks understand very easily how our drug works. And it's always much easier when you actually see it in action to see that it actually does work and kills all of the cancer. Next slide, please. So this is just talking about our first generation molecule, which has now been supplanted by our second generation. I'll come on to explain in a moment how it differs. But again, it's just repeating some of the results that we achieved in our trial for blood cancer in 2021. So next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our second generation molecules now, which are for blood cancer and solid tumors. So we move on to the next slide. It's camelid and nanobody technology. You can see here that so the IL-15 or interleukin-15 has got some of the characteristics from camelid characteristics of mammals, which come from the llamas, camels, and alpaca families. And I know it might sound at first to be a little bit strange, but if you think about it, llamas, camels, and alpacas exist in very, very harsh environments. So either in mountainous regions or deserts. And the result of that is that they have extremely robust immune systems. So that's why we've taken some of the characteristics from those to further boost and give our molecule better efficacy moving forward for second generation. So we move on to the next slide. So this is just to talk a little bit about our approach versus some of our competitors. As I said, our main differentiator is the IL-15 or interleukin-15. We have found a way to fold it over into our molecule. But interleukin-15 is what we would traditionally refer to as the main part of our secret sauce in our molecule. And we found a way to deliver that IL-15 to have a very effective payload in terms of its interaction with the body's natural killer cells to give proliferation and persistence. Next slide, please. And here is a very, very good video showing on the extreme right, you've got an actual prostate cancer, which is in red, and on the extreme right, you can see it's been hit with our B7H3 molecule trike, and it turns black when it's all been killed. I don't know if we can show that one one more time, just to further emphasize what happens with NK cells alone on the left, NK cells and just IL-15 in the middle, and then our molecule is on the extreme right, and that shows you that the other two don't really do anything to the prostate cancer until our trike molecule gets it, and as I say, shows it being all killed in black. So that, again, that just is to further emphasize that our molecule does work, because this is actually prostate cancer being killed in a microwell environment. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about autoimmune disease. The solid tumor market is estimated to be around about the $362 billion per annum worldwide, whereas the autoimmune disease market is somewhere in the region of $115 billion worldwide per annum. So both the markets, by any stretch, are vast markets with enormous commercial opportunity. As I've said earlier, we hope to be announcing the opening of our solid tumor basket trial very shortly, and that will cover all of the main cancers, solid tumor cancers. So that will be prostate cancer, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, head and neck cancer, lung cancer, bladder cancer, and pancreatic cancer. So 7 of the major cancers. I would also just highlight that prostate cancer affects 1 in 7 men worldwide at some point in their life, and breast cancer affects 1 in 12 women. So very, very prolific, and therefore very, very important that we do find some sort of a resolution for a more humane way to treat cancer in solid tumor and blood cancer form. So as I say, solid autoimmune disease. We move on to the next slide. Our candidate is 7550. I should also just highlight that our second generation molecule is estimated to be, from all of our preclinical work, somewhere between 10 and 40 times more potent than our first generation. But we're very excited also to have a resolution for autoimmune disease. We're hoping to start work with regard to manufacture of our autoimmune disease drug later in this year, early next year, and it's certainly everything we've seen preclinically is very exciting and very, very positive in terms of the potential. But I think the fact that it's again, camelid and nanobody technology. It's very exciting that we'll get some sort of something that will be very helpful with regard to things like lupus and other types of autoimmune diseases. So if we move on to the next slide. So this is really just to set out who the main players are in our company. That's myself on the extreme left. Alan Urban is our CFO. Dr. Miller, I should highlight, and Dr. Martin Felices are the two main inventors of our science out of the University of Minnesota. It would be no exaggeration to say that Dr. Miller is without question one of the key opinion leaders worldwide in the NK cell engager space. He's been at this for 25 years. He speaks all over the world on the subject. He has 170 peer-reviewed articles, and he's a director of the Masonic Cancer Center out of the University of Minnesota. So, and Dr. Martin Felices is assistant professor there at the university, and again, he is very highly regarded in this space of NK engagers generally. And then we have to the right with Hilary Kramer, David Montgavin, and Charles Casamento, who are independent directors. So I think I'll leave it at that and then hand over to any questions that we may have. And maybe stop sharing the screen.
And thank you very much for that excellent presentation. We are now live again with your questions. And we've got a lot coming in here. What is the simplest way to think about why the trike platform could matter in oncology?
I think the simplest way, really, Craig, is it's a very humane solution because you're taking the body's natural immune system, you're giving where it's failed for whatever reason to work as it was originally designed, and you're effectively turbocharging it to overcome whatever the disease is that we're specifically trying to target. And as I've explained, it's a platform technology with different targets, and it gives the body's natural immune system the ability to kill cancer and also things like lupus. So I think it's very important just to say that in that way, you don't have to subject yourself necessarily to things like chemotherapy where you poison your blood, or radiation where you effectively burn the flesh, or even surgery. This is a more humane resolution for cancer.
Now, the GTB 5550 IND clearance seemed like an important step. From your perspective, what does that milestone validate for the company?
So we've already, as I said in the presentation, we've already validated for AML, blood cancer, and we know that the molecule works because you've seen in those videos for both blood cancer and also prostate cancer, where you've seen them being killed by our trike molecule. So in terms of validation, getting clearance from the FDA for the solid tumors is extremely important. And we believe that we are going to, through this phase 1 trial, which is about to commence, demonstrate very clearly the same sorts of results that we have achieved with our first generation trial in 2021 for blood cancer.
Another question about GTB 5550. It's moving into solid tumors. And how are you thinking about the size of the opportunity if early clinical data are supportive?
So, and this truly is why it's really very exciting. So the first thing I'm going to say, from a humane basis, Craig, solid tumor cancers are very, very prolific. And as I said in the presentation, particularly things like breast cancer, which affects 1 in 12 women, and prostate cancer, which unfortunately affects 1 in 7 men. The market is vast. The estimate, as I said, is somewhere of the region of 362 billion worldwide annually. And I think that if we achieve a signal in just one of these solid tumor cancers in the trial, that will be completely transformative for our company. And given what we've achieved for blood cancers, we're very optimistic what we might achieve in the data for solid tumors.
Michael, we've got 30 seconds for this last one. How should investors think about the progress of GTB 3650 and 3550 in terms of validating your broader platform? 30 seconds.
I think we've already achieved that, to be honest, in terms of validation, because you saw the bone marrow blast count reductions for 3550. The second generation molecule is much more potent. It's got camelid technology and nanobody technology, which gives it better binding efficacy. So we're very optimistic with regard to what will be achieved in the second half of our blood cancer trial later this year.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Michael. Great presentation. For more information about GT Biopharma, reach us at 1-800-REDCHIP or write us at gtbp@redchip.com. Michael Breen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Always a pleasure.
Next up, Lantern Pharma, ticker LTRN on the NASDAQ. Presenting today will be Panna Sharma, the CEO, President, and Director. Panna, are you there? All right, just a moment. Let's wait for Panna Sharma to join.
Good afternoon, Craig.
Hi, Panna. Great to see you again. How you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. How are you?
Really good. Thank you. If you're going to present your presentation today, please go ahead and show it while I get through these preliminaries. This
Great.
segment
I'll pull it up. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Again, this is Lantern Pharma, ticker LTRN on the NASDAQ. If you have a question, please click the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window and type your question into the text box. Panna, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining me this afternoon to hear about the Lantern story. Lantern is an AI company developing cancer medicines. We have a number of therapies that are already in clinical trials that have been developed and built on the back of our AI platform. One of the things that's really important, and I want to touch on it today, hopefully you guys can see the screen. Can you guys see my screen? Hopefully. Okay.
Not yet, Panna, not yet.
My screen should be live, the presentation. That's strange.
What is the, okay. Yes, now we can see it.
For some reason it's not large. Maybe it's not the PDF file. Let me try this again. I'm going to stop and try resharing it.
And Panna, we are now downloading your investor presentation. We would be happy to show it for you.
Great.
Okay, we're going to share our screen.
Let me just try it one more time.
Okay.
Is that working or not? I don't know. For some reason, it doesn't show the window. Why don't you go ahead and share it, Craig? I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on here.
Give us just a half second here.
There should be one on our website.
We're downloading right now. Thank you, everyone, for waiting.
Is it live?
We're almost there. All right, Pana, do you see it now on your screen?
I do not, but I can,
Oh.
let's just go ahead. Okay, I see it now. I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Great. Let's go on to the next slides. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing as an AI company. We're an AI company focused on developing therapies, and we have 3 drugs in clinical trials, and all of our programs have been powered by AI. One of the most exciting things that's happening at Lantern now is that if you go on to the next slide, please, is that we're continuing to compress the timeline to develop these therapies. We have a number of trials that are going on, 3 of them, which I'll talk about today. But also, very importantly, we've founded an entirely new company, a subsidiary called Starlight Therapeutics. A couple of years ago, we found a molecule that we're developing that worked really well in brain cancers, and we now have fast track designation from the FDA and GBM as a result of that. But our proprietary AI program increases the odds of the clinical trial success. We compress timelines, and we've launched over 10 new programs in a record-setting timeline, 2 years. And the most important thing is we can understand how a molecule can work or not work, and we can also predict how patients will respond. We've done it not only for ourselves, but we've actually done it for collaborators and other companies. Let's go on to the next slide. So our business model, and this is fairly unique, is not only to help rescue and reposition drugs. We have a drug in phase 2 trial. We'll have some data coming out next week at AACR, which we're very excited about, focused on a unique problem, which is people who do not smoke or don't have a history of tobacco use, but they still get lung cancer. And molecularly, it's a totally different type of lung cancer. And our drug seems to work really well. And again, we'll have some data next week on it that we're very excited about. So far, in the first cohort of patients, we had a very good clinical benefit rate. 86% of the patients had a positive clinical benefit as a result of taking our drug. And we continue to see some very good benefit, including patients who actually have gotten a complete response in this trial. So we're very excited about that. And that, again, was repositioned and rescued from our AI platform. We're also using our AI platform to develop totally new drugs that have never been seen or developed before. In fact, today, we actually showed the platform to 25 top biotech investors in New York, where we actually over lunch used the platform to develop a totally new drug. But this is the platform now that we have a unique mechanism, and we developed this drug in a record amount of time. We actually manufactured it, and actually we also got another complete metabolic response in 284. And third, we've also used our platform to help other companies, and we actually own equity and patents with other companies, a number of collaborators. In fact, one of them is public, called Actuate. They had a really great response in pancreatic cancer and also in melanoma with their drug, and that was, again, validated through our platform. Next slide. In addition to our platform, one of the biggest growth drivers is that we have these very targeted precision molecules, LP300, which I mentioned, focused on never smokers, LP184, which is focused on a wide range of solid tumors, including in triple-negative breast cancer, non-small cell lung cancer, and now also in PTGR1 positive bladder cancer. That trial is actually being done in Denmark, paid for by the Danish Cancer Research Group, and it's an investigator-led trial. We also have another drug, LP284, that is in phase 1 for a number of really exciting indications, all of which we have orphan designation for. It's in mantle cell lymphoma, double-hit lymphomas, and adult soft tissue sarcoma. We just got a orphan designation earlier this year in Q1 for that indication. Unfortunately, adult soft tissue sarcoma is actually a growing disease globally. This is one of the very few drugs that works in that cancer. And again, these aren't just ideas. These are actually in trials where we're dosing patients. And again, all of these drugs have been built in the back of our platform. We also, as I mentioned, have a whole new company inside of Lantern called Starlight. And I'm very excited about that because that company has both fast track designation and GBM. And we just recently cleared our FDA IND, which are very, very exciting in pediatric brain tumors. So again, very exciting new company, all focused 100% on precision neuro-oncology, which is going to be a great area to be in for cancer companies going forward. And we have one of the few drugs that is a novel in that category. Next slide. These are companies that we are using our platform. Again, we have access to not only their drugs, but also the data, and that has helped validate our platform. Next slide. Let's talk a little bit about the platform. Our platform is an integrated experimental biology platform. And some of the key features is that this platform has been used not only by us, but it actually has saved tons of time, and time equals money in biotech. But more importantly, it helps us pinpoint what the mechanism of action is, and we've published on it, and we've got patents on this platform, and we've used it to design ADCs, understand potential binding sites, generate molecular signatures for patient stratification, and also understand specialized attributes of the molecule. And so this is RADAR. And now, one of the most exciting things about RADAR, if we go on to the next slide, please, is we're uniquely positioned kind of in the upper right-hand quadrant. Next slide. So parts of RADAR now we're making available to the public. So anyone can go to predictbbb.ai and actually get all these specialized attributes of their molecule. You just enter the SMILE string, and we can predict whether a molecule can cross the blood-brain barrier. We can convert the molecular structure into thousands of predictive features and really understand how the molecule can be best positioned as a potential medicine. And it does it not only for cancer drugs, but really any molecule. And all this is real time. It's not pulling from a database. It's actually calculating as a large quantitative model all the attributes of this molecule. This is what we've been able to use. Next slide. We are now moving it well beyond just BBB permeability into structural analysis, drug likeness analysis, surface area profiling, topology analysis. So it's a multi-dimensional molecular intelligence tool. And again, it's not just internal. We actually have put this tool now out for anyone to use. So if your users want to go to predictbbb.ai, they can, and they can sign up and use this tool. And so we're really trying to use AI for good, not only for our clinical programs, but really for the broader community. Next slide, please. Today, we launched with Zeta. Again, we're taking all the power of our AI and making it available. And so people can go to also go to with Zeta. And Zeta addresses a fundamental challenge in rare cancer research, where you can actually develop your own drug. You can look at rare cancers, and it's a multi-agentic tool. It's the first of its kind globally, and you can get insight in minutes. We featured this today at NASDAQ with a number of biotech investors. We're quite blown away about this tool. And we real time over an hour or two of lunch actually went deep into a BRAF cancer and actually designed a novel structure to go after these BRAF. Imagine this would have taken literally some of these guys in this room months to really create, and we did it in minutes. So it's a very powerful tool. We'll be launching it also at American Association of Cancer Research next week in San Diego, and we expect hundreds of people to try out this tool. And again, people can go and subscribe to it as well. Now, these are tools that aren't just theoretical. These are actually tools that we use to actually develop our own molecules. And these are molecules where we've dosed over 100 patients. And these are real big challenges in cancer because data is complex, it's scattered, it's tough to get really good predictions. And what we've done is we've simplified it by using the power of natural language and an agentic interface to really revolutionize rare cancer drug development. Our goal then is to do this not only for cancers, but broadly with the power of other pharma companies across multiple diseases. And again, this is what we think is going to position us as kind of like the OpenAI or Perplexity for cancer drug development. Next slide, please. Again, all of our data comes not only from us, but also world-class institutions. We have academic collaborations with Hopkins, Fox Chase, University of Texas, UMass Boston, MD Anderson, Cornell. And again, this powers all of the models and all of the algorithms that we use to do various facets of drug development, from molecular design to rare cancer research to biomedical pinpointing of biomarkers, et cetera. So all of these modules are all inside of this multi-agentic platform. Next slide, please. So again, what gave us this idea is that we had a number of very exciting designations. We have 12 FDA designations, 2 fast track, a number of orphan designations, 6 of them, and then also rare pediatric. In fact, we probably have more rare pediatric disease designations for one drug than any other drug, LP-184. And we're quite excited because those orphan and rare pediatric disease designations can be monetized. So we can get through a trial faster. We can sell the voucher at the end of a successful outcome. We can sell the voucher for $150 to $200 million in the case of these rare pediatric disease designations. And we not only have 1 or 2, we have 4 of them. So that alone is, we think, potentially pretty groundbreaking. Next slide. Let's talk about our first drug. This is in a phase 2 trial. It's going on today for people who do not smoke. It's a very unique molecule, which is a disulfide-based molecule. Next slide. And this is aimed at this very unique population of never smokers. Now, never smokers are a very different disease. And this momentum that we're getting in never smokers is really, really important because there's no drug approved for this class of patients. In fact, it's a pretty large disease, unfortunately, globally. About 1 in 6 lung cancer deaths are occurring in patients that have non-small cell lung cancer, and about 20% of those cases are people who don't smoke. So it's a real challenge, and the molecular profile of this disease is very different. Next slide. So let's talk a little bit about how this drug works. It has a 1-2 kind of punch that we've seen. And again, we'll have data on this drug from the trial next week that we're going to be sharing with the public and with biotech community on the back of our AACR work. The mechanism is that it directly modifies TKI receptors through direct engagement, and it modifies the cysteine at the surface of the cancer cell. And then once it's inside the cell, it modulates the redox cycle, and it resets the redox cycle once it's inside the cell. And so it's a kind of a 1-2 punch because it denatures the receptor, and then once it's inside the cell, it kind of resets the oxidative stress modulation. That's key because that then allows the cancer cell to actually react to the chemotherapy doublet that's given. And so it's a very unique pan-kinase modulator. Next slide, please. So this is in a trial. It's about a 90-patient trial, multinational. It's in Taiwan, Japan, and the US. And we're looking at PFS, which is very important, progression-free survival, and also overall survival. And we've had some very good results so far in the trial. Next slide. Again, this isn't just theoretical. We've had a lot of good patient outcome. Next slide. Across a wide range of patients. And you can see we clearly have seen 2 groups of patients. People who have some really good partial response, and then patients who have good stable disease. And in fact, one of those partial responders actually went on to become a complete responder, which is very, very rare in these. These are typically patients that are 2nd, 3rd, or 4th line. And again, these never smokers don't have a lot of potential options when TKIs fail, and that's exactly where we're pinpointing our drug is post-TKI failure. Next slide, please. If you look at the range of diseases, again, initial cohort, we had a wide range of partial responses and stable disease across a wide range of prior treatment histories. So we know that this drug has a mechanistic validity to it. And that's one of the most important things pharma companies look for is there clarity on the signal, which we believe we have. Next slide. Next slide. We're going to go on to the next drug, which will be 184. Keep forward. So 184 is a blockbuster potential drug. We think over $10 billion in potential value, and it works across a wide range of cancers. It's a novel drug, first in human. Number of patents in this drug that extend our claims well into the future. And this is a very unique molecule. It also crosses the blood-brain barrier. Next slide, please. So about 1 in 4, if you imagine, 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 cancers have a DNA damage repair deficiency. This is very important because these cancer cells, as they become more aggressive, they basically give up the validity of their DNA damage response. And so we're able to attack that vulnerability, which is why this drug works across a wide range of cancers. But the key marker, if you go on the next slide, is a very specific enzyme called PTGR1. That enzyme is overexpressed in these aggressive cancers. And when we were first looking at how this drug works and why it works so well in certain cancers and not others, our AI platform led us to say PTGR1 is the smoking gun. And of course, the first thing you want to do is that really the smoking gun? So we took our insights and ideas and we validated it in a set of gene editing CRISPR experiments. And there was a wonderful experiment design at Fox Chase where they gene edited out PTGR1 so that it was no longer available to the drug. And if you look at the slide, you can see the cells that no longer had PTGR1 stayed stable. Nothing happened to them, really. And so you look at the stark, drastic change versus the cells that had PTGR1, they all died off. And so for us, this was wonderful confirmation that PTGR1 is, in fact, the driver of response. And so now we look for that. In fact, in the bladder cancer trial, PTGR1 is the biomarker. If a person has bladder cancer and they have a high expression of PTGR1, they'll be enrolled in the trial. Next slide, please. So we saw that not only in bladder, but we saw in triple negative breast cancer. In fact, one of the most exciting cancers that's responsive is triple negative and also pancreatic. And we saw excellent response in both these tumors. And it didn't just work in one or two types of triple negative, it worked across a wide range of all the 10 different types of triple negative breast cancers. And if you can see the red and pink lines, that's where our drug worked. Regardless of BRCA and regardless of PARP, our drug seemed to work. We've got orphan designation and fast track in TNBC, which is very important. And again, this is a trial that's about to start in a phase 1B, phase 2. And there's a very important need for second and third line treatments in this terrible disease. Next slide. So we just finished a very large trial last year where we had very good results. We had 63 patients in this trial. Let me show you some of the outcomes from that trial. Next slide, please. We had very good treatment. We had very good, robust safety profile. We achieved all our primary endpoints. We got a great biomarker insight. In fact, what the machine predicted, our AI platform, was that people who had certain DNA damage repair mutated cancers, mutations in CHEK2 or ATM or STK11, would be very responsive. And in fact, that's what we saw in the trial. The most durable benefits came to those patients that actually had those DNA damage repair mutations. So we had mechanistic insight, we have a clear path forward, and we have wonderful fast track and orphan designations in the cancers that we think can get this to being a multi-billion-dollar drug. And of course, our goal is to then obviously license this out and sell it to larger pharma companies. Next slide, please. We'll be going into multiple trials, all influenced by the AI. So every one of these indications, we have either fast track, orphan, or both. And very importantly, we have mechanistic insight as to why it'll work in that cancer, in that biomarker. And that's very unusual for this. And this is why the momentum for us is very real. We have targeted trials, all which have been approved, cleared by the FDA. We've dosed patients. We have a very clear path on how to get this to fast track approvals, or more importantly, actually into the hands of larger pharma. Next slide, please. We're going to go on to 284, and then I'll take some time for questions. Let's go on to 284 slides. It's a lot of wonderful data slides, but let's keep, 284. This is a very exciting drug. So 184 didn't work in blood cancers. And that got us thinking, well, could we use the same mechanism, the same scaffold? And we created a new drug. Went from an idea on a whiteboard to less than 2 years, a manufactured, GMP manufactured trial in multiple B-cell cancers and also in adult soft tissue sarcoma. Next slide. So this drug works really well, and we got, obviously we have orphan designation both in mantle cell now and in high-grade B-cell lymphoma. And these are cancers that are not curable with the current standard of care. And the prognosis and outcome is very bad. In fact, the very first lymphoma patient that we had in this trial, let's move on to the next slide, had a wonderful response. Now, this is theoretical. So this is what we saw in the preclinical models, that we'd get this kind of massive translation from tumor growth to almost nothing. But of course, that's theoretical, right? And so when we saw this in the clinic, we go on to the next slide. It wasn't just, this is theoretical. What we saw in the clinic is that's exactly what happened. So we saw the very first patient, heavily pretreated patient, and we put the patient on it, and we got a complete metabolic response. We presented this last year at the Lymphoma Leukemia Myeloma Congress, and on the back of that, as we understood the mechanism, we actually got an orphan in soft tissue sarcoma because we're using a similar mechanism around CD19, CD20 positive B cells to attack and destroy those cells. And so this patient went from having all these lymph nodes swollen up and down their spine and their pelvis, and we got a complete metabolic response in that patient, which is just absolutely great to see that, to see the outcome in this patient, how we were able to change the person, but also that it validated what we saw in our AI and it validated what we saw in the lab, and now it's happening in patients. So again, these are, mechanistically validated drugs, which is one of the most exciting things and one of the most challenging things for biotechs to get to, which we have. Next slide. So we've also think that this drug will be very, very synergistic with rituximab, which is a known approved drug. And so we're also looking at trials to do this in combination with rituximab. So very clear strategy of how to develop and progress this drug. And we're in early phase of discussions of this drug with other pharma and biotech companies. So that's very exciting for us. Next slide. We don't have time today, but one of the most important things is also to look at our CNS portfolio company called Starlight Therapeutics. Starlight Therapeutics, very similar, precision developed molecule focused on brain cancer, both adult and pediatric. We've received fast track and orphan designation. We've completed the enrollment in the phase 1A trial, and we're going to now launch into phase 1B and phase 2, and we have great collaborators. And so this is every shareholder in Lantern will own a piece of Starlight. So that's very, very exciting. And this is an insight that we developed from billions of data points using our AI platform. So I'm going to turn over to some questions for the remaining time that we have. So Craig, why don't we go ahead and go into Q&A, please?
Thank you very much, Pana. A lot of companies talk
You
about
can stop the sharing if you want. But yes.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
great.
Yep, there we go. Pana, we've got a lot of questions here for you already. A lot of companies talk about AI in drug development, but Lantern seems to have both a platform story and multiple clinical programs.
Yeah.
How should investors think about where the real value is being created today?
Well, I think the value is definitely going to be in both sides. I mean, I think we're uniquely positioned because we've got a dual engine strategy. Part of our company is making breakthrough molecules that can be licensed out, and the other part is creating AI platforms that we can monetize. So I think it's a unique position to have that. And so I think both sides are very real. And obviously AI in medicine is becoming one of the hottest categories right now. So we're well positioned both with novel molecules and with a platform that works and has been used to develop medicines, a validated platform.
What do you think will be the clearest proof to investors over time that Radar is more than just a compelling platform narrative?
Well, we have drugs in trials and we have companies using it. And more importantly, you can go now to withzeta.ai or predictbbb.ai and actually use it. So it's more than a compelling narrative. It's actually, road tested and out there in use. Very few AI companies can go and say, hey, go to a URL and use the platform. We can say that today. So I think that's very, very unique.
The recent With Zeta launch was interesting, yeah, because it looks like it expands Lantern's AI capabilities beyond just internal development work.
Yes.
Good. And he wants to know, how should investors think about that opportunity strategically?
I mean, it's AI in medicine is becoming a very hot category. You saw Anthropic recently buy Coefficient, and you saw the deal with OpenAI, Novo Nordisk, and metabolic disorders and diseases. You saw the Eli Lilly and Silico partnership. We opened up the platform in rare cancers because no one else is doing it. Rare cancers are hard, they're complex, that's why they're rare, but it still kills 30% of the cancer patients. It's terrible diseases, hundreds of diseases. And so what we wanted to showcase is we wanted to say, look, we're good at developing medicines quickly, efficiently, and let's now open this platform up for anyone to use, to think like a Lantern scientist. And so with Zeta opens us up to potentially, I think, about a $15 to $20 billion market opportunity where pharma companies, biotech companies, cancer centers, individual researchers They all have these wonderful ideas, but it's so hard to do in cancer. But now you have inside of a box, 24/7 available, the world's thousands and thousands of brains all at your doorstep. And this isn't just an encyclopedia. This is a real engine. It's a co-scientist, and that's never been anything like that before. And so I think opens us up to monetize the platform in a massive space that's critically needed. And we're at the forefront of it, and we're launching it. And it's going to generate revenue tomorrow for us. I mean, so we've got a lot of subscribers, a lot of eyeballs on it. We're launching it next week at American Association of Cancer Research, and it's proven. The great thing about this platform is that we've used it, our collaborators have used it, and it's very difficult to replicate this kind of engine with nearly 500 billion data points and tons of models. So yeah, it's a massive opportunity, and we're hoping to exploit it.
Perfect, Panna. We are right at the top of the hour.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you very much, Panna. This has been Lantern Pharma, LTRN on the NASDAQ. For more information, write us at ltrn@redchip.com. You can always call us, 1-800-REDCHIP. Panna, thank you very much. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
next time. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, coming up next is, Kintra Bio, ticker KYNB on the NASDAQ. Presenting today will be Thane Wettig, the CEO. Thane, are you there?
I am, Craig. How are you?
Great. Thank you very much for waiting. You're showing your presentation. That's great. Let me just get some formalities out of the way, and then you can dive right in. Read the safe harbor real quick here. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. If you wish to write a question, you can click the bottom of your Zoom window. There is a button, Q&A, and then a text box will appear. Write your question there. We look forward to hearing from you. Thane, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Craig, and to the RedChip team for the opportunity. For those of you not familiar with Kintra Bio, we rebranded from FibroGen earlier this year to reflect the culmination of a transformation to a company that's now focused on oncology and rare disease. So as I go through the following Kintra Bio story, I will focus on our core investment thesis of an antibody drug conjugate in metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer that targets a novel non-PSMA epitope with a companion PET imaging agent that is currently enrolling in a phase 2 monotherapy trial at multiple sites in the US in the post-ARPI and the pre-chemo setting, and we expect interim results from this phase 2 study later this year. In addition, we have a phase 3 ready orally administered small molecule for lower risk myelodysplastic syndrome, which is a high value orphan disease with significant unmet need and substantial commercial potential. And this wholly owned asset has the potential to start a phase 3 trial later this year. We have $109 million in year-end 2025 cash, no senior secured debt on our balance sheet, a cash runway into 2028, and a current market valuation of approximately $30 million. So with that as a backdrop, I will focus first on our ADC for metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. And so those of you who are familiar with prostate cancer know how significant the unmet need is and the need for treatment options that can extend survival in later stage disease. 1 out of 7 or 1 out of 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer at some point in their life. There are about 65,000 patients that are drug treatable in the US annually, and unfortunately, the 5-year survival in mCRPC is approximately 30%. And so there remains a substantial need for therapies that can extend survival in patients who are either ineligible for or who have progressed on ARPI therapy and or chemotherapy, and also an unmet need for novel MOAs that can treat patients who have progressed on the available treatment options, and in our case, the potential for non-PSMA approaches, as well as predictive tools that can help inform patient selection and also help inform the optimal combination and sequencing of therapies. So as we think about our phase 2 ADC for prostate cancer, a couple things that we're really focused on. One is the target, and the second is the program itself, the ADC along with the PET imaging agent. So in looking at the target, CD46 is a novel tumor selective target in solid tumors that negatively regulates the complement system and therefore helps tumors evade complement dependent cytotoxicity. It is a multifunctional protein. It's overexpressed in MCRPC. It's also overexpressed in colorectal cancer and other solid tumors, and it has limited expression in normal tissues. And this is a really important part of the target. This target was discovered by Ben Liu at UCSF, and Dr. Liu, in essence, conducted an agnostic phage display set of experiments where he was really trying to identify targets or epitopes on the surface of cancer cells that were overexpressed there, but were not expressed to any significant magnitude in normal tissues. The only other place that CD46 is expressed to any degree is in placenta and in prostate epithelium. And so that's why he honed in on CD46 as a non-PSMA approach for prostate cancer as well as for other solid tumors. And so CD46 is overexpressed in MCRPC. It's upregulated as prostate cancer progresses from the localized castration sensitive phase to the castration resistant phase. And it's also further overexpressed following treatment with androgen receptor inhibitors. It's estimated that 50 to 70% of MCRPC patients have high expression of CD46. And that we also know, based upon gene experiments, that CD46 is expressed more homogeneously and at higher levels compared to PSMA. And so we know the target's active based upon results that I'll show you in a moment. And so targeting CD46, we believe, has both therapeutic and diagnostic potential. So FG3246 is the therapeutic, and so it has the targeting antibody, which is depicted here in the middle of the slide, YS5, which is a fully human, full-length IgG1 monoclonal antibody to tumor-selected the epitope of CD46. In addition to the YS5 antibody, that antibody is linked to an MMAE payload. MMAE payload is a potent antimicrotubule agent that is validated chemotherapy. In fact, it's approved in a number of other ADCs, most notably Padcev, which is the Astellas and Pfizer bladder cancer therapy, which generated about $2 billion in revenue in 2025. And again, it offers an androgen receptor agnostic and a non-PSMA approach. In addition to the ADC, we also have FG3180, which is a PET imaging agent, and it uses the same YS5 antibody against CD46, and it's delivered with a zirconium tracer, and it has demonstrated specific uptake in CD46 positive tumors. And so our development strategy is to combine both FG3246 therapeutic and the FG3180 imaging agent to achieve a clinically differentiated profile in a disease area like prostate cancer, which is highly competitive yet highly dissatisfied at the moment. I'm going to talk about two trials that have been conducted with the ADC. First, a phase 1 monotherapy trial, and then a combination trial that was recently disclosed at ASCO GU. The phase 1 monotherapy trial had the classic dose escalation and dose expansion design, 33 patients in the escalation cohort, with the aim of that escalation cohort to determine the MTD to take into the dose expansion phase. That MTD was determined to be 2.7 milligrams per kilogram. There were then 23 patients treated in the dose expansion phase of the phase 1 trial. The classic endpoints across both cohorts, again, in addition to safety, were the standard efficacy measures of PSA 50, ORR, duration of response, and RPFS as well. This was a heavily pretreated patient population, a median of 5 prior lines of therapy. Everyone had received prior systemic therapies, androgen deprivation therapy, as well as androgen receptor inhibitors. There were about 1 in 4 patients who had previously received taxane therapy, but those were only allowed in the castration-sensitive phase, so no patients had received taxane therapy in the castration-resistant phase. In terms of results, we were very encouraged with the 8.7 months of median RPFS across the 40 patients in the efficacy evaluable population. These were patients who were at 1.2 milligrams per kilogram and above. Again, 2.7 mg per kg was the expansion cohort dose. a PSA 50 decline of 36%, and ORR, 5 out of 25 patients, or 20% of patients demonstrated ORR, and the duration of response was 7.5 months. So again, we were highly encouraged by these results. When we take a look at these results relative to other programs in a similar stage of development, and again, while we can't make direct comparisons due to trial differences and study design and things of that nature, again, this gave us some encouraging signs that give us the conviction to take this ADC into the phase 2 portion of the program. There was a lot of excitement around JANX007, especially given their PSA 50 and PSA 90 results and the T-cell engager approach. However, when JANX provided data, at least on 16 patients from an rPFS perspective, it didn't hold up to the PSA 50 results that we're seeing. And that's why we continue to be, given our non-PSMA approach, continue to be really focused on, what is a registration endpoint of rPFS. We believe PSA 50 is instructive, but we're going to continue to pay a lot more attention to rPFS as the program progresses. From a safety profile, the safety profile was consistent with other MMAE-based ADCs, where you see about 1 in 3 patients experiencing grade 3 or above neutropenia, neutrophil count decrease, white blood cell count decrease. You can see also about a third of patients had peripheral neuropathy. Only one of those patients had grade 3 or above peripheral neuropathy. But again, this is an adverse event that we're paying close attention to in the phase 2 portion of the program, given the fact that even grade 2 peripheral neuropathy can be problematic for a number of patients. And we'll talk about a way that we are mitigating the neutropenia as part of the phase 2 study design. Now turning to the phase 1b/2 trial that was with FG-3246 in combination with enzalutamide. These were results that were disclosed at ASCO GU a few weeks ago. Again, the primary endpoint for the phase 1b portion was to determine the MTD to take into phase 2, and then the classic secondary endpoints, PSA 50, ORR, rPFS, etc. I think it's important to note that the MTD for this particular trial was 2.1 milligrams per kilogram of FG-3246, juxtaposed to the 2.7 milligrams per kilogram from the phase 1 monotherapy trial. This trial also had 160 milligrams per day of enzalutamide. In terms of the results across the entire cohort, 7 months of median rPFS, a 22% PSA 50 response. I think it's really important to note that a majority of patients had progressed on 2 or more prior ARPIs. So you think about the design of this trial, 60+% of patients had progressed on, let's say, an abiraterone and an enzalutamide, and then they were retried with enzalutamide, or vice versa, enzalutamide followed by abiraterone, and then put on enzalutamide again. And so at 3 or more ARPIs, if you include enzalutamide in combination with our ADC, when Dr. Rahul Aggarwal, who was the PI of the phase 1 monotherapy trial and also ran this IST at UCSF, when he looked at patients who had progressed on only 1 prior ARPI, he was very encouraged with the 10.1 months of median rPFS and the PSA 50 response of 40%. So again, encouraging anti-tumor activity in patients with mCRPC, consistent with the phase 1 monotherapy trial. And when we think about how this compares to other similar stage trials, when we think about the 8.7 months of rPFS seen in the monotherapy trial and the 10.1 months in patients who have progressed on only 1 prior ARPI in the combination with enzalutamide trial, we again think it compares very favorably. And the benchmark that we have set for the phase 2 monotherapy trial is the 9.3 months of rPFS that Pluvicto demonstrated in the post-1 ARPI pre-chemo setting that led to the recent indication in that same setting for Pluvicto. So again, we think that we need to achieve about a 10-month rPFS in the phase 2 study to have a high degree of conviction to take it into the phase 3 portion of the program. In terms of the adverse event profile from Dr. Aggarwal's IST, again, focusing on the neutropenia, which, as you may recall from a few slides ago, about a third of patients had grade 3 or above neutropenia in the phase 1 monotherapy trial. You can see that about 5% of patients had grade 3 or above neutropenia in his IST. And the reason is is because Dr. Agarwal utilized prophylactic GCSF to mitigate the neutropenia, the grade 3 and above neutropenia that was so common in the phase 1 monotherapy trial, and in fact led to a number of patients having to be dose interrupted or downward titrated in that phase 1 monotherapy trial. And so this is an important design element that we've taken forward into the phase 2 monotherapy trial. The last point from this particular IST, and something that we were really encouraged by, is that the higher tumor uptake of FG-3180 was associated with PSA50 response, which underscores the potential for FG-3180 as a companion PET biomarker for patient selection. On the right-hand side of the slide is an example of a PET image from the IST that was captured after treatment with FG-3180. So a patient would have entered the trial, they would have given FG-3180, they would have come back 6 days later for the PET scan, and then immediately started into the IST. And so we think that image right there is a perfect example of how multiple tumors and lesions that express CD46. The table on the left shows the correlation between tumor uptake of FG-3180 and PSA50 response. So patients with a higher average maximum standardized uptake value, which is SUV, of a target lesion when normalized to the SUV of the blood pool, demonstrated a trend to greater response to FG-3246 as measured by PSA50 versus those with a lower SUV, with a nominal p-value that just missed being statistically significant despite a small number of patients. And so we believe this data demonstrates for the first time an association between FG-3246 expression and response to FG-3246. And we're going to be further evaluating this as an important component of the ongoing phase 2 trial. Now, turning to the ongoing phase 2 monotherapy trial, we expect interim results from this trial in the second half of this year. It is actively enrolling in the United States. There will be 75 patients treated, 25 at each one of the 3 different dose cohorts, 1.8, 2.4, and 2.7 milligrams per kilogram. And again, we will use primary prophylaxis across all 75 patients. The interim analysis will look at futility analysis and other available efficacy, safety, PK, and exposure response data. The futility analysis will be a composite response of PSA50 and ORR, and we've set a hurdle that is similar to the composite response from the phase 1 monotherapy trial, because again, we're most interested, given the non-PSMA approach, not looking at PSA50, but we're most interested in looking at more fully mature rPFS data and the correlation between response to the ADC and the expression of CD46 as measured by the PET imaging agent, which will occur in the 2027 timeframe. And so as we think about that 10-month rPFS that we're shooting for relative to the 8.7 months of rPFS that was demonstrated in the phase 1 monotherapy trial, there are some important design elements that we think will give us the potential to achieve an rPFS that we think would be competitive if we were to then take it into the phase 3 portion of the program. Use of the 3 highest doses of the ADC, 1.8, 2.4, and 2.7 milligrams per kilogram. And again, this is based upon the exposure response that was established during the phase 1 escalation and expansion trial. The use of primary prophylaxis with GCSF, which I spoke about, to mitigate the grade 3 and above neutropenia, which again led to dose interruption and dose reduction in the phase 1 monotherapy trial. We're really trying to keep patients on the dose in the early portion of the trial without interruption or a dose reduction so that they can get the maximum cytotoxic effect early in the course of therapy. And then moving up line to patients who have not been treated with a median of 5 prior lines of therapy, but who have progressed on 1 prior ARPI. So think about it either in the first line or second line mCRPC setting. So we think that these design elements could very well allow us to build upon the encouraging 8.7 months worth of rPFS that was demonstrated in the phase 1 monotherapy trial. So again, we're really focused on a couple of things. First, the interim analysis in the second half of this year, and then the more fully mature rPFS data, which given the open label design of the trial, we'll be able to look at as patients are randomized and as patients and data is accrued. So in summary, we believe that our phase 2 program of FG-3246 and FG-3180 presents a unique opportunity in MCRPC. We believe that the novel mechanism and the novel target of CD46 presents a unique opportunity for us. Encouraging results in 2 previous studies that show not only is CD46 an active target, but the ADC does a very nice job at taking advantage of that target and generating encouraging RPFS results. A safety profile which is entirely consistent with the safety profile demonstrated with other MMAE-based ADC therapies. Substantial opportunity given the high unmet need in metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. And again, the importance of the CD46 biomarker diagnostic, or FG-3180, as a potential PET biomarker imaging agent designed for screening, patient selection, and potential enrichment. If we are able to show a correlation in the phase 2 monotherapy trial between the expression levels of CD46 and response to the ADC, that would allow us then in the phase 3 portion of the program to enrich that population for those patients who were higher expressors of CD46 with the knowledge that they had a better response to the ADC in the phase 2 trial. So that is the phase 2 asset, the ADC targeting CD46 for prostate cancer. And now I'll shift to roxadustat. Roxadustat is the asset that FibroGen, formerly FibroGen or Kyntra Bio, is most well known for. It's an oral hypoxia-inducible factor pH inhibitor. The science behind roxadustat was the basis for the 2019 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, based upon the discovery of how cells sense and adapt to oxygen availability. It clearly increases hemoglobin by mimicking the body's natural response to low oxygen, and it is approved in more than 40 countries for the treatment of anemia associated with chronic kidney disease. In fact, well over 1 million patients have been treated globally with roxadustat since it was approved first in 2019. Our focus going forward now is on roxadustat for anemia associated with lower risk myelodysplastic syndrome. So there was a previous phase 3 trial conducted by Kyntra Bio in collaboration with Astellas and AstraZeneca that looked at roxadustat for anemia associated with lower risk myelodysplastic syndrome. In that phase 3 trial, we showed a numerical advantage of transfusion independence, but missed statistical significance because of an abnormally high placebo response rate that was driven by the enrollment of a large number of patients who had a low transfusion burden at baseline, 1 or 2 units over an 8-week period of time. Many of these patients will spontaneously become transfusion independent just because of the low transfusion requirement. When we did a post hoc subset analysis of patients who had a high transfusion burden at baseline, we saw a very meaningful response with roxadustat relative to placebo, both as measured by 8-week RBC transfusion independence within 28 weeks and 52 weeks. And these are results that were very similar to the results from the registrational programs for the 2 most recently approved products in this category, luspatercept and imetelstat. And so this is what gave us the conviction to approach the FDA in the middle of last year through a Type C meeting process where we reached alignment on essentially all the elements of the phase 3 design, which I'll speak to in a moment. So when we think about roxadustat and how it would then compare relative to or compete with and against the currently available therapies, typically clinicians are making their choice based upon what's called the ring sideroblast status, RS positive or RS negative. RS negative is the majority of patients who have lower risk MDS. RS positive is a smaller proportion. Luspatercept, which is Reblozyl, which is a BMS product, which generated $2.3 billion in revenue in 2025, about $1.8 billion of that revenue in the US, and the majority of that in lower risk MDS. They also have a beta thalassemia indication, but they've really positioned themselves in first line therapy, especially in the RS positive population, where they have shown a meaningful benefit head to head against the ESAs. They really haven't demonstrated much evidence of efficacy in the RS negative population, but they still get utilization there. We think roxadustat, if we were able to mimic the subset results from the previous phase 3 trial and enrolled in the right patient population, we think we can compete very effectively in the second line setting and in the third line setting. And it doesn't take a lot of share in the second or third line setting to generate a meaningful amount of revenue. So this is our whole focus going forward into the phase 3 design. Again, we've reached alignment with the FDA on the patient population, patients requiring 4 or more RBC units in 2 consecutive 8-week periods, who are refractory to, intolerant to, or ineligible for prior ESAs. Efficacy, either 8 or 16-week RBC transfusion independence. The safety, we're going to manage potential thrombotic risk through eligibility, dose modification, and discontinuation criteria. And then we've aligned with the FDA on both the starting dose and the maximum dose, along with the titration algorithm. We submitted the final protocol in December of 2025, and that we are in the process of responding back to FDA feedback, and we'll have that feedback back to the FDA here in short order. So in summary, we think there's a substantial opportunity for roxadustat as a phase 3 ready asset in anemia associated with lower risk myelodysplastic syndrome. We think that the differentiated profile with the potentially superior tolerability and convenient dosing and administration, so roxadustat would be administered 3 times a week orally at home by the patient. The currently available therapies require either in-office IV infusion or sub-Q injection every 3 or 4 weeks. And for this particular patient population, 75 years of age, with severe anemia and a poor quality of life, many of these patients have trouble making it into the clinic that often for the administration of the currently available therapies. We also received orphan drug designation for anemia or for lower risk myelodysplastic syndrome, which will give us at least 7 years of regulatory exclusivity in the US. And again, with the worldwide market that's expected to exceed $4 billion in 5 years, we believe we've got an opportunity for at least $500 million in peak sales. In fact, a recent opportunity assessment that was conducted with ZS Associates give us a lot of confidence that we can reach a peak revenue of close to $1 billion if in fact we hit the product profile based upon the subset analysis from the previous phase 3 trial. And so in summary, Kentra Bio, a phase 2 ongoing metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer trial with our ADC, and a phase 3 ready asset with roxadustat. And so we're incredibly excited about the potential opportunity for the firm, especially on the backdrop of a current $30 million market capitalization. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much. Let's get started. With cash expected to fund operations into, as you said, 2028, how are you prioritizing capital allocation, and what steps are you taking to ensure that shareholder value is protected even as the company advances its pipeline?
Yeah, so I tend to think about shareholder value not being protected, but being catapulted. And we've got the phase 2 ADC is fully funded, and our cash runway allows us to get to the answer for the phase 2 monotherapy trial. We are doing and funding all of the phase 3 enabling activity for roxadustat for lower risk myelodysplastic syndrome. Right now, our cash runway does not contemplate us being able to fund the phase 3 trial for roxadustat. So we at the moment are having conversations with both strategics for the typical kind of business development, licensing approach, as well as project-based financing firms, with the aim that in the next 60 to 90 days, we have made the determination on the path forward for roxadustat, either on our own or through a strategic. Our strong conviction and strong desire is to do it on our own. So we will need to raise capital in order to do that. But again, with a phase 3 ready, wholly owned asset with close to $1 billion peak revenue potential, we hope that we'll be able to raise the capital in order to do so.
Roxadustat, it represents a different kind of opportunity compared to FG-3246. How do you think about its role within Kentra's overall strategy? And what would success in LR-MDS anemia look like from both a clinical and commercial perspective?
Yeah, so I'll take the second question first. So, success would be that, we see results that are similar to the results that were generated by the other 2 most recently approved therapies in the category. So transfusion independence for 8 straight weeks of, let's say, 35 to 40% against a placebo response rate of, 10% or so. And when we tested that particular profile in the most recent opportunity assessment that ZS ran, we see peak revenue of close to $1 billion. And so that's how we think about the commercial opportunity, and then the clinical, based upon the clinical benefit of transfusion independence. How we think about that relative to the ADC is, the ADC, if we think about valuation, has a larger a value inflection opportunity just because of the size of the prostate cancer marketplace. That being said, it is a phase 2 asset with a different probability of success than a phase 3 ready asset. And so the question we get often is, which one's more important? And it really depends upon which lens you're using. If you're an oncology focused investor, you're probably going to be more excited about the ADC. If you're thinking more about probability of success, then you're probably going to be thinking of, and like rare disease, you're going to be thinking more about roxadustat. And then we hear from investors that say, we actually don't like a company if they've only got one shot on goal. We like it that you're moving both assets forward. And so that's how we tend to think about it, is just the optionality that we have with two really exciting assets, an ongoing phase 2 asset and a phase 3 ready asset as well.
Perfect timing, Thane. We are right at the bottom of the hour. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Craig. Thanks, guys.
See you soon.
Take care.
For more information on Kintra Bio, reach us at 1-800-REDCHIP or email us at kynb@redchip.com. Our next company on today's RedChip Biotech Investor Conference is Anixa Biosciences, ticker ANIX on the NASDAQ. Presenting today, Amit Kumar, the Chairman and CEO. Amit, are you there?
I am here. Craig, can you hear me?
Nice to hear you. Nice to see you again. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well.
Great. Let me clear away some formalities and let you jump right in. First of all, to our audience, if you wish to ask a question today, use the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window. Click it, and a text box will appear. You can then submit your question. I'll do the safe harbor statement. This segment may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. All statements pertaining to future financial and/or operating results, along with other statements about the future expectations, beliefs, goals, plans, or prospects expressed by management, constitute forward-looking statements. Any statements that are not historical facts should also be considered forward-looking statements. Of course, forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties. Amit, go right ahead.
Thank you, Craig. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I see your presentation right now. Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you for having us. Let me begin by just providing a short snapshot of the company at a very high level. First of all, this company was originally founded in the 1980s, and it was an electronics company that went through the decades, failing in virtually all of the businesses it attempted. In 2017, I took over as CEO of the company and repositioned it as a biotech company. We cleaned it up, brought it back on NASDAQ, invested some money in it, myself personally and some insiders. And now that we've repositioned it as a biotech company, we have strong clinical data on 2 of our assets and a series of other assets in the pipeline. We use a lot of strong, big partnerships to not only conduct our research and development, but also our clinical trials, as well as partnerships to provide funding for our programs. That enables us to address very large markets, but burn very small amounts of cash, very modest amounts of cash. We have a strong balance sheet with over 2 years of cash, a very clean capital table. We have no preferred stock, no outstanding warrants, only common stock. We have about 33 million shares of common stock. And here's a little bit about our strategy. We don't build big infrastructure for R&D, manufacturing, and other things. We work with partners, which enables us to work with some of the best scientists at some of the best institutions in the world, like the Cleveland Clinic, the Moffitt Cancer Center. We have funding for some of our programs from the National Cancer Institute and the U.S. Department of Defense. That enables us to burn very modest amounts of cash. In fact, since I took over in 2017, we've only burned about $5 to $7 million of cash a year. And in fact, the last 12 months, we burned $7 million of cash. And we anticipate that level of burn will continue with some modest adjustments. And as I noted, we have no debt, no warrants, no preferred stock, 33 million shares of common stock. This is what our pipeline looks like. We have a number of products in preclinical development, which are down at the bottom of this page. The two products I will focus on today are the products that are in clinical development. The first one is a CAR T therapeutic, which is a new type of immunotherapy that I'll discuss in a moment. It is in phase 1 clinical trials at the Moffitt Cancer Center, treating terminally ill ovarian cancer patients, and we've demonstrated significant improvements in their life expectancy and overall survival. The second program I'll discuss is a breast cancer vaccine that is in clinical trials at the Cleveland Clinic. That clinical trial has been funded by the U.S. Department of Defense. We've actually just completed phase 1, and we're in preparation to begin phase 2 studies. And this is a vaccine that's designed not only to treat breast cancer, but also prevent breast cancer, prevent cancer recurrence, as well as prevent breast cancer in women who've never had breast cancer. So let me begin with the CAR T program. Some of you may be very familiar with CAR T, but it's basically a new type of immunotherapy that involves removing white blood cells, specifically T cells, from the individual patient that is suffering from the cancer, taking those T cells, genetically engineering them in a laboratory to become better cancer fighters, and then reinfusing them back into the patient. It's a complex process and it takes some time, but it created a huge amount of excitement a few years ago with certain leukemia and lymphoma indications where where terminally ill patients responded well, and in many cases, the patients were curatively treated, meaning they had no evidence of disease after the treatment. It was a one-time treatment and dramatic impact. Created a huge amount of excitement. Unfortunately, over the years, none of the different CAR T approaches that have been attempted to treat solid tumors have succeeded. All of them have failed in clinical trials. But we've taken those learnings and utilized that knowledge to design a CAR T that we feel will be successful in a solid tumor indication, the first one of which is ovarian cancer. The key attributes of our technology are threefold. One is that we have a unique target that we've identified that it only exists on the organ that you want to destroy. So that enables us to use higher concentrations and have fewer side effects. Secondly, we believe that due to circumstances regarding this target, that we're having an anti-angiogenesis effect on the tumor, on the solid tumor. And thirdly, we deliver intraperitoneally, and that's important for certain types of cancers like ovarian cancer, which I'll explain in a minute. This is a busy slide, but stay with me if you can. The right-hand side is a cartoon of the CAR T programs that I've discussed a moment ago that were successful in the leukemia and lymphoma indications. In that case, you create an antibody fragment on the T cell. That antibody fragment is depicted by that orange crown. And that antibody fragment acts kind of like a homing missile that drags the T cell to the cell that you want to destroy. In this case, it's a immune system cell called the B cell. And the B cell has a protein on it called CD19 that antibody fragment is designed to attack. Unfortunately, in all other CAR T approaches targeting solid tumors, no one has been able to find a target on the tumor cells that you want to destroy that is unique. All those targets that people have tried also exist on healthy cells. Until now, we have identified a target, it's called the follicle stimulating hormone receptor, FSHR, that only exists on the ovaries in women and testes in men, since this is for treatment of ovarian cancer, we don't have to worry about the presence on testes. So the FSHR protein only exists on the ovaries, only on the tumor cells that you want to destroy, on the cells that you want to destroy in the organ system that you're attacking. In addition, because it's an endocrine receptor, it has a cognate ligand, which has developed over millions and millions of years of evolution to become a very powerful homing missile, so to speak, in our context. So we don't have to create a man-made antibody fragment. We utilize this natural fragment and benefit from the millions of years of evolution. So our T cells are engineered with this follicle-stimulating hormone, which is the cognate ligand, that drives the T cell to the ovaries and destroys them. The second advantage of our technology, or attribute of our technology, it has to do with where this follicle-stimulating hormone receptor is also expressed in tumors. As I noted, if you look on the left-hand side of this slide, the FSHR receptor only exists on ovaries and testes in adult humans. However, a recent publication, which is published in the New England Journal of Medicine, as noted on the right-hand side, showed that even though FSHR doesn't exist on any other organ system, when tumors arise in those organ systems, including ovarian cancer, the FSHR receptor is expressed on the vasculature, the blood vessels within the tumor. So what does this mean? Looking at the cartoon on the left, when a tumor starts to grow, a solid tumor starts to grow, it induces a process called angiogenesis, which is the production of blood vessels within the tumor, enabling oxygen to be brought in and nutrients to be brought in, and waste and CO2 to be removed. Otherwise, the tumor wouldn't be able to get larger. Now, as noted in that paper that was published in New England Journal of Medicine, the FSHR receptor also exists on the blood vessels of these tumors. Even though those blood vessels are contiguous with the blood vessels outside the tumor, the blood vessels within the tumor express the protein, but outside the tumor, they do not. So in our case, our CAR T cells will not only attack the ovary cells themselves, but will also attack the blood vessels that's nourishing that tumor lesion. Hence, we have a dual effect on the cancer while utilizing a single agent with fewer side effects. The third advantage of our approach is that we are delivering into the peritoneum. The peritoneal sac, as depicted by that yellow membrane, is a sac that exists on our abdomens. In women, one of the organs that exists within the sac are the ovaries. And when ovarian cancer starts to spread, metastasize, the primary areas of metastasis are other organs within the peritoneal sac and the peritoneal membrane itself. It's only very few cases, very late stage, where the lesions escape the peritoneal sac. So in most women, we believe that by delivering the CAR T cells directly into the peritoneal sac, we will enable better trafficking to the tumor, as well as enable us to increase the concentration we can utilize, because these cells never get into the bloodstream. Typical CAR T is delivered through intravenous administration. When you put these cells into the vein, they go all over the body, cause all sorts of side effects, including neurological issues. And so that reduces the dosage that one can use. In our case, since our cells don't get into the bloodstream, into the system, they remain localized into the peritoneal sac, which is where the cancer is. We have effective tumor necrosis or tumor killing and fewer side effects. And that's been shown in our studies. And this is just a dosage schedule for our program. We start out with a low dose and increase the dose as we go forward after we verify safety. And we are now at cohort 5. We're going to begin the first patient shortly in cohort 5, but we've completed 1 through 4 cohorts. And this is the most important slide here. This is a swimmer's plot describing the length of time our patients in our trial have lived compared to the expectation. These are patients, as I noted, are terminally ill. They have failed every other therapy, and they've been told to go home and get their affairs in order. Their median life expectancy is about 12 weeks, which is depicted by that red bar, red vertical bar. We've treated 13 patients so far in this trial, in this phase 1 trial. And while we were focused initially on verifying safety, which we have done, we are starting to see anecdotal results of really good overall survival, which is the key determinant of any type of clinical trial like this. In many of these cases, the patients have lived quite a bit longer than their expected survival. 4 out of the 13 patients are still alive right now. In one case, we extended the life of a patient to almost 2.5 years until she died. Unfortunately, we've not had a curative treatment yet, but as we go to higher dosages and utilize a process called lymphodepletion, we believe that we will see even better results and a number of curative results, curative treatments. This is one of the CAR T treatments that has shown positive clinical results, better clinical results than any other CAR T in a solid tumor. So we're very excited about continuing this trial. Let me move on to the breast cancer vaccine. This is being developed in concert with the Cleveland Clinic, which is where it was invented. We partnered with the Cleveland Clinic a few years ago to take this vaccine from the laboratory, which is where it was at that time, into human testing, and we've just completed a phase 1 study. The way this vaccine works is there's a protein, it's called alpha-lactalbumin, that is expressed in women's mammary glands, nowhere else, but only in the mammary glands and only at the time of lactation. It enables lactation and enables a mother to feed her child. When she stops breastfeeding, the protein disappears and is never seen again in most, well, it comes back when she has another child, but eventually it's never seen again in most women. But the 1 out of 8 women that develop breast cancer, those cancer cells, a large majority of those cancer cells are producing this protein. Now, we're focused on triple-negative breast cancer, which is the most lethal type, but we believe that this vaccine will work on other types of breast cancer as well that are producing that protein. So the idea here is that if you vaccinate women after they are no longer going to give birth, then the only cell, and train their immune systems to destroy cells making that protein, the only cells that make that protein are going to be cancer cells. And when cancer cells arise, they arise initially as 1 or 2 cells that are bad, and they reproduce, become 4, 8, 16, etc., until they become a multi-billion or multi-trillion cell mass that you can then see in a mammogram, and that also becomes much more difficult to address therapeutically. But if the patient's immune system is properly trained through our vaccine, then the cells as they arise, the cancer cells as they arise, will be destroyed, and the patient will never develop a tumor. A very early study was done in the vaccine development process where we took a normal animal, a female mouse, vaccinated the mouse, and allowed it to have litters. And the litters were perfectly normal. The size of the litters, the health of the pups were perfectly fine. However, the mother was not able to produce milk because this proved the mechanism of the vaccine. What the vaccine had done for this female mouse, it had taught her immune system to destroy any cells making that lactation protein. So as her body started to make cells to enable lactation to feed her pups, the immune system had been vaccinated and it started to destroy those cells. Hence, she was not able to produce milk. So this is a very powerful demonstration. It's in mice, of course, but very powerful demonstration that the vaccine has can induce a very strong cytotoxic effect in the immune system. An additional study was done on, again, an animal study looking on the left-hand side of this slide, we took genetically engineered mice that would spontaneously develop breast cancer. Half of these mice were given the vaccine, the other half were given a control, and we found that 100% of the vaccinated mice remained cancer-free until their death or until euthanasia, whereas all of the mice that were given the control developed breast cancer, as you would expect, because they had been genetically engineered to do that. So all of these studies have been published, and these are some of the studies that induced the U.S. Department of Defense to fund the phase 1 clinical trial, which we completed and had just recently completed. We tested this vaccine in 3 groups of women. First group were women who have gone through triple-negative breast cancer treatment, including their surgeries, and they're worried about a recurrence. The second group of women, cohort 1B, were women who never had cancer, but they carry the mutations that predispose them to developing breast cancer. Many of these women are having prophylactic mastectomies. They're having their breasts surgically removed, even though they're healthy at the time. A few years ago, Angelina Jolie was famous for doing this and going public with her journey. So in this case, we vaccinated these women. They had their surgeries, and now we're analyzing their tissue to see if there are microfoci, microtumors within that tissue. This third group of women are women who have gone through their treatment, surgery and treatment, but suffer from residual disease, residual disease, which cannot be removed through surgery. These women typically get additional therapy, most likely in this day and age. They get a drug called Keytruda, which has some impact, but it's not perfect. We felt that combining our vaccine with Keytruda would enable a synergistic response in these women. And so in phase 1, we wanted to test whether combining the vaccine with Keytruda was even possible, because Keytruda does have side effects, and adding a second agent could increase those side effects to the level where they're no longer tolerable for the patient. And I'm happy to report that our vaccine in combination with Keytruda did not increase the side effect profile. So this is also another busy slide, but I'll highlight the key findings of the phase 1 study. First of all, the vaccine was safe. The only side effects that most people had were irritation at the sites of injection. We saw good immune response in 3/4 of the women. The immune response data is on the right-hand side. Each of those groups of bars is an individual patient. We ran 35 patients in this trial, and 3/4 of these patients had a very robust immune response. The others had a more modest immune response. So we achieved all of our primary goals and all of our goals, now enabling us to move forward to a phase 2 trial, which will be done in the neoadjuvant setting, which means before surgery. When a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer, she is headed towards surgery, but she often gets therapy for a period of time to try and reduce the tumor burden, as well as reduce the chance of recurrence successive to her completion of her treatment. And one of the therapies that they typically get is Keytruda again. And so we wanted to see if we could treat half these women just with Keytruda, which is the standard of care, and the other half with the combination of Keytruda and vaccine, which, as I noted in the phase 1 study, was shown to be tolerable. And in this case, we expect and hope that the women that are treated with the combination of Keytruda and the vaccine will do better than the women that are getting standard of care. The market opportunities are massive. We anticipate this vaccine will come to market in stages. Initially, it'll be for treatment in the neoadjuvant and the adjuvant setting, the pre-surgery and the post-surgical settings. And then we want to be able to provide this for women who are worried about recurrence. 3.8 million women are breast cancer survivors, and they worry every day that they'll have a recurrence. And so we want to be able to prevent those recurrences with the vaccine. And then ultimately, we want to be able to provide this as a prophylactic vaccine that enables us to vaccinate any woman that's worried about breast cancer hundreds of millions of women, billions of women to prevent breast cancer. And we believe that we believe that we can potentially eliminate breast cancer as a disease, or at least a major number of breast cancers, just similar to what we have done in the infectious disease world with vaccines like polio and smallpox and others. So this is potentially a game-changing technology that could eliminate one particular type of very common cancer. And we think that this will enable additional developments that could eliminate other types of cancer and do for the cancer world what vaccines have done for infectious diseases. We have other programs in the pipeline, which I won't discuss due to the time and scope of this presentation, but please feel free, anyone, to contact me if you want to talk about any of these other programs. And that's it for now. Craig, I don't know if you had any questions.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much for that great presentation, Amit.
Thank you.
Anixa has kept a lean structure, I think you'll agree, while advancing multiple oncology programs. How should investors think about the advantage of that model?
Well, the first point is that this model allows us to burn very little amounts of cash. We're able to do our research and development, move our clinical trials forward, not burn a lot of cash, hence not having to go raise a lot of money. The last time we raised money was in 2021, and we feel that it helps shareholders because we don't dilute our shareholders dramatically. And I myself am a shareholder. I bought over $2.5 million worth of stock on the open market myself.
That's always good to hear. People like that. The recent manufacturing-related update for the breast cancer vaccine seemed like an important step toward the next phase of development. How significant was that milestone internally?
Obviously, one of the biggest hurdles to doing clinical trials is to have the material. And so the manufacturing of the phase 2 material, you're referring to an announcement we did where we're working with a company called Cytovance to manufacture this material. It's highly important that you get good material. The quality has to be spectacular, and the phase 2 material needs to be made at a much more rigorous level than phase 1 material typically. So we're very excited about that.
Based on the data that you have discussed so far, what gives you the most confidence in the long-term potential of the breast cancer vaccine program?
Well, the first thing is that we saw no side effects, barely any side effects, irritation at the injection sites. In most vaccine studies for cancer, you often see many, many side effects. And hence, those vaccines can only be used for therapy because a woman or a patient who has cancer is willing to accept a lot of side effects. But if you're using something for prophylaxis, you're going to be giving it to patients or individuals who are not sick, and so you can't have any side effects. And so this allows, this data is better data than any other vaccine phase 1 study that I've seen in cancer, and the lack of side effects gives us great promise.
With both vaccine and CAR T programs in the pipeline, Amit, how should investors think about the broader upside potential of the company over the next couple of years?
I think, the most important thing for a biotech company is to have many shots on goal. I think your previous speaker referred to that as well. Because not only does it give you other options if there are hiccups in one or more programs, but it also enables multiple opportunities to do pharmaceutical deals, multiple products that could become commercial eventually. And I should say that even though the two that I spoke about were the clinical programs that are producing fantastic data, we have a whole series in the pipeline that are not clinical yet.
And final question for today, Amit. On the ovarian cancer CAR T side, what do you think has been the most important progress that investors should be paying attention to?
I think investors should pay attention to overall survival. There are lots of cancer programs that look at various things like biomarkers and scans and whatnot, and those are all good, but ultimately what you want is overall survival. Can you keep the patient alive? And we've demonstrated that on the small number of patients that we've treated so far. So it's not a large population, but we're showing significant overall survival. And so as we go forward, we will be providing updates on additional patients that we'll be treating. And so investors who are interested, just keep tracking overall survival for these patients.
Perfect, Amit. That takes us right up to the top of the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig, for having us.
Our pleasure. For more information on Anixa Biosciences, reach us at 1-800-REDCHIP or email us at anix@redchip.com. Thanks again, Amit.
Thank you.
That concludes today's RedChip Virtual Investor Conference on biotech. For more information on any of the companies you've seen today, call us at 1-800-REDCHIP or email us at info@redchip.com. Thank you for joining. Before we go, we're going to show you one more piece of information here, a short video on RedChat, an AI chatbot for small cap stock analysis. It'll start momentarily. Again, thank you everyone for joining our conference today.
Hello everyone, I'm Michael Serrano, Managing Director at RedChip Companies. For more than 33 years, RedChip has been discovering tomorrow's blue chips today, introducing investors to emerging growth companies before they became household names. Since the early 90s, RedChip has had early research on companies like Apple, Starbucks, Celsius, U.S. Steel, and Energy Fuels. Our show, Small Stocks, Big Money, airs nationwide on Bloomberg Television, reaching more than 70 million homes across America. Our mission is simple: elevating the quality of information that the market can use to evaluate the next wave of growth, connecting our investors directly to where innovation, capital, and growth are converging. Today's investor conference focuses on biotech resurgence, platforms and pipelines of tomorrow's innovators. Throughout this event, you're going to hear from executives presenting their business models, pipeline strategies, clinical and commercial milestones, and competitive positioning. And you're able to engage with them directly through live Q&A. For investors seeking exposure to emerging science, this is your most focused, efficient path to innovation driving tomorrow's care. Before we continue with today's presentations, I want to show you a tool that we've built specifically for this community, RedChat. It's our AI-driven research platform that gives you instant, citation-backed answers drawn directly from SEC filings, press releases, and official company disclosures. Every answer traces back to a primary source that you can trust. Let me show you how it works so you can use it right now. Let's start with the RedChip portal. We cover over 4,000 small cap stocks on the NYSE and NASDAQ, and the portal is free to use. To unlock analyst insights and deeper research, you'll want to create a free RedChip account, and I'll show you how to create one at the end. Let's notice first the filters across the top: sector, price, daily percentage change, clinical trial stage, IPO year, and more. For today's audience, let's go straight into healthcare. Now we're looking at healthcare companies in the system. Let's go one step further for companies currently in phase 2 clinical trials. In seconds, we've narrowed the universe to exactly the pipeline stage companies you're here to evaluate today. I'll select Lantern Pharma, ticker LTRN, a clinical stage biotechnology company redefining oncology drug development through artificial intelligence. Ticker symbol is LTRN. Each company has a landing page with a full synopsis and key metrics: shares outstanding, IPO year, industry classification, and with a RedChip account, you can also gain access to analyst reports. For example, I'm going to look at inside owners transactions sourced directly from the SEC, including dates, share counts, and transaction type, and direct links to underlying filings. Every data point has a receipt. Now let's open RedChat. The Red Chat window opens right here in the portal. No separate tab, no separate login. You can choose any company from the dropdown, and there's a copy thread button, so you can save and share your full research during the session. Let's go ahead and get into it. What technology are they currently developing? Including confirmed programs and any that are pending. This is where Red Chat earns its keep for biotech investors. Instead of working through a 200-page 10K, you get a structured breakdown of the full pipeline, confirmed programs, pending programs, indications of mechanism of action, all cited. We can also ask, what are some comparable companies and their key ratios? Peer benchmarking is one of the most time-consuming parts of investment research. Red Chat surfaces relevant comps in the same therapeutic areas or similar development stage with ratios attached. So you can do the valuation work without opening the 5 separate tabs. Now, let's pretend, I'm going to ask it to pretend you're a Wall Street analyst. How would you approach valuation for this company? This is one of my favorite prompts because it forces the AI to think like an analyst, working through the relevant valuation frameworks for this specific type of company. For a clinical stage biotech, it's not a simple PE multiple. Red Chat will reason through approaches like a risk-adjusted NPV or a comparable transaction analysis or a pipeline value per program. And all of that you can prompt and probably get a unique answer along the way. One of the most important questions we can ask is, what is the essential value proposition of this company? This is a synthesis question. Red Chat pulls together technology across the platform, the pipelines, the addressable market, and the competitive positioning into a concise summary drawn directly from company disclosures, a fast, grounded investment thesis right from the source. Last thing, everything you've seen can be copied and shared as a link. Send the full research conversation to a colleague, a portfolio manager, or save it for your own records. Your work is preserved at Red Chat. Before we move on, I want to show you how to create a free RedChip account. It takes about 30 seconds, name, email, and you're in. Registered users get uncapped Red Chat questions on small cap stocks and early access to new features as we roll them out. You can also access Red Chat directly at red.chat or through our mobile apps on iOS and Android. Red is evolving quickly, new features rolling out regularly. We hope this gives you a sharper lens on every company that you're hearing from today. On behalf of RedChip, thank you to the presenters and to everyone joining us today for the Biotech Resurgence, platforms and pipelines of today's innovators.